Chapter 45 to 44, Why not just eat and eat? Anyway, given his size, squeezing out a lump of ordinary blood the size of a human fist once a month is nothing to him. But for these goblin low-level demons, it's a transformative opportunity. Sounds like the development is going well. Udi praised Shiji. Shiji is now effectively Udi's chief steward, handling the affairs of various races. For instance, Udi would directly hand over the dragon blood to him for distribution, and this kind of management and development clearly takes a lot of energy, which might also be a reason why his strength was surpassed by Mondo. Kaden from the Green Forest tribe doesn't mind this at all, as being a mage, he hardly has enough time to study magic. Having someone to help manage and develop the tribe is perfectly fine. As for whether power will be transferred, this world is one where strength is worshipped and the strong reign supreme. As long as Kaden, the Goblin High Priest, maintains strong power, it won't be a problem. After understanding the development situation of his subordinate followers, Udi had a rough idea in his mind. Setting aside the low-level strength followers, under Udi's command reaching middle level now are Kaden, Mondo, Shiji, Zaku, and Zameng, a total of 5. These 5, leading over 1,000 warriors, can already attack some weaker human towns. If based on the average strength of followers, the 3 major tribes under the Black Dragon Maiden aren't likely to match mine, right? Udi suddenly thought. But he soon shook his head because he remembered the extraordinarily talented and powerful giant demon leader Grey under the Black Dragon Maiden, towering at 5 meters tall. The strength of this big guy is something even Udi at this moment isn't confident enough to defeat, though escaping would be possible since he is a giant dragon with wings and can fly. Grey, this one giant demon, could probably handle the subordinate forces under me, not to mention other dragon vein followers of my mother who haven't shown themselves. Although the Black Dragon Maiden disdains the development of subordinate forces, there are still a few dragon vein followers who have followed her for decades. Over such a long span of time, it's estimated that each has the strength of an advanced professional. Whether in biological level or professional level, the difficulty increases as one progresses upward, and the difference in strength between each level becomes greater. Therefore, the difficulty of fighting beyond one's level grows increasingly hard the further along one progresses. This is also true for giant dragons. After all, within ordinary races, those who can become strong are virtually 1 in a million or 1 in 100,000. They are no longer considered common riffraff, and virtually each one is an elite who has emerged from shedding a lot of blood and undergoing numerous battles. It's almost impossible for one to reach an advanced professional or master-level professional and still be a waste. Udi signaled Shiji and the others that they could leave. Then he fluttered his dragon wings and observed Black Blood Valley from low altitude. Along the way, Udi saw at least a dozen huge animal pens, with livestock inside that were quite prolific in their reproductive abilities. There was the jungle giant rabbit, which can give birth to a litter once a month, with 10 to 20 in a litter. There were wild goats, which matured in 3 to 4 months, reproduced several times a year, and gave birth to 3 to 5 at a time. Additionally, there was a large grey mountain chicken, bigger than a human, growing at an incredible speed. Ordinary wild demon tribes rarely raise livestock. It's not because the demons are stupid, but because the outdoor life is fraught with dangers, and today's fullness could turn into tomorrow's hunger or even death. Under such circumstances, even if some smart demons in the tribe wanted to breed livestock, within a day, those livestock would be eaten clean by other tribesmen. Unless the tribe's leader possesses enough strength and prestige to deter the entire tribe, and also foresight, making the possibility of setting up a farm feasible. For example, the Green Forest tribe, which hasn't submitted to Udi Dragon Wings, has several small breeding farms. This is because Kaden's prestige and strength are sufficient, and he has foresight about the future development of the tribe. If there wasn't any livestock farming, it's likely that every living creature within 100 miles would have been eaten up by Shiji and the others. Udi grinned. Feast talent has both its pros and cons. The pros are obvious: rapid growth and strength enhancement, but the cons are also very apparent: consuming a lot of food. Each one is a big eater. Taking Mondo as an example, he could easily devour half a wild goat at a time and probably eats 5 or 6 a day without any trouble. Shiji mentioned to me that the reason those wild dwarves attacked them was because the followers beneath us recklessly hunted and captured animals and demons within the territory of others. Those demons and beasts that couldn't be tamed or eaten were killed directly, and quality prey was used by Udi as part of his banquet food. The tamed herbivorous demons or beasts were commanded by Shiji to be captured by the warriors and brought back to the tribe, expanding the breeding scale. Only by constantly expanding the breeding base can there be enough meat for the increasing number of demons to eat. However, even with this effort, food is still insufficient, so both the Green Forest tribe and Black Blood tribe have to assign their people into different tiers and hierarchies. Those brave in combat and killing are offered dragon blood transformation and ample meat. The stronger and more successful they are in hunting, the more meat they are provided. Those who are cowardly, timid, and afraid of death aren't given dragon blood transformation and become the logistical backbone of the tribe. The goblins and kobolds caring for the livestock in the animal pens belong to this category, as do those working in positions such as gathering fruits and cutting grass for feed. The Black Blood Valley now under Shiji's management is bustling. But this is almost the limit. Udi wandered in the sky, observing the lives of the monsters in the valley, thinking silently. The surrounding resources are still too scarce. Even with breeding, it's only enough to support a few thousand demons under his condition, which is the current limit of food resources. Unless new food sources are developed. For example, grain. Have demons farm grain? Udi thought of this question but felt it's a bit unreliable. He gathered his followers, and producing a subordinate legion with dragon blood is not to develop a monster empire but to provide him with enough food, saving a lot of hunting time. Beyond this core purpose, it's to have a group of decently strong cannon fodder to fight when enemies are encountered. Udi really doesn't have the plan or idea to establish a monster empire. That's exhausting, and he'd be restrained. If he provokes a strong enemy, the empire becomes his weakness. It's better to enjoy freely, eating wherever and whenever he wants. Leading a hungry legion to feast everywhere. What was that saying? While others stockpile grain, I. Chapter 46-45, Ambush. Every day was spent researching magic, mainly on the second ring water element enhancement technique. Udi was eagerly anticipating the magic effect at the master level. Although the second ring spell is a lower tier magic with a relatively low level, its power and effect are not invariable. When a master level mage uses lower tier magic and expends a large amount of magic power to upgrade, it can still produce very astonishing results. Therefore, there is no need to worry about it being quickly discarded and becoming useless, especially this kind of auxiliary enhancement technique that can be stacked and used, which won't become outdated even into the mid to high level mage stage. In daily research and practice of the water element enhancement technique, to quickly reach the master level, Udi even completely abandoned the absorption of magic power, the cultivation of spiritual power, and other magics, focusing wholeheartedly on studying the water element enhancement technique. When the cooldown of the feast talent arrived each month, he would start eating, sleeping, and growing. After waking up, he continued to research, day after day. Sometimes, when tired from researching magic, during breaks, Udi couldn't help but marvel at how diligent he had become. He had become a giant dragon, able to become a dominant force by merely eating and sleeping, his lifespan even longer beyond imagination. Why think so negatively? Udi pondered for a moment. He reckoned it was due to the magic proficiency showing on the panel. No player would remain idle upon seeing a progress display on a panel, and realizing effort can constantly increase and strengthen, right? Grind, it must be ground fiercely. Meanwhile, his subordinates and followers were continuing their development, their strength growing day by day. Since the wild dwarves, this great enemy, were discovered, Shiji began to adjust previous plans, allowing the hunting team to completely avoid the opponent's territory range. But this doesn't mean they ignored the threat posed by the Wild Dwarves clan. After lurking and developing for a while, Shiji personally led a squad composed entirely of level 4 warriors, carefully wandering within the territory of the Wild Dwarves clan. Calmly observing and probing the opponent's strength, while intentionally hunting a large number of demons and wild beasts in their territory. This proactive provocative behavior greatly infuriated the Wild Dwarves clan, who soon organized several teams of wild dwarf warriors to set out, intending to eliminate these audacious invaders from their powerful Brown Forest clan territory. More than 3 months later, one day, the sun was bright, the weather was great. In the dense forest, silhouettes moved swiftly, stirring countless birds. Soon, these figures reached a high rocky area where they gathered and dispersed upon receiving commands, stealthily ambushing in various surrounding places. Having precisely camouflaged for about half an hour, noises suddenly came from afar. The sound of a large number of footsteps gradually approached, and upon hearing it, the warriors ambushing on the rock walls held their breaths. Within sight, 2 fully armed wild dwarf warriors pushed through the forest, leading their team onto this path. They moved in 2 rows, keeping a 3-meter distance between each other, wearing solemn and stern expressions. The formation of the wild dwarves extended very long, around 200 to 300 meters. After the front warriors passed, heavy giant beast footsteps resonated from the forest at the end of the formation. 1, 2, 3. A total of 3 triangular dragons, several times larger than elephants, slowly walked onto this path, with each bearing an imposing wild dwarf knight on their back. Due to their considerable size and the narrowness of the path, the 3 sub-dragon knights could only proceed in a single line. Valentine, no idea what the elders are thinking. Aren't they just some goblins and kobolds? Is it necessary to dispatch the 3 of us and so many clan warriors to eliminate them? Damn! Leading from the front, the long-bearded wild dwarf riding on a triangular dragon swatted a palm-sized mosquito dead, smearing its black-green bursting juice onto the grey neck shield of his mount, muttering. Valentine was the sub-dragon knight who initially discovered and led his wild dwarf warriors to eliminate the invaders. And the complaining long-bearded wild dwarf is named Kuka. Alongside the silent, expressionless vicars, they comprise the commanders tasked with eradicating the invaders this time. Kuka, complain less. The elders dispatched us together to swiftly crush that group of invaders, Valentine calmly replied. Yet the 2 wild dwarf comrades, knowing Valentine's belligerent nature, knew he must be eager for action now. Ugh, what do you know? I just managed to date Lena. Damn it, I even presented a middle-level magic core to barely make her agree. Ugh. Now suddenly tasked to go out, ditching Lena, surely she'll be furious. What do I do after? Kuka voiced rather gloomily. Upon these words, Valentine and the silent vicars both looked at Kuka in shock. A while later, Valentine couldn't help but say. Seriously, Kuka, are you sure it wasn't just a low-level magic core? If I was giving a low-level magic core, would I be this distressed? Kuka responded with a full grievance, quite downcast. Valentine and Vickers exchanged a glance, eye contact expressing only 2 words. Fool. Magic cores come from within demons, but not all demons contain magic cores, or rather, most demons don't form magic cores within. Is it precious? To describe it visually, if compared with the value of subordinate magic crystals, a middle-level magic core could easily exchange for 50 pieces of subordinate magic crystals, or if of high quality, even 100 or 200 subordinate magic crystals can be effortlessly obtained. Previously, the Black Blood race and Green Forest race, plus a group of giant demons, struggled for half a year to trade with the Higland family, obtaining barely 200 subordinate magic crystals. Even factoring in spell trading prices, it wouldn't exceed the value of 400 subordinate magic crystals. Reflecting on the value of the middle-level magic core, Valentine and Vickers felt aching at heart. With such wealth, isn't inviting them two brothers for drinks better? Enough for the three to indulge for a long time. Noticing his two brothers' displeased faces, Kuka scratched his head, and after a moment of hesitation, explained, although it's a middle-level magic core, it's only from a level 5 iron armor pig, not that expensive. Kuka's explanation did nothing to mitigate the situation, rather it made Valentine and Vickers's faces even darker. What's with the level 5 magic core? Does level 5 magic core not count as middle-level magic core? At their strength and status, earning the wealth equivalent to one level 5 magic core in a year is challenging. During their chatter, a fist-sized fireball suddenly smashed onto Kuka, who was leading from the front. The fireball exploded, hot fire rings spread outward, and a chilling scream erupted from the explosion center. Chapter 47-46, Mondo is here to protect you. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Valentine roared in anger, reminding the wild dwarf warriors marching ahead. After exchanging a tacit glance with Vickers, Vickers nodded solemnly, indicating he would take care of Kuka, allowing Valentine to deal with the enemy's powerful ones. Valentine glanced at Kuka, who had fallen from his mount onto the ground, twitching and curled up, his whole body skin charred like charcoal. His expression was grim and fierce, while blood surged swiftly within him. In an instant, he deployed the special secret technique inherited from the sub-dragon knight profession. Valentine's internal blood chi surged wildly, forming a special link with his triangular dragon mount. Following that, a surge of crimson blood energy returned to Valentine's body, making his physique swell and his aura increase by more than half. Roar! At the same time, Valentine's triangular dragon underwent a special transformation, with its muscles swelling beneath its rough, gravel-like skin, resembling thousand-year-old rocks. Then, unlike Kuka's triangular dragon, which berserkly crashed into the mountain wall, under Valentine's control, his mount nimbly climbed onto the over 10-meter-high mountain wall with just a few movements. The sight of the heavy 10-ton triangular dragon executing such agile moves stunned the figures ambushed on the cliff. Upon reaching the cliff, seeing the appearance of the ambushers, a flash of shock crossed Valentine's eyes, followed closely by rage. "You invaders, damn it!" Valentine's eyes burned with anger as he drove his triangular dragon to slam and send flying two goblin warriors over 1.8 meters tall with robust builds. The terrifying impact left one strong level 4 goblin warrior dead and the other severely injured. The severely wounded goblin warrior was soon taken away by his companions. Valentine wanted to pursue, but he sensed a rapidly approaching danger. Almost without hesitation, he and his mount's surfaces together surged with a large amount of blood energy, forming a defense shield. The instant the blood and chi defense shield formed, a fireball technique exploded upon it intensively. Amidst the explosion flames, a triangular dragon carrying Valentine charged out unscathed, with Valentine's eyes locked sternly on Cadden among the goblin warriors. Noticing the magic staff in his hand, he roared loudly. "Found you, damn caster!" Saying so, Valentine controlled his mount to rumble forward. Valentine's target from the start was the caster who ambushed his companion, deliberately attacking those goblin warriors to expose a weakness, to lure the opponent out. The triangular dragon rushed towards Cadden, with Valentine from his back drawing a hand axe from his waist, aiming at the opponent, his arm muscles bulging with veins as thick as if they were worms. "Die for me!" Before Valentine's voice faded, the hand axe in his hand had already transformed into a flash of silver light shooting out. The whistling sound of the axe flying through the air piercingly reached Cadden instantaneously. But to Valentine's shock, this caster barely dodged his flying axe attack. How is this possible? Valentine's eyes narrowed. His eyes noticed Cadden's robust thigh muscle, reddened from the rapid burst, and he smirked. This trademark is a mage? Young people are just a bit too impetuous. Across from Valentine, Cadden, who had just dodged a dangerous blow, smiled slightly, and the once single-layer transparent magical protection shield on his surface silently stacked into 2 layers again. At the moment, Catan was also internally sweating coldly. This wild dwarf sub-dragon knight's terrifying strength, it was just a little short of becoming a soul under the flying axe. Fortunately, his biological level had risen to level 4 advanced, approaching level 5 with the help of his master's bloodline, coupled with keen spiritual power perception, allowing him to move and evade the attack in time. If he hadn't dodged, the single-layer second ring, spell shield on him wouldn't have been enough to withstand it. Catan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, quickly steadying his heart and teasing Valentine again. "Aren't you going to help your warriors?" Valentine glanced down, his face twitching. Countless tall goblin warriors and dogman warriors were divided into two groups, attacking the wild dwarf unit on the left and right flank. At this time, both sides had long clashed, fighting desperately, with warriors dying every moment. When Catan first successfully ambushed Kuka with the fireball technique, two troops charged out from the dense forest by the mountain wall and the small road on the right, directly receiving the attack order. One troop consisted of goblin warriors, numbering over 200, with the lowest strength being level 3, and quite a few at level 4. 7 towering big goblin warriors, leading them, exuded extremely powerful auras, reaching level 5. As for the dogman side, although slightly weaker in strength, they were mainly led by a level 5 dogman warrior. In terms of high-end combat power, they were inferior to the goblins, but the number of level 4 dogman warriors under their command was not much less than the goblin side. The sudden attack by these two troops inflicted severe casualties on the 100-strong wild dwarf warriors. While these wild dwarf warriors possessed level 4 warrior strength, they lacked top-tier combat power. 3 sub-dragon knights, one was critically injured and fates unknown before the battle, while another was busy caring for a severely injured comrade and did not make it in time to stop the level 5 enemy warrior's onslaught. Underestimating the enemy, Valentine felt a cold chill seeing the tragic scene below. After less than a second of intense mental deliberation, he made his decision, turning back, launching an attack on Catan again, his eyes filled with sorrow and rage. At this moment, he had no other choice. Otherwise, leaving his back exposed to an intermediate mage, it would be disastrous. However, this time facing Valentine's attack, Catan remained unflustered, even showing a faint smile at the corner of his eyes. "Roar! Catanla, Mondo is here to protect you!" A vigorous and excited shout came from behind Catan, accompanied by the appearance of a massive humanoid shadow. A huge green monster nearly 5 meters tall rushed out, its terrifying tonnage and power causing the mountain wall to tremor slightly. Catan was not surprised by Mondo's appearance. After all, Mondo was originally responsible for protecting him, the mage, in this ambush. However, "My name is Catan, not Catanla." Catan felt slightly speechless. Whether it was intentional or due to poor memory, Mondo, this big brute, always called him wrong. Chapter 48-47, The Battle Ends. Mondo had just taken a step forward, his muscular arms, thicker than tire diameters, raised in defense, when he was rammed by the triangular dragon beast controlled by Valentine. SSSHHH. Mondo was forced backward more than 10 meters by the immense force of the collision, leaving 2 deep marks on the hard mountain rock surface. Looking up, the triangular dragon's 2 massive horns, each over a meter long, had pierced through Mondo's arms and deeply embedded into his chest. Blood dripped continuously. "Mondo, hurts, ah!" As Valentine's expression changed drastically, the severely injured Mondo extended his left hand, which had not been pierced, his eyes red as he reached for Valentine atop the triangular dragon. The muscular arm, bursting with energy, whooshed through the air towards Valentine, who swung a hand axe. Red blood chi surged, clashing violently against it. A squelching sound. The hand axe, powered by the might of the red blood chi, sliced through Mondo's tough, rough skin without much resistance, embedding deeply into the flesh of his arm, but soon it became stuck between the extremely hard bones. Feeling the immense force transferred through the hand axe, Valentine's eyes narrowed, and he released the axe, bending backwards to barely avoid the strike of Mondo's massive hand by sticking closely to the back of the triangular dragon. Crunch, crunch. All of Mondo's muscles suddenly swelled, and the newly injured Mondo activated his combat talent, his body's potential pushed to 120%. The bleeding stopped quickly, and the massive wound carved by the hand axe, several centimeters deep, healed rapidly, expelling the axe to the ground with a clang. Valentine attempted to maneuver the triangular dragon to extract the two horns from Mondo's body, but Mondo remained unmoved, locking the horns in place with his muscles. Injured Mondo, now you want to run. Mondo, eyes blazing red, swung his healed left fist, slamming it into the massive head of the triangular dragon before him. With a loud boom, the triangular dragon was momentarily stunned, its body trembling. Before it could react, another heavy punch landed on its head. Boom, 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 boom. Even with a solid bony neck shield protecting its skull, under the frenzied assault of Mondo, the nearly 5-meter-tall violent giant, this triangular dragon beast, whose biological level had broken through racial limitations, finally let out a wail, its four hooves kneeling down, forcibly knocked unconscious. The scorching blood drenched the enormous dragon's head, and Mondo's fists were dyed red as well. During this time, it was impossible for Valentine to remain passive, but even as he frantically slashed giant openings on Mondo's arms and body with his hand axe, the giant demon remained unfazed, enduring Valentine's mad attacks and continuing to pummel his mount relentlessly. Whoosh! When the triangular dragon mount was knocked unconscious, Valentine's secret technique was also broken. The sanguine blood energy dissipated from his body, and Valentine, panting heavily, filled with unwillingness, looked at Mondo. If it weren't for such terrifying recovery abilities, you... Before he could finish, Valentine was slapped heavily by Mondo, his body thrown tens of meters away, rolling to a halt at the base of a mountain wall, dwarven blood scattering along the way. Mondo pressed one hand against the triangular dragon's head, forcefully pulling out the two giant horns embedded in his right arm and body. But under the giant demon's freakish recovery constitution, these blood meat holes quickly shrank, slowly closing up. The numerous wounds carved by the hand axe healed along with them. A growl emanated from Mondo's belly, like distant thunder. So hungry! Mondo felt an intense hunger as he rubbed his stomach. Such abnormal recovery power also demanded a cost, and that cost was the enormous nutrients stored within Mondo's blood and meat cells. If you're so hungry, go eat. There are so many fresh, delicious foods moving about below. Behind him, Cadden's voice rang out. Mondo's gaze shifted from the body of the unconscious triangular dragon on the ground, wiping away the saliva that had secreted, and peered downward. Seeing a chaotic battle of numerous wild dwarves below, Mondo hesitated no longer, leaping directly. Below, 3 wild dwarf warriors had formed a battle formation, struggling to defend against the attacks of the dogman warriors and goblin warriors, their bodies increasingly covered in blood-stained wounds. As if sensing something, the 3 wild dwarves glanced upwards out of the corners of their eyes. Seeing the massive shadow above them, these 3 wild dwarf warriors quickly lost consciousness amidst a jolt of immense pain. With a thunderous crash, Mondo removed his massive foot, gazed upon the squashed wild dwarf warriors below, and brutally shoved the corpses straight into his gaping maw. Terrifying chewing sounds echoed. The wild dwarves, along with their leather armor, were chewed and swallowed whole. The surrounding wild dwarf warriors, whose attention had been drawn by Mondo's thunderous descent, watched this scene, their eyes filled with terror and rage. Terror at Mondo's power and brutality, and rage that their compatriots were devoured. Vickers hurled a hand axe, chopping off a goblin warrior's head, his eyes bloodshot as he witnessed the scene. His eyes caught the sight of Valentine, lying still and bloodied on the muddy ground, and he blinked in disbelief. Valentine! Vickers erupted once more with blood energy, forcing back the 5 big goblin warriors surrounding him, finally creating enough space for his blood-soaked triangular dragon mount to charge towards Valentine's side. As for the cking knight, who was initially struck by a fireball, Vickers had already instructed a dozen wild dwarf warriors to protect him. As one of the wild dwarf's top warriors, he had to withstand the opposition's pressure. While Vickers concentrated on Mondo and Valentine, he failed to notice a fireball flying from the cliff. By the time Vickers reacted, the fireball had already exploded before him. Amidst the violent explosion, the triangular dragon, carrying its master Vickers, charged out in disarray. The blood energy surrounding both man and beast dimmed significantly. Even before Vickers could catch his breath, a dark shadow flashed by, and a curved saber, gleaming sharply, slashed violently at Vickers' head. With remarkable agility, Vickers blocked the attack with his hand axe, knocking the assailant back 5 or 6 meters, though his arm muscles trembled slightly. The power is immense. The figure Vickers had repelled was Shiji. It stood up from the ground, launching another attack on Vickers. All around, the big goblin warriors, each nearly 3 meters tall, roared and charged in as well. Chapter 49-48, Captives. Instantly, Vickers felt his physical strength weaken slightly, and his agility also became somewhat sluggish. It's that caster again. Vickers felt a deep hatred in his heart, but he was unable to break free. He could only continue to fend off Shiji's curved saber attacks and the bone club attacks from the approaching big goblin warriors. The mere presence of 5 level 5 big goblin warriors was already quite troublesome for Vickers, not to mention Shiji, who was even stronger. Soon, under the siege, the blood chi ability on Vickers grew increasingly faint, and it was obvious to those who could see that he was running out of strength. On the cliff, Cadden smiled slightly, gently waved his magic staff, and another swift grey light landed on Vickers. First ring weakness technique. Although the weakness technique was not a high-level spell, Cadden didn't mind expending more magic power to forcibly upgrade its ring to increase its power. With Cadden's mage level at the tier 6 middle stage, after expending enough magic power, even a first ring weakness technique could produce almost half the effect of a standard third ring spell. And a third ring spell poses a significant threat to mid-level professionals. Even almost half of its effect is enough to have a notable impact. Just like that, under the multi-sided assault, Vickers, the powerful sub-dragon knight, finally could not hold on. After his blood chi ran dry and the secret technique disappeared, he was captured alive by the big goblin warriors. Thus, of the 3 powerful wild dwarf sub-dragon knights, one was severely injured and potentially dead due to a fireball attack without any defenses, one was knocked away by Mondo and also severely injured and potentially dead, and the last one was captured alive and tied up after his blood chi was completely exhausted. Without the leadership of the 3 sub-dragon knights, the other wild dwarf warriors didn't hold out for long and soon all surrendered. They weren't death-defying warriors or fanatics. After their hopes were shattered, it was natural that they wouldn't fight back to the death. Black Blood Valley. Under the supervision of numerous goblin warriors and dogman warriors, each of the wild dwarf warriors with their hands tied marched in line into the dungeons. How are the casualty statistics? Shiji calmly looked at the imprisoned wild dwarves and turned his head to look at a nearby dogman guard. Upon hearing the leader's question, the dogman guard, who had been named Shiqiang by Shiji, respectfully replied. Leader, our side lost 34 warriors in this battle, including 26 third-level warriors and 8 fourth-level warriors. The number of injured warriors is 56, among whom 7 have lost their combat power, 3 are third-level, and 4 are fourth-level. Lost combat power meant those with broken arms or legs. Not all demons had the exceptionally abnormal recovery ability of the giant demons. What about the prisoners? Shiji asked again. This time, the wild dwarves dispatched 120 wild dwarf warriors and 3 sub-dragon knights. Excluding the 56 wild dwarf warriors killed, there are 64 wild dwarf warriors, 3 sub-dragon knights, and 3 captured triangular dragons who have become our spoils of war, Shiqiang replied. Upon hearing this, Shiji's brow slightly furrowed in some dissatisfaction. Although these casualty numbers were already less than those of the wild dwarves, they had carried out a surprise attack in this battle and held an absolute advantage in high-end combat power. Shiji, who was at Tier 6 initial, Mondo at Tier 6 high, plus Kaden, the Tier 6 intermediate mage, and 7 Tier 5 initial big goblin warriors and a Tier 5 initial dogman warrior. This battle alone involved as many as 11 mid-level professional strength warriors. Plus, the cooperation of more than 300 level 3 to 4 dogmen and goblin warriors, they still paid such a heavy price. I just hope we can get some good news from those captured wild dwarves later, Shiji pondered to himself. The goal of this surprise attack was twofold for Shiji. One was to obtain a specific grasp of the wild dwarf tribe's strength from the captive wild dwarves. The other was to cut down and weaken the strength of the wild dwarf tribe. Suddenly, Shiji's expression changed slightly, becoming respectful, as if listening to someone, and soon, Shiji returned to normal. He turned his head towards Shiqiang and instructed. Send a few warriors to escort those 3 sub-dragon knights to the dragon pool, it's the master's order. Shiqiang nodded and quickly took action. Identification skill. A black light fell on the 3 wild dwarf sub-dragon knights. 1 level 6 high, 1 level 7 initial, and 1 level 7 high. Beside the dragon pool, Didi gazed down at the 3 wild dwarves. Besides differing professional levels, the biological levels of these 3 wild dwarves were all level 1. The biological level can also be called the racial level. As they naturally grow, the biological level will gradually increase. The higher the potential of the racial bloodline, the higher the limit of growth. For example, the giant demons, whose racial bloodline allows them to reach at least a 3rd level biological level upon reaching adulthood without the need for cultivation, exceptionally outstanding ones can even reach level 4. The giant dragons are among the best of the best, just through natural growth, they can elevate their biological level to level 19. In contrast, ordinary humans generally have a level 0 biological level upon reaching adulthood. A few with physical talents might reach level 1 or level 2 after maturity. After that, if they want to become stronger, they have to gain power through professional cultivation. The monster warriors under Adi, due to the dragon blood transformation, naturally have their racial bloodline limits surpassed, allowing their biological levels to grow to a higher degree, but there generally is a limit. However, Adi's bloodline contains the influence of the feast talent, so he doesn't know whether this limit will also be broken, different from ordinary dragon descendant creatures. While Odi was pondering, the 3 wild dwarf knights awoke. Although they did not possess the terrifying recovery ability of the giant demons, their increased professional level indirectly and continually enhanced their life force. With injuries like broken necks, which aren't typically life-threatening, they can generally survive. Black Dragon. Valentine and Kuka, the 2 wild dwarf knights, were too severely injured. Although they awoke, they could only open their eyes without being able to move or speak. It was Vickers who spoke. He was also the strongest among them, with the professional level reaching level 7 high as a sub-dragon knight. At this point, Vickers looked up at Adi with a shocked expression. No wonder. No wonder those goblins and dogman warriors were so powerful. They weren't merely strong subspecies but dragon descendant creatures. If they'd had enough time to think calmly back then, Vickers and his group would definitely have realized this anomaly. After all, while ordinary goblin and dogman warriors don't show obvious draconic features, Shiji and Mondo's draconic features were very apparent. However, in the life and death struggle, there was no time to consider the source of these features. Chapter 50-49, Master Level Spell Rune. It was quite normal to lose a battle against a black dragon. Are you willing to submit? Didi looked down at the 3 of them, his tone calm. It seemed like a question, but Vickers and the others couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. There was always a feeling that if they answered unwillingly, they would be torn apart in an instant. Didi exerted great pressure on the 3 of them, immense pressure. And as the only one who could speak at the moment, Vickers felt that immense pressure pressing down like a mountain. Vickers glanced at Valentine and Cucca, exchanged glances with them, then slightly lowered his head, remained silent for a few seconds, and then dryly said, "Sorry, we refuse." Hoodie's eyes gradually grew cold, but he did not become overly angry. They belonged to the wild dwarf race with a long heritage, not goblins or kobolds, the low-level demon creatures that must always worship the dragon when they meet one. "Then so be it," Hoodie said calmly, then turned and leaped into the water pool, returning to his simple dragon nest. Having refused to submit, Vickers had originally prepared for the black dragon's fury and dragon breath, but things didn't turn out as he expected. Exchanging confused looks with Valentine and Cucca, none of the three knew what to do. Since when did the black dragon have such a good temper? A normal black dragon would have been outraged and killed them. Though confused, since they did not have to be killed, the three sub-dragon knights breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't want to die. They refused to die because of their deep feelings and bonds with the Brown Forest clan. From birth to growth, and eventually to becoming powerful sub-dragon knights, becoming objects of envy and respect within the clan, enjoying all the excellent treatments given by the Brown Forest clan. It was these bonds and emotions that gave them the immense courage to face death. After returning to the underwater dragon nest, Hoodie used a spiritual connection to instruct Shiji to detain the three sub-dragon knights properly. Extract intelligence on their clan's power and use these wild dwarves captives well. In the end, no matter how you handle it, I don't want to see any wild dwarves near Black Blood Valley to disturb my slumber. Yes, Master. Having received the Master's order, Shiji respectfully responded via the spiritual connection. When the oppressive feeling from the spiritual connection in his mind disappeared, far on the other side of the valley, Shiji slowly got up from the ground in the tribe, his eyes turning from respectful to cold. For daring to refuse to submit under the dragon wings of the Master, what awaits you can only be death and destruction. Shiji showed no emotion, but in his heart, he harbored intense killing intent towards the three sub-dragon knights and the wild dwarf clan. The Master had invited the three sub-dragon knights, and Shiji naturally understood his Master's intentions. To take them as dragon descendant servants. Shiji was very much in favor of this, as the three sub-dragon knights were very strong, even the weakest among them would be very hard to defeat. Their inclusion would be beneficial to the Master. But this approval turned into cold killing intent once they refused to become the Master's servants. Shiji dispatched a few elite warriors to imprison the three sub-dragon knights in the tribe's dungeon, then he pondered deeply. After a while, he made a decision. He called for his personal guard, a level 5 kobold named Qiqiang who he had named personally. In the Black Blood tribe of over 1,000 people, apart from Shiji, only Qiqiang had elevated his biological level to level 5, entering the threshold of mid-level professional strength. Compared to goblins who could have their bloodline regress to become a big goblin, kobolds have limited individual potential. However, Shiji was not too disappointed. He always believed that as long as they worked hard, with the help of the Master's powerful bloodline power, the kobolds could surpass their racial limits and become a strong new clan. You are to migrate 1,000 clansmen to. Shiji instructed Qiqiang. After instructing Qiqiang, Shiji personally traveled to the Green Forest tribe to meet with the Green Forest High Priest, Kadan. Moments later, 2,000 goblins emerged from the Green Forest clan's location, carrying large and small bags, migrating in another direction. On the watchtower of the Green Forest tribe, Shiji and Kadan watched the backs of the kobolds and goblins heading out of Black Blood Valley. Their expressions varied. Shiji, you are indeed suitable to be a leader, Kadan said in a melancholic tone. He watched the leaving clansmen in silent contemplation. Kadan knew that the fate of these 2,000 goblins and 1,000 kobolds would likely be grim. They had become bait. And this was to avoid the possibility of war reaching Black Blood Valley. I see. Shiji's expression was a bit complex. But soon it became firm. If it weren't for the master, how could the black blood race and the green forest race become so strong and prosperous today? Now, making sacrifices for the master is naturally necessary. Inside the dragon nest, Didi opened his panel. Didi, biological level 7, mage level 4, body length 10.21 m. Life force, 17.21. Current banquet level, 29, cooldown time, 21 days. Spell-like abilities, dark magic, low light vision, identification skill. Spell runes, second ring water element enhancement technique, beginner 99%, second ring water healing technique, beginner 11%, first ring weakness technique, beginner 6%, first ring water blade technique, beginner 10%, zero ring secret rune, beginner 22%. The water element enhancement technique is just a tad away from reaching the mastery level. Didi looked at the progress displayed on the panel, his eyes flashing with anticipation. Although the days were relatively dull and boring, Didi felt himself growing stronger every day. This feeling was somewhat addictive for the dragon. Continue to delve into it. Didi's eyes focused. He calmed his mind, ignoring the wild dwarves and his subordinate dragon descendant forces. A few nights later. Second ring water element enhancement technique, beginner 99%, second ring water element enhancement technique, mastery 0%. In Udi's sea of spirit, a nearly solid blue rune suddenly emitted a faint glow, an invisible blue ripple swept across the sea of spirit. The spiritual power touched by this ripple became more active. Soon, the blue rune became fully solid. Master level second ring water element enhancement technique, achieved. Not long after the water element enhancement technique rune reached mastery, Udi's sea of spirit suddenly expanded. Having been stuck at level 4 for some time, the mage professional level was positively influenced by the active spiritual power, finally advancing to level 5, crossing into the mid-level professional threshold. Chapter 51-50, White-Feathered Owl-Tailed Crane. In high spirits, Didi abandoned his study of spells, broke through the water pool, and flew into the sky with a flutter of his dragon wings. After contemplating for a few seconds, Didi finally flew northwards. To the west of Black Blood Valley lies the threat of the wild dwarves, to the east is the domain of the Black Dragon Maiden, and flying south leads to the human caste duchy. And heading north, although Zhiji mentioned that the forest elves reside there, they haven't been seen for over a decade. Perhaps they have migrated or perished. Didi soared freely across the sky, with the gentle flap of his massive dragon wings spanning 21 meters, covering over 100 meters effortlessly. And he hadn't even used his full strength. With my current strength, not many below the high-level professionals level can match me. With the level 7 biological level and level 5 mage level combined, he could take on level 8 to 9 ordinary demons and even hunt them. This foundation is strengthened by Udi's dragon body, now enhanced by 29 layers of the banquet. Perhaps I could even contend with weaker high-level demons or professionals, Udi speculated. Having never actually battled such strong adversaries, Udi could only make educated guesses based on the power descriptions from the dragon's legacy. A clear and bright cry from the distance captured Udi's attention. In the distant horizon, a fully snow-white, massive white crane, with a wingspan of at least a dozen meters, leisurely soared across the sky, sometimes darting through clouds like an arrow, and sometimes spinning gracefully like a sky elf. The vast memory bank of the dragon's legacy emerged, providing precise information about this majestic white crane. The white-feathered owl-tailed crane, a rare high-level demon, grows to a level 12 wind element sky ruler upon maturity. Crane demons are extremely rare, with only less than 100 types recorded in the dragon's legacy, and even the weakest bloodlines possess the strength of intermediate demons upon reaching adulthood. Crane, feline, raptor, serpent, and sub-dragon types have few weak subspecies. Gazing at the distant white-feathered owl-tailed crane, a hint of eagerness flashed in Udi's eyes. Why not give it a try? This white-feathered owl-tailed crane hasn't completely matured based on its size, an adult has an 18-meter wingspan, while this one has only 15 meters. It must have just crossed the advanced threshold. It might be level 10 or level 11, or perhaps not yet advanced, only level 9. Too distant to use the identification skill to assess its level or strength, and higher-leveled creatures than Udi can't be assessed by the skill either. While Udi hesitated, the sharp gaze of the crane quickly noticed him. The leisurely white-feathered owl-tailed crane fixed its vigilant eyes on the intruding black giant dragon. Curiosity piqued, Udi flew a little closer in its direction. The white-feathered owl-tailed crane cautiously retreated 100 meters. Is this white-feathered owl-tailed crane afraid of me? Raising a dragon brow, Udi tried closing in again. This time, the white-feathered owl-tailed crane stood its ground, emitting a sharp, piercing cry. Though he couldn't understand its language, Udi comprehended the message, a warning that if he drew closer, it would attack him. To fight or not? Udi stalled in the air, uncertain. But his hesitation quickly faded because he spotted two little white-feathered owl-tailed cranes. Atop a giant tree in the forest below the large white-feathered owl-tailed crane, two pure white cranes with wingspans of 5 to 6 meters peeked out from the canopy. A sinister grin formed on Udi's lips. This simplifies everything, no decision is needed. It's time to fight. According to the dragon's legacy, white-feathered owl-tailed cranes are fiercely protective demons, risking confrontations with much stronger foes to protect their offspring. This fiery nature boosts combat prowess, yet is also a significant weakness. Ho ho! The white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane sensed Udi's bad intentions and urgently called, urging her children to hide. As the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane urgently warned her young to conceal themselves, Udi swiftly beat his dragon wings, charging at the two little white-feathered owl-tailed cranes, moving so fast that black shadows seemed to follow. Ho! The white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane panicked, its wings vibrating, then retracting, launching itself like an oversized white-feathered arrow toward Udi, accelerating even faster than Udi's top speed. The white-feathered owl-tailed crane, a speed-specialized demon, flies faster than black dragons of the same level, but Udi isn't an ordinary black dragon. Though his biological level is only 7, his speed rivals level 9 or even 10 black dragons. Its ability to greatly surpass Udi indicates it isn't just level 9. This white-feathered owl-tailed crane must have reached level 10, or even level 11. Even without using identification skill, Udi could now be certain. But things have gone too far. Even if Udi retreated, the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane would go crazy to protect her children, attacking him with all her might to drive him out of its territory. Given the inevitable clash, retreat is not an option for Udi. He unleashed a powerful dragon's roar, sending waves of long way crashing towards the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane. The intensity of a dragon's roar relates to its biological level, size, and magic power, making Udi's dragon roar formidable. This was evident as the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane, charging ahead, had its momentum falter slightly under the impact of Long Wei. The two little white-feathered owl-tailed cranes below were even more affected. Although the roar wasn't aimed at them, it still caused their bodies to tremble, making their flapping wings stiffen. Water Element Enhancement Technique. As he prepared to attack, Udi began chanting this master-level Tier 2 water spell, finally casting it at this moment. A rippling transparent blue water film enveloped Udi's dragon body and then vanished. Simultaneously, feeling the successful casting of the spell, Udi sensed a moderate strength protective membrane on his dragon body, alongside a roughly 30% enhancement in power. Additionally, this spell has an imperceptible special effect, reducing the physical impact on the dragon body. Despite casting water element enhancement technique on himself, Udi continued murmuring new magic spells. Chapter 52-51, Defeat. Weakness Technique. A black light shot toward the nearing white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane at an extremely fast speed. But to Udi's astonishment, his spell was actually dodged. only to see the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane deftly shifting its body to narrowly avoid the incoming magic spell. Such speed, such reaction, such agility. Udi's eyes narrowed, thinking to himself that this was tricky. Udi's powerful dragon body allows him to have a great advantage against brute force type demons, but if facing an opponent he can't touch, no matter how strong his dragon body is, it wouldn't truly showcase its capabilities. As thoughts flashed by quickly, Udi engaged the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane. His dragon claws swiftly reached for the wings of the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane, attempting to rob it of agility, yet the opponent was also an experienced hunter, nimbly shifting its position to dodge Udi's dragon claw attack. At the same time, the sharp beak of the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane flashed with green magic power, striking toward Udi's dragon wing with frightening speed. It was obvious the opponent intended to make Udi lose agility as well. With a ruthless expression, Udi chose neither to dodge nor evade, allowing the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane to attack his left dragon wing. He opened his dragon's mouth, releasing a dragon breath he had long prepared. The cone-shaped green acidic dragon breath shot toward the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane like a high-pressure fan-shaped water column. Faced with the famous dragon breath attack of the giant dragon, the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane was evidently highly apprehensive, opting to abandon its attack on Udi's dragon wing and evade the dragon breath's range. Ah! This was the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane's painful moan. Although it was extremely fast, Udi's dragon breath was equally swift, and with the large coverage area, its agility and speed couldn't completely dodge it, resulting in its pure white feathers getting stained with some acid eventually. The green acid's corrosion ability was incredibly terrifying, and the white feathers, which were as tough as refined iron, quickly turned black upon contact with the acid and then rotted. Soon, an unsightly scar appeared on the graceful body of the crane. Yet, the white-feathered owl-tailed crane, not lacking the title of Sky Ruler, abandoned the close combat attack on Udi's dragon wing, choosing to evade the acidic dragon breath while its sharp beak unleashed a green wind blade. The wind blade was incredibly fast, leaving Udi unable to dodge but only to use his dragon wing to block it. Clang! The green wind blade instantly hit Udi's dragon wing, emitting a harsh metallic cutting sound. Soon, the green wind blade dissipated, transforming into pure wind elemental power. Looking at where Udi got hit by the wind blade, a small wound appeared, about a centimeter deep and 20 to 30 centimeters long, on the left dragon wing. The defense was penetrated, but the breach was too small. Aside from feeling a slight stabbing pain, Udi didn't experience any other impact. Opposite, the retreating white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane stared in disbelief at this scene. How could it be possible? The black dragon before it, although somewhat different from ordinary black dragons, had the unmistakable size characteristic of a black dragon in adolescence. But could adolescent black dragons have such an absurd level of spell resistance? Typically, even young black dragons wouldn't have spell resistance this strong. The Wind Blade is an awakened spell-like ability from the bloodline of the white-feathered owl-tailed crane race, and based on its previously demonstrated power, it belonged to the top tier of second-ring spells, nearing the potency of third-ring spells. This level of attack power and fast casting speed should be enough to kill level 5 to 6 demons in one strike if unguarded. Taking advantage of the moment the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane was stunned, a black flash swiftly gathered at the front of Udi's dragon forehead, shooting toward the opponent as soon as it formed. Spell-like ability, Dragon Language Magic, Dark Magic. Magic effect, Sensory Deprivation. Unlike the Weakness technique, as a special ability naturally mastered from Bloodline Awakening during the growth stage of the Black Dragon, the casting speed of Dark Magic is nearly instantaneous. Moreover, this type of spell-like ability awakened from the bloodline grows stronger with the Black Dragon's bodily and magical power growth. Even when the Black Dragon reaches adulthood, it remains an extremely practical ability. With nearly instantaneous casting, at such close range, paired with its moment of shock, the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane couldn't react in time and got directly hit. From the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane's perspective, the forest and black dragon that were previously clearly visible suddenly became pitch black all around. It could see nothing, hear nothing, couldn't smell the pervasive strong acid scent in the air, the saliva in its mouth tasted bland, and even the pain from the rotting white feathers vanished, making the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane feel as if it had fallen into endless nothingness. But its response was swift, with its strong magic flowing within its body, forcefully breaking the influence of the dark magic. When the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane's senses returned, a massive dragon claw had already descended near it. On the brink of death, the crane dodged forcefully with a terrifying level of reactive speed and physical control. The dragon claw originally aimed at the head was redirected to the root of the wing. Shhh, feathers scattered, blood and flesh splattered. The white-feathered owl-tailed crane, a speed-specialized high-level demon, had much less bodily strength than defense-specialized intermediate demons and suffered heavy injuries under UD's mastery-level Tier 2 water element enhancement techniques boosted dragon body power. A pitiful crane call pierced through dozens of miles, startling a flock of birds and beasts to flee the area. UD originally thought this dragon claw would finish off the opponent instantly, yet didn't expect it to still barely dodge. This truly showed it wasn't for nothing that it was a high-level demon, with powerful magical reserves within its body, making UD's current dark magic's effect short-lived on such level demons, more fitting as a brief control spell. Though it narrowly escaped the fatal blow, with one wing's root severely damaged, for the heavily wing-dependent white-feathered owl-tailed crane, this was essentially pronounced its death sentence. UD pursued the crane, which was struggling to flap its wings trying to escape into the forest below, landing a heavy dragon tail strike akin to an iron whip on the mother crane's back. Another pitiful crane cry echoed, with the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane breaking through tree branches obstruction and crashing heavily onto the forest ground below. Facing the tank warrior mage type UD, the assassin mage type white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane once it lost agility and speed, virtually lost any threatening capability. UD's dragon body broke through numerous branches, landing heavily on the ground. He gazed at the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane on the ground, now in a coma, a trace of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Should it be made into food for the next banquet? Or should it be taken as a follower? Chapter 53-52, Breaking the Crane's Will. However, even if the banquet effect is doubled, it only adds an extra month of development time. Actually, doubling the effect might be a bit difficult, considering the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane's body is too small. The wingspan is 15 meters, but when the wings are folded, the body is not even a quarter the size of UD, the muscular dragon. And if taken as a follower, with the aid of a high-level demon, whether in hunting for high-quality food or in facing strong enemies to assist UD in battle, the potential effect certainly surpasses becoming food for the banquet. Seeing that your luck saved you from a fatal attack, I'll give you a chance. UD wiped away the dragon saliva that he couldn't help but secrete, resisting the urge to savor the taste of high-level demon flesh. Stepping forward, he slowly approached the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane. UD remained cautious, fearing that this white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane might be pretending to be unconscious, waiting to deliver a fatal strike to him. UD did not doubt the destructive power of its sharp and incredibly pointed beak. If it stabbed into his eyes or other vulnerable parts, then... Cautiously approaching, UD muttered the incantation for the prepared water blade technique, successfully condensing it. In the next moment, a half-meter-long transparent water blue-colored sharp water blade sliced through the air, cutting towards the untouched wing root of the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane. The water blade cut down, scattering pristine white feathers on the ground and leaving a shallow wound on the root of the crane's wing. The water blade technique is merely a one-ring spell, and now the skill level is just at 10% beginner level. Even though UD, as a water element black dragon, has a magical effect enhancement bonus on water spells, it's still impossible to deal significant damage to a high-level demon. Even if it's a high-level demon not adept at defense. Throughout the water blade attack process, UD observed the body and muscle movements of the opponent. The final result confirmed it was indeed unconscious. All right, perhaps Adi underestimated the power of his dragon tail iron whip. The explosive power of a giant dragon's tail is second only to its dragon wings, and Adi did not hold back at all in that previous strike. Right, and there are two little white feathered owl-tailed cranes as well. Adi grabbed the white feathered owl-tailed mother crane with his dragon claw and suddenly remembered something, quickly flapping his dragon wings to search around. Soon enough, under the continuous outbreak of dragon might from Adi, the two little white feathered owl-tailed cranes, which hadn't escaped far, were finally discovered by Adi. Each of the two little cranes was given a flick on the head, knocking them out and taking them away along with the mother crane. At the edge of the Black Blood Valley, by the water pool dragon nest, Adi tossed the trio of one large and two small white feathered owl-tailed cranes onto the ground. Then he issued a mental command to Shiji to have someone bring the sturdiest ropes. Not making Adi wait long, a team of robust-bodied dogman warriors arrived holding a large bundle of ink vines. Tie this mother crane to the tree, remember, tie all the points of exertion well, this one is a high-level demon. Adi instructed them. Upon hearing that this beautiful white crane was actually a high-level demon, the team of dogman warriors couldn't help but swallow. Their individual strength was only level 4, while the minimum level for a high-level demon was level 10, the disparity in strength was very significant. Facing a presence capable of easily killing them, all the dogman warriors began acting cautiously. The arm-thick ink vines wrapped frantically around it. The wings and two thin legs of the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane were respectively tied to two nearby 10-meter-tall tree trunks, followed by a lengthy wrap of over a meter long and extremely dangerous-looking sharp blue-white beak with more than 10 turns of ink vines. After wrapping the beak, it proceeded to the head, back. In the end, the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane was entwined into an extremely bizarre posture. How's the hardness of these vines? Adi glanced at the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane, his expression quite peculiar. The dogman captain stepped forward to respond respectfully, this ink vine possesses very high hardness and toughness, such an arm-thick vine is enough to tightly bind a level 5 demon from breaking free. Seeing such effectiveness from a single vine, Adi glanced at the dozen or so ink vines wrapped on the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane and nodded with approval. Good, very nice. The praised dogman warriors were filled with excitement, and their fervor became more intense. Even as they backed away, there was a bit of reluctance. Adi slowly approached, placing his dragon claw on the body of the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane, channeling his magical power, and ferociously surged into the mother crane's body, forcibly dispersing the magic within. Otherwise, these ink vines couldn't truly restrain the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane with its spell-like abilities. Spell-like abilities are innate abilities within the bloodline, most often requiring no incantation. As long as there is magic power within, it can be cast. After considerable effort, Adi successfully dispersed the magic within the mother crane. To say disperse is essentially an offset. Faced with foreign magic power from the outside, the magic within the mother crane would naturally resist, and this resistance inevitably incurs losses. All right. Adi contentedly withdrew his dragon claw and then took the two unconscious little white-feathered owl-tailed cranes beside him into the water pool dragon nest. The white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane, as a high-level demon, even if Adi forcefully used the servant contract, after waking up, if it was dissatisfied, it would fiercely resist. Although the servant contract can control the life and death of the followers, with the resolutely fierce temperament of the white-feathered owl-tailed crane, if truly unwilling to submit, they would rather be killed. That's why Adi had the dogman tightly bind it, and spent considerable energy dispersing the magic within it. He intended to tame this white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane. First break down its will, and once it submits, then proceed with the servant contract. A rare and uncommon, high-level powerful white-feathered owl-tailed crane is indeed worth all the effort from Adi. As for the two little white-feathered owl-tailed cranes? Of course, Adi wouldn't eat them. If he really ate them, the mother crane would surely never submit if she sensed it. Adi took those two little cranes, planning to transform them into dragon blood followers and then keep them by his side for a period of training. The little cranes' personalities were not yet mature, making them relatively easier to train. Not long after Adi entered the water pool dragon nest, the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane bound between two large trees awoke. Roar roar! Intense struggle and cries erupted by the water pool. But nobody paid attention to this mother crane. Once exhausted from struggling and devoid of strength, the severely injured mother crane could only glare motionlessly, looking rather amusing and pathetic. On the following day, the mother crane regained a bit of strength and attempted to struggle again. The result was undoubtedly a failure. No matter how strong the mother crane was, it couldn't contend with the power of 10 level 5 demons combined. Moreover, the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane was not a power-type demon to begin with. On the third day, fourth day. On the fifth day, Adi finally emerged from the water pool. He glanced at the listless mother crane that kept its eyes closed and motionless, and grinned. Then he signaled the two little cranes behind him to go forward. The mother crane, sensing a familiar aura, suddenly opened her eyes. Seeing her two children, a flash of delight and anger surged in her eyes. She turned her head, glaring at Adi with eyes full of fury. It seems it's still a bit short of seasoning, the time of stewing was not enough. Adi shook his head slightly, releasing a dragon's roar from his mouth. The two little cranes, who were still around their mother, reluctantly turned and came to Adi's side upon hearing the dragon's roar. Not bad, these two little cranes have already been transformed into dragon blood creatures, under the influence and suppression of the bloodline, and after 5 days of training, they basically obeyed Adi's commands without question. Adi leisurely returned to the water pool dragon nest with the two little cranes, disappearing from the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane's sight. Subsequently came another bout of struggle and cries. But soon, restricted by physical strength and injuries, the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane's voice grew weaker and weaker. Chapter 54-53, Covenant and Civilization. During this period, the appearance of the two little cranes began to show subtle changes. In the center of their foreheads, the originally white feathers began to turn jet black from the roots, and the wingtips also showed a tendency to darken. The initial changes were not significant, because the stronger the bloodline, the greater its resistance to the bloodline of the giant dragon. Naturally, the external changes would be less noticeable. If it were a powerful demon with a bloodline not inferior to that of a dragon, like the 9-headed monster snake or blood-eyed lion, the ordinary dragon bloodline would simply not be able to erode it. Instead, it would be absorbed to strengthen itself. The white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane watched helplessly as her two children changed, her eyes gradually turning from anger to silence. On the 18th day of torment, the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane finally bowed her proud head and chose to submit. By the water pool, dragon scales and dragon blood floated in the air, then fused and transformed into a dragon scale contract book filled with tiny dragon script. The dragon scale contract book entered the forehead of the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane and disappeared. The servant contract was officially established. Adi looked at the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane in front of him, which was quietly accepting the dragon vein transformation, with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Now, under his command, he had his first piece of high-level combat power. Although Adi defeated and captured the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane, this did not mean his strength surpassed her. Had the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane not been distracted by the two little cranes, her attack would not have been so hasty, nor would she have chosen to engage directly, as this put her at a disadvantage against the strengths of a melee assaulting mage. Moreover, even if the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane could not defeat Adi, with her speed and agility far surpassing his, escaping would not have been difficult. Extreme speed gives one an innate invincible position. To help the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane accept the dragon vein transformation more smoothly, Adi had the monster race warriors deliver a large amount of fresh meat. Though the white-feathered owl-tailed crane looks pure and elegant, like an immortal crane, as a demon, especially a high-level one, it is surely a carnivore. However, this species of white-feathered owl-tailed crane is picky about its meat, for instance, disliking anything dirty, smelly, or hideously odd-looking, and generally only eating the most tender and nutritious parts of its prey. Fortunately, as a powerful demon that reaches a high level at maturity, this selective feeding hasn't driven the species to extinction yet. Nevertheless, the population of the white-feathered owl-tailed crane is already quite rare these days. Once the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane completed the initial dragon vein transformation through feeding, her previously weak aura somewhat recovered, and she slowly opened her eyes, her jet-black beady eyes gazing at Udi. First, find a spot near the water pool to build a nest. Your future task is to hunt high-quality fresh prey for me. Issuing orders to the mother crane through the spiritual connection, Udi saw her not yet remain reluctant to leave. After noticing the direction she was glancing towards, Udi grinned. With a dragon's roar, the two little cranes that had been happily following Udi quickly returned to the mother crane's side. "These are your children, how could I possibly take them away?" Udi said calmly. To this, the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane simply nodded gratefully towards Udi, then called the two little white-feathered owl-tailed cranes to fly towards a mountain cliff about 400 or 500 meters high by the side of the water pool. At the top of the cliff stood a lush banyan tree, towering 40 to 50 meters high, its canopy covering most of the cliff. Once the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane landed on the cliff, she surveyed her surroundings and revealed a fairly satisfied expression. While it might not be as good as her original nest, it might be safer here. With a master, and a large number of monster race warriors, even when she is out hunting, her two children would have a safety net. The mother crane thought to herself. Generally, intermediate demons are no less intelligent than ordinary humans, and high-level demons often surpass ordinary humans in intelligence. Yet intelligence is just intelligence, the reason humans have spread across the entire star realm, establishing one great empire after another, with human deities raising the divine fire and sitting on the thrones of the divine kingdoms overlooking the star realm, comes down to civilization and order. Dragons possess decent fertility, compared to other creatures of similar bloodline level, great power, long lifespans, and a colossal wealth of accumulated knowledge passed down through their racial history, allowing them to be a major power in the star realm despite not establishing civilization and order. If more than half of the dragons could unite and develop in solidarity, the position of the overlords of the star realm might need to change. Unfortunately, even the Metal Dragon clan can't achieve such unity, let alone the five-colored evil dragons or other dragon species. Freedom, laxity, and arrogance are instincts imprinted in the dragon bloodline. Time, steadfastly moving forward. This time, the main dish included a long-lost intermediate demon, the green poison python. Indeed, this was the achievement of the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane. Since submitting to the woody dragon wings, the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane began venturing out constantly to find high-quality prey for the master. As a result, during this time, a white-feathered light often shot across the sky of Black Blood Valley, which was the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane flying with unbelievable speed. By the water pool, as Udi ate the delicious green poison python flesh, he couldn't help but feel. Taking in the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane as a follower was absolutely the right move. While Udi could easily kill most intermediate demons, finding them was another matter. His conspicuous figure and intimidating biofield often caused powerful demons with keen perception to flee before the dragon's shadow even arrived. But the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane was different. With speed far exceeding Udi's, her biofield wasn't as conspicuous or intimidating. Though her crane frame wasn't small, when soaring high above the clouds, powerful demons below rarely noticed her unless paying special attention. Even if noticed, if the distance wasn't too far, the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane could utilize her speed to close in and hunt the demon down. The green poison python, that level 7 demon, was basking on a tree when the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane hunted it this way. Although it sensed danger and discovered the mother crane attacking, it couldn't escape swiftly enough and was ultimately pierced through the head by the mother crane's terrifying beak in a single deadly strike. With large gulps, the 10+ meter green poison python soon vanished into Udi's gaping jaws. But the progress of the banquet was still far off. The quality of food required for each banquet is related to the strength of Udi's dragon body, so each subsequent banquet needs considerably more food than the previous one. Udi's gaze shifted to another pile of prey stacked like a small mountain. Level 2 demons, Level 3 demons, Level 4 demons, Level 2 beasts. Glancing over them, there were no prey below Level 2 in sight. On the right side of this pile of prey, there was also a heap of refined iron blocks and copper blocks. These were made by the two monster race clans, and the refined ore knowledge was naturally obtained through trading with the Higland family of the Cass Duchy. Not a particularly precious advanced refining method, as the refined copper and iron blocks contained quite a few impurities and were not of high quality, but the refining method had the advantage of not requiring very advanced complex refining equipment. While too poor as weapon material, as banquet food, it was acceptable. Chapter 55-54, Bone Blood Warrior, Diverting Calamity Eastward. The 30th banquet slumber begins. Nervous response, cognitive ability, magic resistance, physical resistance, body mass density, speed, strength, endurance, vision, internal organ function, adaptability resistance, biological magnetism intensity, bone density, muscle fibers, skin thickness, keratin layer, memory, soul, etc., all are slowly yet steadily advancing towards the form of a perfect being. Far from Black Blood Valley, in a hidden canyon near the rotting swamp, kobolds and goblins established their respective tribes on either side of a small river. However, the originally peaceful and thriving development of the two tribes was now filled with the sounds of fighting and screams. Roar! 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 More than 30 knights, riding on beasts resembling gigantic triangular dragons, charged and slew within the monster clan warriors. Behind these sub-dragon knights, who were like giant spears, were wild dwarf warriors clad in leather armor, wielding axes, with spare hand axes at their waists, and throwing spears strapped to their backs. Among them were also some extremely conspicuous wild dwarves. Their naked upper bodies were painted with various strange blood-colored totems, and the silver-white giant axes they wielded were taller than them. With just a casual swing, whether it was a level 1 monster warrior or a level 4 monster warrior, they were all split in half under the giant axes, their terrifying strength and formidable prowess on full display through such bloody methods. This is the racial profession that wild dwarves have passed down for tens of thousands of years: bone blood warriors. If the transition to a sub-dragon knight requires the talent to communicate with sub-dragon beasts, then the bone blood warrior does not have any innate requirements. The transition to a bone blood warrior only requires one thing: an indomitable willpower. The blood pattern totem painted on their bodies grants the bone blood warriors strength, while also endlessly bringing them pain. By drawing strength from pain and wielding it with a willpower as unyielding as a rock, over time, in the process of suppressing pain and drawing from it, almost every bone blood warrior transforms into a dwarf warrior thirsting for battle and slaughter. Only 3 bone blood warriors participated in this battle. Yet these 3, by sheer force, carved out 3 bloody paths through the monster army. 1 person, 1 path. Unstoppable. It seems arrogant, but the root of all this lies in their own formidable power. At the rear of the wild dwarf army, a black fierce beast the size of an elephant carried a wild dwarf caster. This wild dwarf caster wore a grey magic robe made from some precious magic plant fiber, and held in his right hand a metal magic staff embedded with a jet black gemstone the size of a fist, which subtly attracted pure dark elemental power. Shaman, our battle is like a breaking wave, having already penetrated deep into the enemy's tribe. A wild dwarf scout rapidly approached the wild dwarf caster, respectfully reporting the frontline information. Still no sign of Vickers and the others? Slytherin asked faintly. No sign of them yet, the wild dwarf scout replied. Slytherin furrowed his brow, a trace of concern flashing in his eyes. The reason for his worry was because Sub-Dragon Knight Vickers was his grandson. Vickers. My child, Grandpa will definitely rescue you. Slytherin murmured. The reason he was certain Vickers wasn't dead was because Slytherin mastered a special magic that could determine whether descendants still existed in the world based on blood ties. Unfortunately, this magic could not precisely locate the descendants' position, only roughly sensing within a large range. After the battle lasted a quarter of an hour, the Wild Dwarf Scout once again reported to Slytherin. Shaman, the Kobold tribe has been exterminated, the remaining warriors of the Goblin tribe have surrendered. Ugly, let's go over there. Slytherin nodded slightly, his expression calm. Beneath him, the fierce beast covered in bone spikes across its four hooves and head, obeying its master's command, leaped forward several times, covering 100 meters in no time, its speed so fast that the Wild Dwarf Scout could only see a black afterimage. Deep in the tribe, in an open area, dozens of goblin warriors knelt on the ground, swearing allegiance. Surrounding them, wild dwarf warriors, intimidating with blood-stained bodies, glared at them, vigilant. Swiftly, the wild dwarf warriors opened a path, and a black fierce beast carried Slytherin to the area. Slytherin scanned the captives, suddenly narrowing his eyes, waving his staff, and a point of black magic light landed in a goblin warrior's body. The goblin warrior seemed bewildered, but soon began to howl and roll on the ground. At the same time, beneath the exposed skin of the goblin warrior, faint black scales began to emerge. Seeing the black scales, Slytherin's expression darkened. Slytherin, who hadn't been entirely certain before, now confirmed it. These robust goblins and kobolds were dragon descendants. Followers of the Black Dragon. There's only one black dragon I remember nearby, the Queen of Darkness, Lyanna. Slytherin muttered, his expression mixed. The Queen of Darkness is an adult black dragon, and though Slytherin is a master-level caster, he has no confidence in dealing with her. A caster's lower limit isn't low, and the upper limit is high. The high upper limit is reflected in that an extraordinary caster can level dragons and even challenge beings of higher levels. The not low lower limit is manifested in that ordinary casters can generally hold substantial advantages over other professionals. Though Slytherin is considered the most talented caster in the Brown Forest clan for hundreds of years, he is still far from being a truly extraordinary caster. He has great confidence in defeating a human master-level ordinary professional of the same level, but defeating an adult black dragon is somewhat demanding. Retreat, take these captives back first and then formulate a plan. Slytherin issued the command with an unpleasant tone. The wild dwarf army began an orderly retreat. After the wild dwarf army vanished, high atop the canyon, Shiji, who had been hidden there, quietly rose, looking in the direction of the retreating wild dwarf army, a bloodthirsty, sinister smile on his face. These surrendered goblin warriors were powerful level 3 to 4 warriors. As for whether they would betray their master, Shiji wasn't too worried about them betraying their master or revealing his existence. Deeply immersed in dragon blood and frantically brainwashed by Shiji, they were hardly any different from fanatics and would follow Shiji's instructions. And Shiji instructed them to steadfastly claim their dragon master was the Queen of Darkness, Lyanna. Master had said, as long as it didn't involve Black Blood Valley or affect him in any way, any means could be employed. Shiji's plan was to divert the trouble to the east, focusing the wild dwarves' attention on the Queen of Darkness. But I must also be wary of casters among the wild dwarf clans, Shiji murmured to himself. Casters have many methods, including searching for soul memories and magical interrogation, among others. However, such magic usually involves soul and memory, and those adept in these spells often belong to the necromancy, enchantment, illusion magic, and similar schools. A wild dwarf clan hidden in the dark forest for who knows how many years likely doesn't have an extensive repertoire of magic. Chapter 56-55, Undermining the Foundation. On the first day, the wild dwarves made no moves. On the second day, there was no movement. It wasn't until the third day that two kobolds lurking near the southwest detected traces of the wild dwarves. Blackbone, you must return quickly to report the news to the leader. I will continue to lurk here. A kobold, whose body was covered in numerous green leaves and vines for camouflage, saw figures flitting through the distant forest, wild dwarves clad in leather armor, wielding axes, swiftly shuttling through the trees, and said in a startled, low voice to its companion beside it. Black Blood Valley. Shiji received the news from the kobold spies. He quickly returned to his dwelling, approaching a flat, smooth stone surface. The stone surface bore a not-so-pleasant-looking map. At the map's center was Black Blood Valley, with several marked points surrounding it: the Brown Forest Wild Dwarves clan, the high-level demon horned lion sightings, the rotting swamp Queen of Darkness, the ogre tribe, the giant demon tribe. Kobolds, experts in mining, could navigate complex mine shafts without getting lost. Almost all of them were born pathfinding masters. Thus, aside from the map being a bit unpleasant aesthetically, its precision was not much of an issue. Arriving at the map stone, Shiji lightly tapped a spot in a forest located 50 to 60 kilometers outside the rotting swamp, creating a small marked hole. This mark indicated the location where the kobold spies discovered the wild dwarf army. From here, if the wild dwarves choose to attack Black Blood Valley, they still need to cross a river and bypass two mountains, which not only costs more time but also easily exposes themselves. Clearly, their target is not Black Blood Valley. After analyzing, Shiji sighed with relief. He feared that if the casters among the wild dwarves mastered soul memory magic, they might forcibly extract from the surrendered goblin warriors the information about his diversion plan. Though the odds were slim, this involved the master's safety, and Shiji was cautious for good reason. Luckily, the worst-case scenario didn't come to pass. This marching route doesn't suit an assault on Black Blood Valley, but it's very suitable for an attack on the Rotting Swamp, the Blacktooth clan, and the Barbarian Bone race. No need to elaborate on the Rotting Swamp. That's where the Queen of Darkness Lyanna's dragon nest resides, while the Blacktooth clan and Barbarian Bone race are two monster follower clans under Lyanna. Originally, Blacktooth clan was Shiji's former kobold tribe, while Barbarian Bone race was the forest giant demon tribe. No doubt, these wild dwarves are targeting Lyanna with this march. They dare to provoke the Queen of Darkness. Shiji was somewhat surprised. This diversion plan was planned by him and Kaden, yet they simply aimed to focus the wild dwarves' attention on the Queen of Darkness, providing more time for themselves to grow strong. They never imagined the wild dwarves would dare to invade the Queen of Darkness's territory. A tribe that has been passed down for so long couldn't possibly be brainless. Shiji mused. Since the wild dwarves wouldn't be heading to their death, they must have some backup. Even if they can't defeat the Queen of Darkness, they surely have something to contend with her. Thankfully, it diverted the wild dwarves' attention, otherwise. Although Shiji obtained much intelligence from the captured wild dwarf warriors, they were all stubborn and straightforward, and the intel extracted through torture wasn't very detailed or specific. After compiling this intelligence, Shiji learned that their clan's name is the Brown Forest Clan, and they have quite a few sub-dragon knights, wild dwarf high-level professionals, and casters. Moreover, it seems there are rumored master-level wild dwarf strongmen within the clan. And this intelligence, Shiji had practically confirmed during the valley battle 3 days ago. But the most crucial intel, the existence of a master-level wild dwarf professional, remains uncertain. Now, since the Brown Forest clan dares to challenge the Queen of Darkness, there must be master-level wild dwarf strongmen. Could it be that black-robed wild dwarf caster riding a black tiger panther demon? Shiji recalled the formidable aura of the wild dwarf caster he observed on the Kenyan battlefield, and his heart skipped a beat. Due to the caster's powerful spiritual force, Shiji didn't dare scrutinize them too closely, fearing detection, thus only glanced quickly without looking further. Initially, he speculated the caster might be a formidable high-level mage. But now, it's not impossible that they were an even stronger master-level mage. This information must be promptly reported to the master. Upon realizing this, Shiji didn't hesitate to summon his master through the spiritual connection established by the servant contract in his mind. In non-urgent or special situations, Shiji would not disturb the master through spiritual connection. For this reason, Didi always responded swiftly. "I got it, you did well, Shiji." Upon receiving his master's calm response, Shiji sighed in relief. Waterfall pool, underwater dragon nest. Didi slowly opened his eyes. Just moments ago, he was studying magic, but upon learning about the great possibility of a master-level caster among the wild dwarves, he lost interest. Master-level mage? Didi muttered. Such high-level professionals, even the most ordinary master-level mage, were beyond his current ability to challenge. After pondering for a long time, Didi finally made a decision. With such a powerful enemy near his dragon nest, he couldn't possibly be at ease. As for relocation, moving to a completely new unfamiliar place may still face unknown dangers. Instead of that, it's better to respond to the known danger. After contemplating for a while, Didi formulated a plan. He communicated his plan through spiritual connection to his 4 core draconic minions, Shiji, Kaden, Mondo, and the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane. Upon receiving their master's orders, the 4 core draconic minions, regardless of what they were doing at that moment, immediately paused and began swift actions. Didi's plan was simple. He intended to seize this golden opportunity when the wild dwarves' strongmen and elite forces are confronting the Black Dragon Maiden's influence, to raid their lair from beneath. Chapter 57-56, Surprise Assault. These wild dwarf warriors exuded powerful auras, with even the weakest among them being tier 4 high, and there were quite a few level 5 and level 6 wild dwarf warriors as well. Behind these wild dwarf warriors were more than 40 sub-dragon knights holding the line. Additionally, there were imposing bone blood warriors and wild dwarf mages in black robes riding on demon beasts. "Shaman, isn't our action a bit risky this time?" Besides Slytherin, who was riding a black fierce beast, was a wild dwarf warrior also mounted on a black fierce beast. This wild dwarf warrior's bare upper body was covered with dense blood-red totems, exuding an impressively condensed aura. Just from his presence alone, one could tell that he was a quite powerful bone-blood warrior. Indeed, this bone-blood warrior named Luce was the most powerful wild dwarf warrior of the Brown Forest tribe. An extraordinarily strong bone-blood warrior who had reached master level. And one of the only 2 master-level professionals in the Brown Forest clan. The spiritual leader of a wild dwarf clan is the shaman, and beneath the shaman is the clan leader. Matters of critical survival are decided by the shaman, whereas handling clan affairs and development are generally executed by the leader. Risky. Slytherin shook his head and said, "We're not planning to slay a dragon this time. With our strength, plus the elite members from our clan, just dealing with the Black Dragon's monster followers isn't really risky at all. Besides, that female dragon spends most of her time sleeping, by the time she wakes up, our business will be done." Upon hearing Slytherin's explanation, Luce sighed to himself. He knew well enough that Slytherin was so anxious because his grandson had been captured, losing the wise mind of a sage. Yes, it's true that what they're doing isn't really risky. However, even a muscle-brained warrior like him understood that doing such a thing was tantamount to slapping the face of the Queen of Darkness hard. Ordinary people would think of revenge when being humiliated, let alone the extremely vengeful giant dragon race. Being held a grudge by an adult black dragon would put immense pressure on their Brown Forest clan, possibly even leading to their destruction if they aren't careful. However, a large number of elite warriors from the clan were captured, and as the clan leader, he couldn't just sit by idly. If he really chose to swallow his pride and act as if nothing happened, the morale of the clan members would crumble. Wild dwarves belong to a neutral faction with a firm belief in the power of order, and rescuing comrades is part of their self-imposed order. Moreover, since this was a command from the shaman, there was no further need for argument. Absolutely obeying the tribe leader's orders is also a part of the order the wild dwarves have set for themselves. Sigh. Luz sighed internally, then after taking a deep breath, he rallied his spirit. His eyes became incredibly resolute, his aura surged, and his battle intent quickly rose. Since the decision to fight has been made, then fight. Wild dwarves fear no enemy. The wild dwarf unit led by Slytherin and Luz was composed of the tribe's elite, not numerous, totaling less than 500. Their strategy this time was speed and efficiency. Their goal, to rescue Vickers and the others who were abducted. Hopefully, my guess is right. Slytherin muttered in his heart. Vickers and the others disappeared after going to clear out the goblins and kobolds, and those goblins and kobolds were followers of the Black Dragon. As far as Slytherin knew, the only nearby Black Dragon was the Queen of Darkness. Among the 5-colored evil dragons, besides the blue dragons that like to establish families, the other 4 usually wouldn't allow other powerful dragons to establish lairs near their own. Therefore, after a simple interrogation with the surrendered goblin warriors and finding it consistent with his own conjecture, Slytherin naturally pieced all the evidence and clues together, finally concluding: Vickers and the others should have been captured and taken by the monster followers under the Queen of Darkness. Since Vickers and the others weren't found among the 2 monster tribes cleared out in that canyon, they were certainly held by other monster tribes. After conducting step-by-step investigations, Slytherin's focus naturally shifted to the other 3 tribes under the Queen of Darkness, the Black Teeth tribe, the Barbarian Bone tribe, and the Beast Heart tribe. Slytherin did have some impression of these 3 tribes, as they have followed the Queen of Darkness and lived in this area for decades. On the other hand, he had no impression of the kobold and goblin tribes he had led his forces to wipe out, as if they suddenly appeared from somewhere. While in contemplation, the wild dwarf army arrived at the Black Teeth tribe. The reason for choosing the Black Teeth tribe as the first target was based on the footprints from Vickers's disappearance site, which didn't seem like the work of a giant demon. As for the goblin-formed Beast Heart tribe, its distance being the furthest, it was also prioritized out of consideration. The wild dwarf contingent arrived extremely swiftly, silent, cold, and direct. By the time the kobold sentries of the Black Teeth tribe noticed the wild dwarf army, it was already too late. Several flying axes easily pierced through the heads of the kobold sentries, and thereafter the wild dwarf warriors rapidly approached the Black Teeth tribe. A wooden fence 4 meters high and as thick as a person's leg, blocking the way. The sub-dragon knights mounted on triangular dragons snorted coldly, and a charge easily shattered and burst it open. The sounds of clash and wails echoed continuously in the Black Teeth tribe, with kobolds less than a meter tall being slaughtered relentlessly by the wild dwarves. Yet, upon seeing this, Slytherin's face darkened. These kobolds were too weak, and their physique also didn't match. They absolutely didn't seem capable of capturing Vickers and the others. Just as Slytherin furrowed his brow, the cries of wild dwarf warriors came from within the Black Teeth tribe. Slytherin's spirit jolted, and he quickly rode his fierce beast to the front lines. He saw a kobold caster in a grey magic robe, slightly more than 1.5 meters tall, wielding a magic staff, sending out water blades and acid liquid spells, killing 5 or 6 wild dwarf warriors in a short span, including 1 level 5 warrior. An advanced caster? Dragon Vein Dogman. Instead of being alarmed upon seeing the Dragon Vein Dogman caster, Slytherin was delighted. With such a status, he would surely know the plan about capturing Vickers and the others. Shaman, I'll capture it. Leaving a brief word, Luz charged towards the kobold caster on his fierce beast. His entire body glowed with blood energy enveloping the hand axe in his grasp, which then transformed into a streak of blood cutting through the sky. The kobold caster noticed the commotion here, but the blood-streaking flying axe was too fast for him to react in time. With a crack, the kobold caster's magical shield shattered instantly, and the blood-colored flying axe sliced through both its small legs, continuing its momentum through 3 kobolds before being halted by 2 thick trees. Chapter 58-57, Retreat. Usman looked towards Luce, who was charging at him riding the fierce beast, feeling the terrifying aura his opponent was emitting, his face extremely grim. Master-level professional. Although it was unclear why dwarves appeared here and were slaughtering their Blacktooth clan, upon realizing the enemy's power, Usman reacted extremely swiftly, requesting communication with his dragon master, the Queen of Darkness, Liana, through the spiritual connection of the servant contract. Having transmitted the message requesting communication, Usman anxiously awaited his master's connection, while focusing his attention on brewing his strongest spell. Dragon Language Magic Black Dragon Dragon Breath Skill. Usman opened his mouth, the power of the dragon vein within him trembling, recklessly outputting decades worth of accumulated surging magic power. A high-pressure acidic stream over 30 meters long rapidly sprayed out. The acid was only wrist-thick near Usman's mouth, but in a distance over 30 meters, the coverage area reached hundreds to thousands of square meters. This range encompassed Luce and a dozen wild dwarf warriors. When cast with the full effort of an advanced dragon vein spellcaster, the power was no less than the acidic dragon breath of a young black dragon. If caught by this terrifyingly corrosive acid without adequate defensive capabilities, the result would be dissolution of flesh and bones into death. Damn it! Riding the black fierce beast, Luce raised his head, facing the pouring acid rain of dragon breath, seeing the despair on the faces of his tribesmen around him, a wave of fury surged within. This acid dragon breath wouldn't harm him, at most make him look a bit ragged, but for the wild dwarf warriors, no higher than level 5 to 6, it posed deadly peril. Just as Luce was grinding his teeth in anger, wild dwarf warriors feeling desperate and unwilling, a wall of earth surged from the ground with inexplicable momentum, swiftly rising to over 10 meters high, resembling a fortified city wall, sheltering Luce and others from the acid dragon breath's descent. Sizzling! The acid dragon breath possessed not only strong corrosion but also the powerful impact inherent to dragon breath. The solid earth wall was impacted and corroded with large irregular gaps. Within seconds, the wall, over 2 meters thick, over 15 meters high, became tattered. Yet these few seconds were ample for the elite wild dwarf warriors to escape this realm of death. Usman's face shifted dramatically when he saw the earth wall burst forth unexpectedly, casting his incredulous gaze towards Slytherin, who had released the spell. Earth Element High Rank Spell, 5 Rings Earth Wall Barrier. This wasn't the most crucial part, the critical aspect was that it was instant cast. Spell proficiency levels are divided into 3 entry-level, Mastery, returning to the essence. Entry-level spells have transparent spell runes, needing complete incantations, slow casting speed, and general power. Mastery-level spells have materialized spell runes, require simplified incantations, casting speed much faster than entry-level, reaching near instantaneous casting at its limit, reducing magic consumption, power increases. Returning to the essence-level spells, known as truth level, see completely materialized spell runes fully submerged within the sea of spirit, associating tightly with the caster, with instant cast as a signature feature, power greatly boosted, magic consumption further reduced. Slytherin faced Usman's disbelief with a sneer, the black magic staff in his hand glowing with rich black light. In an instant, countless flesh-touch tendrils appeared frantically wrapping around Usman from his severed feet, and in mere moments, a black ball with a diameter exceeding 3 meters emerged there. Dark Element Upper Tier Spell, 5 Rings Flesh Touch Prison. And, this spell too was instantly cast. Quickly search for Vickers and then swiftly change the battlefield. Slytherin, having captured Usman, this advanced dragon vein mage, with one spell, did not exhibit an expression of pride but urged the wild dwarf warriors to quickly search the Blackteeth tribe to find Vickers and them. With his level 16 professional level, having cultivated spells to true instant level, killing an advanced dogman dragon vein mage wasn't that simple, but certainly, wasn't difficult either. Shaman, there's no sign of Vickers and the others. Soon, the wild dwarf warriors had searched the entire Blackteeth tribe but could not find Vickers and the others, and could only report the news to Slytherin with helplessness. At this moment, Slytherin's face also turned ugly. It's not just the news reported by wild dwarf warriors, but also the information he received from Usman, the dogman dragon vein mage. With a gesture of his staff, the enormous sphere swiftly shrank from a diameter of 3 meters to just half a meter, his face grim as he again engaged in conversation with Usman within the black sphere. "Are you sure you haven't captured our tribesmen?" In the dark flesh-touch prison, Usman, whose body was tightly bound by countless tentacles and magic power restricted, responded calmly. I've already answered you before, haven't I? What, do you wild dwarves think I need to lie to you?" Having lived for several decades, Usman clearly recognized the origins of Slytherin and his team. Upon hearing Usman's mocking reply, Slytherin's face turned exceedingly grim, but he also understood now wasn't the time for continuous interrogation, immediately using amplification spells to order the wild dwarf warriors. "Gather swiftly, return to the tribe." The staff in his hand lit with streaks of black light, and the mocking sound from within the sphere vanished without a trace. Staying inside, Usman saw the opponent had sealed his external perception, so he shut his mouth, saying nothing further, merely frenziedly urging communication with his dragon master Lyanna in his mind. Unfortunately, within the flesh-touch prison bearing a sealing effect, even the spiritual connection of the contract was jammed. Usman's requests for communication simply couldn't reach Lyanna. Damn it! Usman's complexion was very unsightly, the message didn't go through. What awaits him? At this moment, outside. "Luce, we're leaving, abandon this action. We might have fallen into someone else's trap." Slytherin's expression was extremely grim. Luce nodded seriously, although his brain was filled with muscle. He also felt something amiss during this battle. Luckily, the warriors brought to this fight were the best of the best. The team quickly regrouped, and they gathered the corpses of those who perished at the hands of the dragon vein dogman mage, then expediently retreated under cover of night. During the retreat, Slytherin waved his staff, casting black magical shadow covers over all the wild dwarves. Dark element middle tier spell, 3 rings shadow concealment. This spell's effect was concealing forms and erasing traces of activity. Otherwise, if traces were left, wouldn't the Queen of Darkness trace them back? Chapter 59-58, The Furious Black Dragon Maiden and the Home Invasion. In the core of the deepest part of the dragon nest, a black giant beast, 19 meters long, curled up on the treasure, sleeping soundly. The beast had a sinister dragon head with skull-like scales, its entire body covered in matte black scales, exuding a calm and silent aura. Having slept for an unknown amount of time, the black dragon slowly opened its dark yellow eyes. "Udi, that despicable kobold servant dares to disturb my sleep." A look of displeasure flashed in Lyanna's eyes. However, thinking it might be something important, Lyanna yawned and nonchalantly connected to the mental communication request. She waited 1 second, 2 seconds, there was no reply from the other end of the spiritual connection. The terrifying dragon wrath suddenly erupted from Lyanna's dragon body, spreading outwards, startling the 2 little dragons, Brooke and Heloise, at the other end of the dragon nest awake, looking fearfully towards the depths of the nest. Completely baffled as to why their lazy mother had suddenly become enraged. The dreadful dragon wrath spread wildly from the dragon nest, covering a large area of the rotting swamp, alarming countless creatures living within it. The weaker ones simply flipped over, terrified to death or unconscious, while the stronger beasts and demons trembled uncontrollably, not daring to move. After an outburst of dragon wrath, Lyanna emerged from the depths of the dragon nest, bursting out of the swamp, her massive dragon shadow soaring skyward, heading swiftly towards the Black Teeth tribe. While flying, Lyanna muttered through gritted teeth, "Despicable servant, how dare you mock me?" Though furious, Lyanna was not foolish. She suspected that the lowly kobold mage servant, Usman, might have encountered danger, which prompted her to leave the dragon nest immediately and rush towards the Black Teeth tribe. However, regardless of the reason, Lyanna despised this behavior from her servant. For dragons, even though the servant contract allows two-way communication, they generally dislike being disturbed by servant followers, preferring to only deliver unilateral mental messages to their servants. This is because dragons spend most of their time dreaming in slumber, and such spiritual communication would abruptly wake them up, not gently, but rather like a message forcibly intruding into their mind. Above the Black-Teeth tribe, the massive form of the black dragon descended. Lyanna looked down from the sky, observing the devastation as if a herd of beasts had rampaged through the tribe, her gaze landing on the numerous kobold corpses, turning cold. Sniffing the air, she detected nothing special beyond the stench of kobold bodies. Wait, the black dragon's powerful sense of smell soon caught a faint lingering scent in the air. It was the scent of a not-so-weak beast, somewhat akin to a sub-dragon, but without dragon bloodline. Is it that group of beasts? Lyanna recalled the corresponding creatures from her vast knowledge of the dragon's legacy. A group of strong beasts with the title of sub-dragon, yet devoid of any true dragon bloodline, considered lowly and unworthy by nearly all dragons. Of course, if taken as servant followers, many dragons would be willing to accept them. The intensity of this scent is masked by a caster using magic, Lyanna sneered dismissively. Did they really think such a method would stop her from finding them? Although Lyanna did not particularly care about the lives of her followers, it didn't mean others could kill them at will. Moreover, so many followers had died, and a core dragon descendant with a servant contract was taken, which would certainly affect the quality of her future meals. This alone incensed Lyanna the most. No matter what existence it is, provoking me, the Queen of Darkness, courts death. With the dragon's roar, she roughly established a spiritual connection with two other contracted followers, ordering them to gather their monster army as quickly as possible. After doing this, Lyanna began to carefully sense the extremely faint scents in the air. Soon, she locked onto two directions. Flapping her dragon wings, Lyanna chose to head southwest first. A few minutes later, finding no signs of a large movement southwest, she flew angrily towards the other direction. Evidently, although Lyanna scoffed at the magic masking scents, it successfully tricked her this time. Damn those bastards! Damn! 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 Lyanna's inner fury accumulated fiercely, awaiting the moment to unleash it explosively upon finding her foes. The wild dwarves were fleeing under cover, while Lyanna led her monster army furiously searching for traces of the enemy, and Udi's situation. Before a giant cave, a small creek meandered out, with fireflies dancing above it, weaving through grass and flowers. In the moonlit night, the setting was so beautiful and serene. If not for the pressing presence of monster warriors outside the cave. Outside the cave, an army over 1,000 strong, composed of kobolds, goblins, and giant demons, was methodically preparing to enter the cave. Move faster, and keep it quiet. On this invasion mission, Udi had Shiji and his group dispatch all warriors, so even the forest giant demons following Mondo were naturally included. These giant demons weren't just forest ones, but included swamp, grey, and mud giant demons. Giant demons, as a species, had numerous subtypes, with over 10 of them being notably famous. And without exception, almost all giant demon subtypes shared a large, careless personality, dim-witted in nature. Nevertheless, despite many flaws, they also had numerous strengths. For instance, when their notably dim-witted brain gets blown open, it could still regenerate back. However, no matter how diligently kobold officers tried to restrain these monster warriors, the movement of so many warriors was quite noticeable. Before long, 2 wild dwarf warriors guarding deep within the cave sensed something amiss. Alerted, they crept towards the outside, eyes widening at the sight. Their first thought and action was to run, to flee fast. Both wild dwarf warriors, being quite strong at level 4, reacted swiftly enough that ordinary monster warriors couldn't stop them. The demon tribe is attacking, there is One wild dwarf warrior shouted frantically, but stopped halfway through. His head fell off his neck while running. Through a sideways glance he saw his comrade's severed head. "I'm dead." With disbelief in his eyes, the wild dwarf warrior slipped into eternal sleep. However, the commotion here still alerted the Brown Forest clan, with sounds of hurried footsteps and the unique loud voices of the dwarves filling the dwarf tribe. Chapter 60-59, Brutal Slaughter. After passing through several hundred meters of the cave, there was a crescent-shaped valley. Within the valley, two-story wooden houses sprang up, and through these houses, one could see an endless wheat field gleaming with a golden hue. Upon hearing the sound of the enemy's assault, hundreds to thousands of wild dwarves of varying heights rushed out from the wooden houses. "Tashi, take the children and hide in the cave behind the valley, quickly." A burly middle-aged wild dwarf hurriedly donned leather armor, armed himself with a spare hand axe and javelin, while urging his wife and children. Tashi, looking nervous and worriedly at her husband, also knew that now was not the time to waste time, and she admonished her husband. "Lawrence, be careful." Without waiting for her husband to urge her further, Tashi quickly led her two young children towards the back of the valley. Lawrence watched the backs of his wife and two children as they left, assuring himself silently, "Don't worry, I will definitely come back." After all, he was a level 6 warrior, considered to be an elite, powerful warrior in the entire clan. However, the shamans and the chief took a large number of elite warriors from the clan for a secret mission. Is the enemy's arrival during this period a coincidence or? Lawrence was a bit worried about this. Not only Lawrence thought so, but other wild dwarves in the valley who had even a little bit of sense and ability thought of this point as well. While settling and advising their families and children to seek refuge in the caves at the back of the valley, they quickly gathered towards the mouth of the valley. By the time Lawrence reached the mouth of the valley, the battle had already begun. Dogman warriors and goblin warriors, as tall as adults, were enthusiastically wielding hardwood spears and iron sabers, fiercely fighting against the gathered wild dwarf warriors. The whole scene was extraordinarily chaotic. A goblin warrior swung its saber in vain, knocking over a wooden rack of a bonfire, causing an iron basin filled with numerous red-hot charcoals to roll 5 or 6 meters away and scatter all over the ground. The red-hot charcoal came into contact with the dry wood outside the wooden house and began smoldering and sparking. On the ground were the lifeless bodies of wild dwarves who died with their eyes open, along with the carcasses of brutally slain dogmen and goblins. Lawrence also saw a familiar face among the bodies. It was Shannon, whom he had once secretly loved in his youth. At that moment, Shannon was no longer lively as before. Her body, dressed in a cloth skirt, was a tragic sight. The throat, a bloody mess, glistened eerily and conspicuously under the bonfire's light, with her belly ripped open, and her intestines spilling out. Not far from Shannon, her child, only 30 years old, was also brutally killed on the spot, the body hacked into 2 parts. "Damn it!" Lawrence's eyes were bloodshot, his expression ferocious, as he roared and charged at the closest goblin warrior. With a swift throw, his hand axe turned into a streak of silver light and flew towards the goblin warrior engaged with a wild dwarf, precisely striking the enemy's skull. The strike, fueled by the fury of the level 6 wild dwarf warrior, imbued the thrown hand axe with terrifying power, causing half of the goblin warrior's head to disappear. After instantly killing an enemy, Lawrence moved to slay more foes. After effortlessly killing several monster warriors in succession, a level 5 big goblin warrior set its sights on him. Nearing 3 meters in height, the giant figure charged forward. A mere level 3 wild dwarf warrior was sent flying 7 or 8 meters away, bones breaking and blood spewing from the mouth. Roar! "Shorty, your opponent is the Green Barbarian." The big goblin warrior raised its large and heavy wolf fang club, smashing it down towards Lawrence. The attack was so powerful that even the air was compressed and emitted a strange wailing sound. Lawrence dared not confront the brute force of such a large figure directly, awkwardly rolling to the side, immediately rising to draw a spare hand axe from his waist. White fighting chi added to it, and after a brief charge, he threw it. A swift white light flashed by, creating a rent in the big goblin warrior's thigh, from which green blood spurted wildly. The pained big goblin warrior, its eyes as large as copper bells, continued the chase with its wolf fang club, madly hammering at Lawrence. The wound on its thigh did not cut deep into the bone or tendons, having little effect. Although his level surpassed the big goblin warrior's, one was a professional level, and the other was a biological level. The professional level had more functional and complex abilities. For example, a warrior profession could cultivate various attributes of fighting chi and blood energy, while the mage profession could train in various types of magic, greatly enhancing the professional's capabilities. Although there was also physical enhancement, the focus was still on cultivating extraordinary power. The biological level, however, represented the strength and capacity of the biological body itself. Although their means were not as varied and flashy as professionals, relying solely on their strong physical qualities, they had thick blood, high defense, immense strength, and various high resistances. If the big goblin warrior struck Lawrence without the active defense of fighting chi, Lawrence would likely be half dead if not killed outright. Even if Lawrence hacked the warrior 10 or more times with his hand axe, as long as he didn't hit a vital spot, the big goblin warrior could still tenaciously hold on for a while. This was the most obvious difference between the two. Each had its advantages, strengths, and weaknesses. While fierce battles raged at the valley's mouth below, Didi descended gently on a rock wall over 200 meters high within the valley, his sturdy dragon claw gripping the ground steadily while his broad wings folded slowly. A pair of calm and indifferent dark yellow dragon eyes observed the scene below. Upon seeing dogman warriors, goblin warriors, even big goblin warriors, and giant demons being killed by wild dwarves, Didi remained unfazed. After all, they were just a monster army created in less than a year, and even if all were lost, it wasn't much of a pity. As long as he remained, he could create more monster armies of such size any time, and they would only become stronger. Casters? And is that the wild dwarf's ancestral profession, the bone-blood warrior? Watching the arrival of the Brown Forest clan powerhouses joining the battle from above, Didi quietly observed. Even though Shiji had informed him that an elite unit of the Brown Forest clan had infiltrated the Black Dragon Maiden's territory, highly likely led by the true strongmen of the opposing clan. But who knew if there were other hidden powerhouses within their tribe? No need to mention master-level powerhouses, even a high-level professional, if they ambushed and attacked Didi fiercely, the outcome would still be uncertain. Chapter 61-60, Advanced Combat Power. Currently, most of the strength of his dragon body comes from the enhancement by the banquet, with only a small part from his original growth. His achievements in magic were also average. Although his professional level as a mage had reached level 5, he had not learned a single middle-tier magic. Apart from the water element enhancement technique, which had reached mastery and could slightly boost his strength, his proficiency in other spells was quite low, making the improvement in strength very limited. However, this was only because the time spent on learning and cultivation was short. As time goes on and with more accumulation, magic would certainly become a significant part of Udi's strength. As thoughts raced through Udi's mind, below, the strong from both sides clashed. There was a bone-blood warrior and a caster. The former faced Mondo and Kadin, while the latter was confronted by the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane alone. As for Shiji, its strength wasn't as strong as the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane, nor could it support with long-range spells like Kadin, nor did it have Mondo's terrifying recovery ability, so it crafted a rather cunning battle plan for itself. Holding a curved saber in hand, with a spear on the back, it roamed the battlefield. Whenever it spotted a mid-level professional among the wild dwarves, it sneaked over, coordinating with monster warriors to seize an opportunity for a surprise stab. The two curved sabers Shiji used were customized weapons from the Higland family of the human caste duchy. After all, where would the monster races find the technology and good weapon materials needed to craft such fine, sharp, and solid weapons? Rewebnovel.com. Watching Shiji's sly battle tactics lead to the deaths of 4 or 5 mid-level professionals among the wild dwarves, Udi couldn't help but nod his head. Very good. Although the cost was the lives of dozens of monster warriors. Acting as bait, they stood little chance of survival against the mid-level professional strength of wild dwarf warriors. Despite the high battle loss ratio, from the perspectives of Shiji and Udi, it was still a considerable gain. After all, can the growth cycles of the wild dwarves be the same as those of these low-level monsters? Wild dwarves generally have a lifespan ranging from 250 to 450 years, which can increase further upon becoming legendary, and they don't reach adulthood until they're 80. Although their lifespan isn't as long as that of dragons, high elves, or giants, compared to humans, they belong to the category of long-lived races. As for goblins and kobolds, there's no need for much discussion. Given enough food, the former births a litter about every half-month, while the latter does so monthly, maturing quickly in just a few months. In contrast, their lifespans are relatively short, with most kobolds and goblins living only about 30 to 40 years. However, the lifespan of dragon vein kobolds and dragon vein goblins, altered by dragon blood, can be extended to varying degrees depending on the dragon blood's level and concentration, from a few decades to several hundred years. Ow! It hurts, Mondo hurts. Below, Mondo, clutching what was left of his head, howled madly, swinging his wolf fang club frantically. In front, a bone-blood warrior slightly over a meter tall, with his bare upper body painted with various blood-colored totem patterns, dodged Mondo's frenzied attacks with a cold expression. He moved leisurely and casually. In his hand, a giant axe larger than his body was dripping thick blood. Evidently, Mondo's terrifying wounds were inflicted by him. Mondo's biological level had also improved over this period, rising from Tier 6 high to Tier 7 initial, with his height and build barely reaching 5 meters. Combined with the giant demon's abnormally strong recovery ability, ordinary mid-level professional wild dwarves were no match for it. But this bone-blood warrior before him inflicted such terrifying wounds on Mondo in just a few moves. Without a doubt, this bone-blood warrior was definitely a high-level professional. Behind, Catan was shocked to see Mondo gravely injured and began to chant a spell. Second ring water element enhancement technique. A brilliant blue light enveloped Mondo, providing him with dual boosts of power and defense. Catan's casting drew the bone-blood warrior's attention, and upon meeting Catan's gaze, the bone-blood warrior immediately abandoned the troublesome task of finishing off Mondo and instead charged towards Catan, the caster. Solving the caster before the fight makes things at least half as easy. The speed of the advanced warrior, under the boost of blood chi, was terrifying. Within a few quick flashes, he shortened a vast distance. Yet, Catan wasn't a fragile mage, having obtained the power of the woody dragon vein for nearly a year. His biological level had just recently broken from Tier 4 high to level 5. Through sheer physical prowess, Catan desperately widened the gap between himself and the approaching bone-blood warrior. The warrior, seeing the burst of speed from Catan, showed a hint of surprise in his eyes, but soon sneered, as his blood chi energy surged and exploded, clearly employing some enhancing secret technique to transform himself into a blood light swiftly attacking towards Catan. Seeing the opponent's burst of speed, Catan's eyes contracted. No escape, there's no escaping. Since there was no escape, the old fellow Catan, who had lived for decades, swiftly altered his tactics, sacrificing movement speed. He began rapidly chanting an incantation, and in less than 0.3 seconds, a black light shot at the bone-blood warrior. One ring weakness technique. The bone-blood warrior slightly frowned. Although he didn't sense much magic power from the black light, he avoided it to prevent any contact. Catan wasn't surprised that the weakness technique missed. After all, the opponent was a high-level warrior, and Catan didn't expect to hit it was merely to disrupt the opponent's speed. By now, Mondo had also come to his senses, clutching his partially healed head while huffing and puffing as he ran towards Cadden. Yet, judging by his running speed, it seemed Cadden would need at least 3 lives to stall long enough for Mondo's successful support. Just as the situation was on the verge of dramatically reversing, Udi, who had been cautiously watching for any hidden strength from the Brown Forest clan, could no longer hold back. Having reached this grim stage, with casualties among the ordinary warriors from both sides exceeding 3 figures, and losses among the mid-level warriors also significant, given the orderly and neutral nature of the wild dwarves, if there were indeed strong ones kept behind, they would surely have come out to suppress everything. It seems the real strong ones of the Brown Forest clan are all out. The strongest left behind are that high-level bone blood warrior and high-level wild dwarf caster below, Udi thought as he dove swiftly, opening his ferocious dragon's mouth. The dragon breath he had been holding back, without any hesitation, spewed forth in a ghastly green acidic torrent towards the bone blood warrior below, enveloped in blood chi energy. As it approached, the acid transformed into a rain curtain, with corrosive droplets carrying tremendous kinetic energy pounding the area covered by the dragon breath. The sudden acid dragon breath sweeping the ground stunned the high-level wild dwarf warrior, evidently not expecting a black dragon to be hiding and ambushing. Could it be the Queen of Darkness? For a moment, the expression of the high-level warrior was filled with despair. Hidden in the darkness, Udi, with his massive musculature and rapid diving speed, spanned more than 21 meters in wingspan from his just over 10-meter body, making his dragon body appear immense. Combined with the full force unleashing of dragon might, this caused the high-level bone blood warrior to momentarily panic, unable to discern the true strength of the black dragon. Chapter 62-61, Thorny Situation. Such weak dragon breath. The bone blood warrior felt the blood energy covering his body's surface rapidly depleting, and in just a short time, he had expended over 30% of his blood energy. The power of this acidic dragon breath was actually already very strong. Udi's biological level was only level 7, at the middle tier, yet his dragon breath could force an advanced bone blood warrior, whose professional level exceeded level 10, to fully unleash his blood energy to barely defend himself. This already demonstrated the terrifying power of the dragon breath. Yet the bone blood warrior still felt it was weak. The reason being, he had previously mistaken Udi for the Queen of Darkness. With the breath of an adult black dragon, even a master-level professional often dared not face it head-on. And the probability of a high-level professional surviving when directly facing the breath of an adult black dragon, was 0. Of course, this doesn't account for exceptional cases like special treasures for protection. In an instant, the bone blood warrior found redemption from despair, and hope emerged in his eyes. He immediately realized that the bizarrely muscular black dragon in front of him was not the Queen of Darkness at all. Indeed, an adult black dragon was often called a skeleton dragon. Where could there be a black dragon with a physique even more exaggerated than a red dragon? It could only be said that the black dragon in front was not an ordinary one, but an abnormal black dragon. Ignoring its exaggerated wingspan, its body length, upon closer inspection, revealed it to be in the young black dragon stage, and young black dragons aren't advanced, only middle tier. Haha, merely a young black dragon dares to lead monster followers to attack our Brown Forest clan. The bone blood warrior's name was Rosa, and at this moment, Rosa felt a thrilling sense of surviving a disaster, his entire being exploding with blood energy like smoke rising several meters high, enveloping his figure and giant axe within. Facing the diving Udi, not only did he not retreat a step, he leapt tens of meters high, carrying terrifying kinetic energy to strike at the black dragon. Being a bone blood warrior, the fervent and intense battle was what they longed for the most, and fighting powerful demons and beasts, then fiercely chopping off the opponent's head, was indeed the most representative medal and achievement in their lives. At this moment, was there anything more exciting and thrilling for a bone blood warrior than to chop off a giant dragon's head? No. Udi observed Rosa's brief yet intense reactions and changes, noticing the opponent wielding his axe with excitement and fanaticism coming to strike at him, and a hint of excitement flashed in his dragon eyes, opening his jaw into a sinister smile. The dragon body, long blessed with the master-level water element enhancement technique, was gathering power, and his thick, sharp left dragon claw struck down fiercely at the charging Rosa. With a boom, the dragon claw clashed with the giant axe, emitting a sharp explosive sound. Dragon scale, dragon blood, and fragments of flesh were shot in all directions amidst the torrent of power. Didi paid no heed to the intense pain in his left claw. Black lights converged at the intersection of his dragon horns, striking the nearby Rosa at almost instantaneous speed. In such intense combat, only spells that could be cast instantly or nearly instantly had any value for use. Along with the dark magic hitting Rosa's body was Didi's right dragon claw. After enduring 2 consecutive heavy strikes from the dragon claw and being stripped of his 5 senses, Rosa's entire blood energy vaguely seemed to disband, and his body crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a pit over 2 meters deep. Cough cough, truly worthy of an abnormal black dragon, its power may even surpass a red dragon of the same level. In the pit, Rosa leaped out, coughing blood at the mouth, his entire skin flushed red, and his muscular arms, thicker than a person's waist, trembled slightly. The muscle fibers throughout his body had been torn countless times, and there were several faint cracks in the bones of his arms. However, his eyes became even more fiery. Although broken bone-like pain spread from every part of his body, bone-blood warriors were professions that draw power from pain, and the bloody patterns on his upper body were constantly transmitting pain and strength to Rosa's brain. Under this fierce pain, Rosa felt his whole body's strength increase again, with his blood flowing like magma, filled with powerful explosive force. Rosa caught sight of a massive wolf fang club swinging towards him from the corner of his eye, and with a cold smile at the corner of his lips, his giant axe drew a smooth and elegant arc, cutting towards Mondo's massive thigh, which was even thicker than his entire body. As for the dark magic, it was forcefully broken through by Rosa's powerful blood energy midway of his strike from the dragon claw. Dark magic, though formidable, is a spell-like ability linked to the strength and magic power of a black dragon's body, and using it beyond one's level only temporarily strips away the 5 senses. In such a brief time, even for Adi, it was difficult to seize the opportunity to deliver a lethal blow to his opponent. The white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane fell victim to Adi's sneak attack with this move simply because it got distracted by the safety of its offspring, unable to unleash even half of its full strength while in close quarters. Although Rosa launched his attack step later, his giant axe slashed through Mondo's left leg first. A flash of blood, and Mondo's left calf was directly chopped off by the giant axe, with the cut flesh and bone smooth as a mirror, bearing a strange aesthetic beauty. Mondo, once more severely hit, did not scream, only bloodshot eyes remained as he fiercely smashed the wolf fang club towards Rosa. Enhanced by Caden's water element enhancement technique, Mondo's power increased, naturally boosting his attack speed as well. But this level of attack speed was still dodged by Rosa with a flicker of his body. No matter how huge the size, it's just a weak mid-level monster, still hoping to defy and slay an advanced enemy. Rosa sneered contemptuously in his heart. Having cultivated bone-blood chi for over 100 years to achieve his current strength, did a filthy, revolting forest giant demon think it possessed the power to kill him? How ridiculous! Suspended in the air dozens of meters high, Didi glanced at his left dragon claw, its wound's flesh blurred and the axe wound penetrating half an inch into the bone. This was the most severe injury he had faced since his birth. Although for giant dragons, this could only be considered a minor injury. With a sidelong glance at the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane battling the wild dwarf's high-level spellcaster far away. Compared to the brute bloodshed on this side, the postures of combat over there were quite elegant. Wind blades continuously shot from the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane's mouth at the wild dwarf's high-level spellcaster, only to be blocked by the dark tentacles behind. As the mother crane flapped its huge white wings, a cyan tornado dozens of meters high assaulted the opponent, but the fierce beast under the spellcaster dodged by lightly leaping several dozen meters to the side. The Cyan tornado captured 5 or 6 wild dwarf warriors who couldn't dodge in time, slicing them into mincemeat almost instantly, not even leaving them time for a scream. This was the most powerful bloodline spell ability of the white-feathered owl-tailed crane race, Wind Tornado, comparable in power to an upper-tier 5-ring spell. And facing attacks from the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane, the wild dwarf spellcaster retaliated vigorously, black beads striking like bullets at the skybound white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane. Regrettably, despite the incredible speed of the black beads, they couldn't hit the target. For the moment, neither side could prevail over the other. It's tricky. Didi felt a bit of a miscalculation on his part. The white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane, with its speed, could hold the wild dwarf's high-level spellcaster at bay, preventing aid from reaching Rosa, while on their side, although seemingly at a disadvantage, the advanced bone-blood warrior's blood energy should be close to exhaustion under such frenzied consumption. Continuing to fight, with some sacrifices, they would certainly grind their opponent to death. And given his capability to fly, the opponent wouldn't escape even if they wanted to. But, this required time. Chapter 63-62, The Dragon's Most Shameless Tactic. But soon, Didi made a decision. Retreat. The reason was clear, no one knew when the true powers of the opposing tribe would return. If they were to quickly rush back from the Black Dragon Maiden's territory, covering a straight line distance of just over 200 kilometers at full speed, they could return in less than 2 hours. This assumes they all return together. If advanced warriors, master-level warriors, or powerful casters return alone, the speed would be several times faster. Thinking this, Didi suddenly felt very unsafe. No, I need to retreat immediately. Didi hesitated no longer, and a dragon's roar echoed through the entire valley entrance. All the monster warriors who heard the dragon's roar abandoned their enemies and swiftly retreated from the valley entrance. Of course, there were also monster warriors who couldn't escape because they were desperately entangled by wild dwarf warriors, or who were too consumed by bloodlust to care. Rosa was initially stunned to see this abnormal black dragon trying to escape, then felt a rush of urgency. This was a black dragon whose power hadn't fully matured yet. The benefits of capturing and raising it or killing it were immense. The blood pattern totems on the bone blood warriors were fundamentally the essence blood of powerful magical beasts, and if a black dragon could be tamed, the clan's strength would rapidly explode. He even might break through to master level like Leader Luce and become the clan's second master level bone blood warrior. At this moment, Rosa ignored the giant demon Mondo that couldn't be killed in the short term and chased after Adi, shouting to the high-level mage of the wild dwarves in the distance. Roki, quickly cast a spell to stop this black dragon. At that moment, Roki, who was relieved from the departure of the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane, turned pale hearing his brother Rosa's call. As a dear brother, how could Roki not know Rosa's thoughts? But if they truly intercepted the black dragon, surely it would infuriate the dragon, causing devastating casualties among their clan. Roki. Rosa, his eyelids red with veins, shouted angrily at his brother. Although he was chasing Adi at top speed, it was impossible to catch up as one was flying freely in the sky while the other was running on the ground, having to dodge clansmen, wooden houses, and other obstacles. Humph! Roki, with a very unhappy look, still cast a spell quickly. Rich dark elements quickly gathered around him, and Roki pointed his magic staff at the departing Adi. In the sky hundreds of meters away, a dark giant hand with a diameter of over 8 meters appeared out of nowhere, swiftly grabbing at Adi. Dark middle level spell, 4th ring, master level, dark hand. You really think I can't fight you? Seeing these wild dwarves so persistent, Adi got angry too. He turned his head and spat the acidic dragon breath directly at the dark giant hand. The terrifying impact force and corrosive dragon breath pounded heavily on the giant hand's palm. For a moment, they were locked in a stalemate, with the power and magic of both attacks crazily consuming each other. Dragon breath, being a magic-like physical attack ability, could naturally counter spells. Soon, the dragon breath collapsed first, and then the mostly dissipated dark hand slapped at Hoodie's dragon body, but it was easily blown apart by Hoodie's dragon wings with a casual flap. Hoodie glanced at the monster army still retreating, including the slow Mondo who had lost a leg but was busily recovering while running, and then looked down at Rosa, who had chased below, ready to throw 2 flying axes at his dragon body. In that case, they couldn't blame him for using the dragon's most brazen tactics. With a tremor of his dragon wings, narrowly dodging Rosa's 2 flying axe attacks, Hoodie not only didn't flee but instead turned and flew back. Seeing this, Rosa became overjoyed, feeling relieved. Good, not running. Good, not running. Ha. And Roki, whose spell was broken and looked quite pale, sighed, feeling mixed emotions, as he gathered magic in his staff and prepared to cast again. However, to the brothers' astonishment, Hoodie didn't charge at them but flew higher and higher, heading toward the back of the valley. What was behind the valley? It was where the Brown Forest clan warriors' wives and children were hidden in an underground cave. Additionally, many of the clan's precious items were stored there. Thinking of this, both Rosa and Roki turned pale, a look of terror flashing through their eyes. If a black dragon rushed in there, then the result. Rosa, you idiot! Roki gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at Rosa. It was all because of his brother, with his mind full of fighting and gaining strength. Now, the clan's future might be destroyed tonight. By this moment, Rosa had calmed down, feeling very regretful, but he didn't show it. Instead, he frantically sprinted toward the back of the valley. Roki wanted to follow him, but the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane, having initially left, returned again. With no choice, Roki had to engage in battle with the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane again. Unfortunately, the mother crane utilized its speed advantage excellently, never getting too close, and could easily dodge any spell attacks, occasionally firing 2 wind blades to annoy its opponents. Damn it! This was the first time Roki faced an enemy so quick that it was frustrating beyond belief not being able to hit them while they could still hit you, making Roki's heart utterly mad, wishing to pluck and tear apart this white crane demon. Meanwhile, the battle at the valley entrance, with Mondo, Shiji, and Kaden breaking the path, resulted in the death of many pursuing wild dwarf warriors and saved many monster warriors. Seeing this scene out of the corner of his eye, Roki felt even more frustrated. It would have been fine to let them retreat, since the clan's losses were still bearable. But now? Roki couldn't bear to think about it. How could this black dragon command such a speed-type high-level demon as a follower? Roki pondered, deeply puzzled. Hoodie's speed wasn't slow, but it wasn't comparable to the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane at all. Moreover, high-level demons' wisdom and strength mean they couldn't randomly follow a dragon just because they were awed by its majestic aura. This puzzle was something Roki probably couldn't rack his brain around. The back of the valley. Flying over many wooden houses, the sharp-sighted Hoodie vaguely saw under a rock wall some wild dwarf warriors maintaining order, along with many female dwarves, young dwarves, and old dwarves lining up to enter the cave. A rough estimate had over 700 or 800 people still outside. Judging by the number of wooden houses, if each house was home to a family of 3, the population of the Brown Forest clan should be over 5,000. A tribe with less than 100 people is called a micro-tribe. 100 to 1,000 is called a small tribe. A population between 1,000 and 10,000 can be termed a middle-sized tribe. A population over 10,000 is a large tribe clan. The Brown Forest clan was a fairly large middle-sized tribe. At this population scale, a master-level wild dwarf professional would almost certainly appear. After all, the average talent of wild dwarves surpasses that of humans. Hoodie glanced at Rosa, who was desperately sprinting after him, and sneered fiercely. A dive, and amidst the terrified and furious eyes of the wild dwarf women and children and the warriors maintaining order, a pair of dragon wings with a span of over 21 meters, like giant slicing knives, with a rib, sent the heads of dozens of wild dwarves flying into the air. This was because the dwarves were really short, just over a meter tall. If they were human-sized, bodies would have been split in two, with organs spilling all over the ground, turning the scene even bloodier and more gruesome. After the diving wings harvested the heads, Didi, landing among the dwarf women and children, spewed a mouthful of acidic dragon breath everywhere. The bodies of numerous dwarf women and children hit by the acid burst into one bloody hole after another as if struck by bullets, then were furiously corroded by the acid. These dwarven women and children, generally below level 3, simply couldn't withstand the power of such a dragon breath and turned into pools of green acidic foam amidst painful wails. The foam even emitted a bubbling sound. Chapter 64-63, The True Evil Dragon. Rosa, still frantically chasing from 800 or 900 meters behind, looked terrifying after witnessing this cruel scene, his eyes turning completely red. Especially when he saw the familiar faces of many clansmen among the wild dwarven women and children, people he had known for decades, who called him Uncle Rosa or Grandpa Rosa, and now showed expressions of immense fear and despair. Rosa's heart beat rapidly, and hot blood surged to his head instantly. Damn it! Bone blood professional forbidden secret technique, blood pattern burning blood. After using the secret technique, it was as if little mice were stirring under Rosa's coarse skin. His physique and muscles suddenly expanded, and the blood pattern totems on his bare upper body seemed to burn, glowing bright red. The bone blood chi, which had been more than half consumed, under the effect of the blood burning forbidden secret technique, continuously generated higher quality bone blood chi, greatly enhancing power, agility, and body resistance, at the cost of rapidly burning and transforming his blood and essence blood. At this moment, Rosa couldn't care about what tragic end awaited him after using this forbidden secret technique. Now all he wanted was to use the giant axe, stained blood red in his hand, to fiercely chop off the evil dragon's head. Didi sensed the sudden surge of momentum from behind him, a deadly threat encircling his heart like a shadow. Without a moment to think or hesitate, Didi rampaged through the wild dwarven women and children like a frenzied dump truck. Countless screams and splattered flesh became bloody embellishments on the black dragon's massive body. Behind, Rosa, who was still 800 or 900 meters away a moment ago, blinked and appeared close by. He watched the black dragon rampaging among the wild dwarves, holding his giant axe, stained blood red by bone blood chi and containing astonishing energy, without throwing it. Given the creature's enormous size, battle-hardened Rosa was 100% confident he could strike it with one blow, but the terrifying energy contained in the giant axe would, if unleashed, at least affect and kill dozens of clansmen in such a densely packed crowd. Rosa gritted his teeth until they creaked, blood oozing from his gums. Finally, he roared in anger and chose to abandon the ranged attack, quickly approaching the black dragon to resolve it at close range. Noticing this from the corner of his eye, Didi felt a slight sense of relief. He feared the bone blood warrior would disregard his clansman's safety and do something that would harm both sides. The blood-colored giant axe gave Didi a very bad feeling, a suffocating sense of imminent death. I have to leave. Didi knew now was not the time to vent his frustrations voluntarily. His hard capabilities didn't allow him to take overly risky actions. With dragon claws on either side grabbing 2 or 3 little wild dwarves as hostages to limit the opponent's actions, Didi flapped his wings and transformed into a streak of black light, shooting into the sky. During this, constantly feeling the danger hovering at the back of his mind, Didi tensed his nerves, forcefully tossing the 4 or 5 little wild dwarves he grabbed mid-air. And the place he threw them was directly where Rosa stood. At this moment, Rosa had to choose: throw the giant axe, filled with accumulated terrifying energy, to shoot Didi from the sky, at the cost of abandoning these little wild dwarves' lives, or save these dwarves' lives, at the cost of giving up attacking Didi. After all, Didi had exerted force on these little wild dwarves to accelerate their descent. Rosa, being just an advanced warrior, couldn't make both choices at once. And the result? Rosa, with a twisted expression, still chose to throw away the blood axe, pushing his speed to the limit, becoming a red blur, barely saving the 5 little wild dwarves. Under the offsetting effect of Rosa's bone blood chi, these 5 little wild dwarves did not sustain major injuries. However, they were obviously greatly frightened, with several of them dampening their burlap pants. They defecated and urinated into their pants. Rosa, covered in the smell of feces and urine, remained unmoved, staring fixedly at the black dragon's figure, now a mere dot in the sky, 1,000 meters up. Retracting his gaze and looking around, he saw clansmen wailing and screaming, crawling with severed limbs, trying to stuff spilled intestines back inside their bodies with terrified faces, crying out to the sky beside the corpses of lost loved ones and children. At this moment, Rosa's mood was simply beyond words. Regret? Indeed, he regretted it. He knew that when he first encountered the black dragon, if he had burned everything of himself and swiftly chopped off the dragon's head, things wouldn't have reached this disastrous state, and not so many clansmen would have died. Lord Rosa! Lord Rosa! Rosa vaguely heard someone calling his name, but his legs seemed rooted to the ground, not moving, as the gleam in his eyes gradually dimmed. When a wild dwarf warrior jogged over to Rosa, he was horrified to find that the Lord Rosa he called had somehow turned into a shriveled, corpse-like figure, as if dead for a long time. Lord Rosa is dead. The wild dwarf warrior muttered in disbelief, his face full of terror. He was merely an ordinary wild dwarf warrior of the Brown Forest clan and was unaware of the existence of the Bone Blood warrior's forbidden secret technique, much less the consequences and costs of using such a technique. If only ordinary blood and essence blood were burned appropriately, it would merely result in bodily weakness for a few months after the battle, but evidently, Rosa did not use this forbidden secret technique appropriately. To ensure an absolute one-axe kill on the black dragon, he resolutely exerted every ounce of his being, exhaustively burning all his blood and consolidating all his power unreservedly on that giant axe that had accompanied him for decades. Unfortunately, this axe would never be swung. Word of Rosa's death quickly spread among the Brown Forest clan. Upon hearing the news, it was like a heavy hammer pounding on the heads of all the wild dwarves, leaving them in anguish and sorrow. Aside from the spiritual leader, Shaman Slytherin, and the clan leader Luce, the deceased Rosa, his brother Roki, and another young high-level sub-dragon knight, these 3 were the most brilliant stars of the Brown Forest clan, and the ones most admired and followed by the majority of the wild dwarves. Though there were still many high-level professionals in the Brown Forest clan, their ages were relatively advanced, truly from an older generation, lacking direct topics of conversation with the young, vibrant wild dwarf lads, and missing communication. Naturally, they couldn't match the popularity of the 3 mentioned. When Slytherin and Luce, leading 500 elite wild dwarves, returned to the cave outside the tribe, and saw numerous clansmen cleaning up the bodies of fellow clansmen and monsters, bloodstains with saddened and pained expressions, their faces changed instantly. The shaman is back. The leader is back. Some clansmen, cleaning bodies, raised their heads with guarded expressions upon hearing the commotion. Seeing it was Slytherin and others, they immediately shouted with excitement. Chapter 65-64, Guilty. So, we were played by a teenage black dragon. Nelson, a high-level sub-dragon knight of the Brown Forest clan, looked at everyone with a dazed expression. He was one of the 3 most dazzling young high-level professionals in the Brown Forest clan, alongside the brothers Rosa and Roki. When Rosa died, Nelson, who always had a rivalry with him from the moment they chose their professions and stepped onto the path of cultivation over a century ago due to their excellence, felt neither happiness nor satisfaction, but rather emptiness and unreality. The clan issued tasks to hunt and eliminate demons. If you, Rosa, hunted 10 demons, then I would hunt 11. They were always competing for victory and superiority. But now Rosa was dead, and Nelson, who had always been at odds with this guy, couldn't bring himself to be happy. Instead, he felt very empty and unreal. As the clan chief, Luce patted Nelson on the shoulder. He had watched both Rosa and Nelson grow up, and instinctively wanted to comfort Nelson. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Finally, all the emotions turned into a sigh. "Shaman, Chief, I think we should immediately pursue that abnormal black dragon." Though it left no traces in flight, its followers left trails as they fled. "By tracking those monstrous followers, we can definitely find the location of the dragon nest." A high-level bone-blood elder with a brown beard coldly expressed his thoughts and plan. His words made the eyes of the dozen or so clan leaders present light up, all agreeing that this plan could surely lead them to the abnormal black dragon's nest, where they could capture it alive. Yes, capture it alive. No wild dwarf wanted to kill Odi directly, that would be too merciful. Capture it alive, then bleed it and cut its flesh daily, raising it into a mindless dragon beast, thus nurturing the growth of the clan. "Good, Gidwin, you lead 20 intermediate warriors to track the trails left by those monstrous followers, find the abnormal black dragon's nest as quickly as possible." Slytherin made the decision. "Teacher, I want to go too." Roki, who had been silent all this while, raised his head and said calmly. Only his eyes, filled with terrifying hatred, betrayed him, showing that his heart was not as calm as he appeared. Slytherin looked at his disciple and shook his head, denying his request. "Why?" Roki asked, puzzled. His brother Rosa had died, and as his brother, it was only natural for him to avenge him. Why was his teacher stopping him? Why? Roki felt discontent and anger. He didn't even realize that his heart had already distanced slightly from his teacher. If it weren't for his teacher's insistence on rescuing his captured grandson Vickers, taking away numerous elite and high-level combat powers from the clan, none of this would have happened. If only one high-level combat power were left in the clan, his brother Rosa wouldn't have died. In truth, Slytherin also regretted deeply at this moment. He realized that if he had taken one less high-level combat power, this situation wouldn't have arisen. But he never imagined that, with 2 high-level professionals and 2,000 wild dwarf warriors remaining, an abnormal black dragon and its followers would invade. His intention was to gather the clan's elite combat power to strike. If they really encountered the Queen of Darkness, then with great unity, he and Luce, 2 master-level professionals, along with a dozen high-level professionals and over 400 elite warriors, could still make the Queen of Darkness, Lyanna, cautious and have the power to negotiate with her. While mid and high-level professional warriors posed little threat to Lyanna, the adult black dragon, and could be burnt to death by a single dragon breath, under the constraint of 2 master-level professionals, they could entirely drain Lyanna's power and magic, and their fighting chi would cause her pain and even injuries and bleeding. But if Slytherin and Luce went alone, the likelihood of being stalled by Lyanna and then encircled by her numerous monstrous followers was high, and in the worst case, both would be exhausted of their magic and blood chi and then killed by Lyanna. In the best case, Slytherin could use short-distance teleportation spell to escape the opponent's territory range, but the clan chief, Luce, a warrior by profession, would still be killed. Slytherin sighed, realizing that things have already happened, and no amount of worry or regret could change the fact that Rosa and the clansmen were already dead. He looked at the expressionless Roki, then the surrounding high-ranking combat power of the Brown Forest clan, and lowered his voice. "Roki, I know you want to avenge your brother, but the clan may be facing an even greater crisis. The clan needs you, a high-level mage, to stay and face this together. You are very important." "What do you mean?" Roki frowned and asked. "A greater crisis, could it be?" Roki's face changed slightly as he thought of something. Slytherin's following words confirmed Roki's inner suspicion, making his face heavy. "We just eradicated the Black Teeth tribe and captured the opponent's advanced Dragon Vein spellcaster leader, but this matter probably can't be concealed from the Queen of Darkness for long. Although I cast a spell to cover the aura, the dragon's extraordinary sense of smell might still find some clues, thereby pinpointing us, the Brown Forest clan." Slytherin calmly stated. "Perhaps, the Queen of Darkness will soon find the location of our clan." Sigh. At this moment, Slytherin felt deeply regretful. Previously, making the decision to invade the Queen of Darkness's territory to rescue his grandson Vickers, in hindsight, was indeed very foolish. For personal gain, he burdened the entire clan. This matter is all my fault. As the clan's shaman, wise one, I should not have been swayed by personal feelings. I am guilty. Slytherin slowly stood up, lowering the head that had been accustomed to being held high for nearly 300 years, genuinely feeling guilt, and bowed in apology to everyone. The dozen or so high-ranking members of the Brown Forest clan immediately sprang from their seats, hurriedly stepping forward to help Slytherin up, repeatedly saying, "Shaman, you mustn't, you mustn't. This matter is not your fault at all. Our clansmen were captured, of course, they needed to be rescued, this has nothing to do with your grandson Vickers." Yes, indeed, even without Vickers, if other clan warriors were captured, we would have made the same choice as you. The crowd unanimously tried to comfort him. Roki watched this scene, feeling melancholic and confused. The others were right, even without Vickers, his teacher would surely choose to rescue the clan members. Perhaps it was only the absence of emotional turmoil that would prevent them from easily falling into the trap set by the abnormal black dragon. For a moment, Roki felt extremely conflicted, but he also felt a sense of relief. "Black Dragon, I will personally twist your head off with the dark hand," Roki chillingly vowed in his heart. Chapter 66-65, Lyanna. An unusually muscular black dragon hovered motionless, its deep amber crystal-like eyes silently watching below. While observing, Didi cast a water healing technique on his injured left dragon claw. However, the water healing technique was just a second ring spell and only at the beginner's skill level, so the effect of the healing wasn't very good for Udi. After casting 7 or 8 water healing techniques in succession, only did the deep, bone-exposing wound on his dragon claw mostly heal. The rest was just letting the newly grown tender dragon scales slowly harden over time to restore their pre-injury hardness. Water element healing spells just aren't as effective as light element healing spells, Udi lamented silently. Just as Udi was pondering which type of spells to learn next to enhance his overall strength, his expression suddenly froze. He dipped his head below the cloud layer to look at a group below that resembled ants. Hundreds of wild dwarves, but due to the great distance, Udi could not gauge their strength levels. But this was of no consequence. Because this wild dwarf unit was certainly the one invading the Black Dragon Maiden territory. Udi dared not look too closely, for fear of being discovered by a master-level caster with strong spiritual power, and quickly hid his dragon head within the clouds. Fortunately, I left quickly. If I had been any slower, it would have been hard to escape. Udi felt a bit relieved in his heart as the invading troops' return was quite swift. Next, Udi did not return directly to the Black Blood Valley dragon nest but continued patiently hiding within the clouds, spying on the wild dwarves' movements below. A team came out of the valley. Udi narrowed his eyes, continually watching the direction in which the wild dwarf team left. This direction is Shiji and their route of departure. Udi furrowed his brows slightly, then quickly realized something. A chilly gleam flashed in his enormous dragon eyes. A servant contract, a slight tremor in the spiritual connection. Udi gave his 4 contracted followers a new command. Soon after, Udi no longer hid within the clouds, but vibrated his dragon wings and swiftly flew away from the area. His flight path remained toward the east to the Black Blood Valley dragon nest. Soaring through the whistling wind for over half an hour, Udi returned to the Black Blood Valley, but he did not land, instead continuing to fly eastward. After another small half-hour passed, Udi entered the territory of the Black Dragon Maiden. His unhidden presence was soon spotted by the Black Dragon Maiden's followers and eventually reported to Lyanna, who was tracking wild dwarf traces. Soon, an adult black dragon over 19 meters in length descended in front of Udi. "Udi, why have you returned?" Lyanna spoke coldly, her gaze flowing over the body of her eldest son, an expression of astonishment flashing in her eyes. In just about a year's time away, had he grown to this size? A year ago, his body length was 7 meters, a year later, it exceeded 10 meters. It seemed like it had only grown by about 3 meters more, but the overall physique had doubled, leaving a strong impression with such growth. Identification skill. Liana performed a tier assessment on UD. Biological level, Level 7 middle mage level, Level 5 initial. In just a year, from never having learned magic to now being level 5 in mage level? Magic addiction. Liana's attention was drawn by UD's achievements in mage level. Although his biological level's speed of progression was rather unusual, it wasn't as shocking to Liana as the blatant level 5 mage level. Mother, I mean no offense to your majesty by coming here, I just wish to inform you of a piece of news I've obtained, UD spoke respectfully. Although, by status, he was Liana's child, in the evil dragon realm, familial sentiments were rarely considered, only strength mattered. As UD's strength was far inferior to Liana's, he naturally had to bow his head. Seeing her outstanding eldest son remaining so deferential, Liana's vanity was somewhat satisfied. Her attention on UD's unusually rapid strength improvement was diverted by the news he was about to convey. After listening to UD's information about the wild dwarves, Liana's eyes gradually revealed an expression of excitement. Being able to subdue a powerful wild dwarf clan as followers, for a green dragon, testified to its strength. Similarly, for black dragons, which ranked lower than green dragons among 5-colored evil dragons, anything comparable to or surpassing green, blue, or red dragons, was an extraordinary achievement worthy of boasting. Liana had been reclusive for decades, being inattentive to the clans under her command because she felt kobolds, goblins, and giant demons weren't worth her attention. But if they were wild dwarves, it would be different. With such a wild dwarf clan as followers, Mother, you wouldn't have to worry about not having high-level meat anymore, having the capability to enjoy an intermediate demon every 3 days, a high-level demon every 10 days, the wild dwarf clan can completely satisfy you. And, with such a powerful follower clan, Mother, you would have enough power to invade the Cass Duchy. My followers captured several humans from the Cass Duchy who possessed several subordinate magic crystals. I can hardly imagine how wealthy the entire Cass Duchy must be. Moreover, Mother, the weapons held by those wild dwarf professionals are made entirely of demon iron. They might possess a demon iron ore vein with abundant reserves. UD continuously hinted negativity towards the Brown Forest clan. He bore no true animosity with the Brown Forest clan but needed his followers' forces to develop further, requiring ample hunting for food, which naturally meant infringing on the interests of wild dwarves. Wild dwarves maintained self-imposed order, holding a strong belief to clear any beings daring to invade their territory. Thus, the roots of both sides' conflicts were unavoidable, destined to ultimately result in a real confrontation. Unless one side chose to abandon its territory and develop elsewhere. However, that's entirely impractical. The wild dwarves built their homeland over at least several hundred years. Surely, they wouldn't abandon it so easily. UD, lacking strong powers, needed to lie low and develop steadily, unwilling to forsake the resource-rich territory he's managed for a year. Above all, the Black Dragon Maiden provided nearby support. Should any life-threatening event occur, UD could shamefully seek refuge under her protection, an excellent option for survival. Moving elsewhere, in unfamiliar lands, should powerful threats arise, it would indeed be perilous. Chapter 67-66, Clouds of War. Enthralled by the future prospects depicted by UD, she tried to imagine what life would be like after subjugating this wild dwarf clan and then realized. The wild dwarf clan must be conquered by her. As for the Black-Teeth tribe that was slaughtered by the wild dwarves, mere cannon fodder, dead as they are. Apart from the high-level dragon vein kobold mage who was captured, none of the other kobolds interested Liana at all. To her, they were nothing more than a pile of worthless cannon fodder, which she could gather again in large numbers within a year. And a year is too short for a giant dragon. For humans, it would be merely a few days. Let's go now." Liana was slightly impatient, indicating to her dear son to quickly lead the way. Didi naturally agreed but also sincerely suggested, "Mother, there's no need to rush, those wild dwarves are unwilling to abandon their lair, whether we go sooner or later, they'll be there. Now, you should also gather your followers under your command, and let them charge for you, reducing your exertion. Don't consider your mother as those brainless red dragons, I have already ordered the cannon fodder to assemble." Liana glanced at her eldest son, her tone carrying a hint of displeasure. Seeing this, Didi immediately praised his vain mother a few times, at which point Liana's expression relaxed, and she looked proud and satisfied. If the compliments came from a goblin dogman, Liana might reward them with a breath of dragon fire, reducing them to a puddle of acidic green bubbles. However, if it was her exceptionally talented and abnormal black dragon eldest son flattering her, looking up to her with respect, she naturally felt happy and delighted. A moment later, Didi saw the assembled army of followers under Liana's command. Over 1,000 kobolds, more than 2,000 goblins, and over 200 giant demons, among which the kobolds were all ordinary kobolds, and among the goblins, there were dozens of big goblins, while the giant demons were mostly forest giant demons, with a smaller number of swamp and grey giant demons. The number of monster followers differed from what Didi had previously understood. Earlier, he estimated that the total followers under the Black Dragon Maiden's 3 major tribes could only amount to around 1,500, yet after the Black Teeth tribe's annihilation, a monster army of about 4,000 could still be mustered. Liana and Didi mentioned something about the elimination of the Black Teeth tribe. However, Didi quickly figured out the reason behind this. Firstly, the 3 major tribes, Black Teeth, Savage Bone and Beast Heart, combined should indeed total around 1,500 and not much more. As for these additional monster followers, they must be those who had dispersed to form individual micro to small-sized tribes, and now, at the call of the Queen of Darkness, they naturally obey the order and gather together. Without large-scale livestock farming or grain cultivation, the gathering of a large-scale monster population would inevitably face starvation, leading to their deaths, their bodies then consumed by their companions. Rather than letting this happen, once the population reaches a tribal limit, it's better to disperse a portion of it. It can both expand the territory and save food, a win-win situation. With the gathering of monster followers complete, Didi unhesitatingly took the lead. High above in the sky, Didi and Liana flew amidst the white clouds, arriving at the Brown Forest clan's old nest valley ahead of the monster army. After arriving, the 2 black dragons coldly watched the valley below, waiting silently for the monster army's arrival. With cannon fodder to scout the way and exhaust the enemy's strength, neither Didi nor Liana would hesitate to expend or lose followers. After waiting for a full half-day, the monster army finally arrived. This pace was already not slow for a monster army with uneven strength. After all, traversing mountains and ridges over a few hundred kilometers is possible only due to the robust endurance granted by their monstrous constitutions. When hungry, they nibble on bark to stave off hunger, and at a waterhole, brook, or small river, a sip quickly revitalizes them, requiring minimal sustenance. Had it been an ordinary human army, it might not even have arrived in 2 days. When the monster army was still a kilometer away from the Brown Forest clan's old nest, Liana ordered it to halt for an hour's rest to recover strength. Though extremely confident in her strength, Liana couldn't underestimate the wild dwarf tribe, whose lineage extends far back and is not weak. While treating the followers as mere cannon fodder, even cannon fodder must fulfill its intended role, rather than merely being sent to die meaninglessly. Shaman, Chief, a large number of monster warriors are gathering outside. With an army of over 4,000 monsters gathering, even at a distance, the Brown Forest clan, already nervous and having sent scouts, undoubtedly noticed. Information even reached the upper echelons of the Brown Forest clan when the monster army was still tens of kilometers away. Slytherin and Luce exchanged glances and then looked toward the dozen or so clan leaders in the hall, extremely serious in demeanor. Proceed according to the plan we just formulated. At your command, Shaman, Chief. The high-level professional wild dwarves responded with unwavering determination. The old, weak, women, and children among the wild dwarves had already been moved through tunnels. In this battle, they could fight without worrying and with all their strength. Outside the valley, with an exhilarating dragon's roar, the monstrous army of thousands roared in unison, charging into the tall and wide cavern. Leading the charge were over 100 giant demons standing 3 to 4 meters tall, rugged and immensely strong, clad in heavy vine armor a finger thick, tougher than steel. Besides acid and flames, these giant demons were almost impossible to kill, making them the best frontline unit. On the other side of the valley, the battle-ready wild dwarf army roared back, launching an attack against the monster army. First came a wave of thrown spears and flying axes, numerous long-ranged attacks turning the foremost rows of giant demon warriors into pincushions. Yet even so, unless their legs were severed, these giant demon warriors continued running forward, wildly, with roars, as the intense pain from their wounds only served to enrage them further. Soon, hand-to-hand combat ensued. Blood splattered, and wild dwarves as well as monster warriors fell, never to rise. Compared to the more disciplined wild dwarves mostly at levels 3 to 4, the monster army's general strength only hovered around levels 1 or even 0, suffering heavy casualties. If not for the hundreds of big goblin warriors and giant demon warriors as the backbone of resistance, the ordinary kobolds and goblins, regardless of their numbers, would fall like harvested wheat. A towering forest giant demon, 5 meters tall, wearing vine-heavy armor, roaring like a giant, swung a giant wolf fang club, measuring 4.5 meters long, smashing several wild dwarves into minced meat, then continued charging forward, swinging its massive wolf fang club to cruelly kill another dozen wild dwarves, unambiguously showcasing its terrifying power. Chapter 68 to 67, Advanced Displacement Field. High-level Sub-Dragon Knight Nelson and the elderly high-level Bone Blood Elder. Mounted on the back of the triangular dragon, Nelson's hefty dragon spear surged with powerful blood energy, carrying the beast-riding giant strength to pierce through the arrogant dragon vein giant demon. On the other side, the wild dwarf Bone Blood Elder also lunged forward, initiating a charge towards the latter, with the blood energy emanating from the giant axe in his hand even more vivid and rich than Nelson's. Although the professions of sub-dragon knights and bone blood warriors are different, the extraordinary power cultivated is all blood chi, essentially the same as professions like blood knights and bloodthirsty warriors. The types of professions are countless, but the essence of the extraordinary path comes down to blood chi, elements, spiritual energy, divine power. All kinds of professions evolve from these extraordinary sources, with some being exclusive to races like the bone blood warriors for wild dwarves, and others like mages being universal for intelligent creatures. As long as one has casting aptitude, meaning strong spiritual power that can refine magic power, they can switch careers regardless of race. Once the strength reaches a high level, the destructive power becomes extremely frightening. Ordinary rocks and steel are no match before them. Die for me. The sudden death of his partner who had accompanied him for over 100 years filled Nelson's heart with anger, and he wanted to vent his inner emptiness and burning rage through battle fought with all his might. The dragon vein giant demon stopped slaughtering the ordinary wild dwarf warriors, turned around, and looked at the two strong wild dwarves charging at it, grinned, exposing dark yellow giant teeth, and raised its giant wolf fang club covered in vines and poisonous spikes to fiercely clash with Nelson, who was leading the charge with the dragon spear. A muffled gigantic roar exploded, transforming into a circle of invisible sound waves rapidly spreading outward, causing wild dwarves and monster warriors nearby to suffer splitting headaches with buzzing minds. Poof! Mounted on the triangular dragon, blood spilled from Nelson's mouth, and the blood vessels in both arms holding the dragon spear burst open, his entire body trembling, as he looked up at the dragon vein giant demon across from him, which during this hard clash only took 5 or 6 steps back to unload, with a very ugly expression on his face. This dragon vein giant demon is definitely not an ordinary high-level creature, probably only one step away from master level. According to the level division, level 10 is the beginning of high level, while level 14 is the high level peak, and this dragon vein giant demon before them is the latter. Nelson had cultivated the profession level of sub-dragon knight to level 12, and his triangular dragon mount had also broken the racial limit under his training and reached level 11. With the coordination of sub-dragon knight's secret technique, the two powers were almost stacked, but even so, they still fell behind. Quite powerful indeed, it's been a while since I encountered such strength. The dragon vein giant demon Grey chuckled with an open mouth. Paired with its terrifying beast-like visage, its laughter was indeed somewhat fierce. Grey's gaze suddenly sharpened as its left leg kicked backward, sending the bone-blood elder who was sneaking from behind flying 20 meters away, crushing 7 or 8 warriors from both sides along the way. The bone-blood elder wobbled to his feet and casually chopped a big goblin trying to sneak attack him in half with an axe, covering himself with green blood and innards, but he didn't care. "Pa, what powerful strength!" The over 200 years old wild dwarf elder, who had cultivated the bone-blood profession level to level 13, spat out blood foam, looking solemn. Udi, who had been observing the war above the clouds, also saw Grey showing power, unable to ignore, as Grey's figure was indeed quite noticeable. "So this big guy's really strong, eh?" Udi clicked his tongue in wonder. At this moment, only he, a dragon, was in the clouds, while Black Dragon Maiden Lyanna had turned into a human form at the start of the war, applied an invisibility skill on herself, and disappeared. Currently, the top combat powers from both sides have yet to emerge, whether it's Lyanna or Slytherin, they are all being extremely cautious. The first to show will inevitably be heavily hit by the opponent who has long prepared a forceful attack. No person/dragon is a fool. Besides Grey, there is also a dragon vein big goblin showcasing very strong power, fiercely fighting with a powerful high-level bone-blood warrior with no clear winner. However, as time elapses, the battlefield begins to become clear, making both sides' leaders restless. Lyanna's restlessness is because, in addition to dispatching high-level combat forces to intercept the high-level combat forces on her side, the Brown Forest clan also sent out 2 high-level sub-dragon knights and dozens of middle-level sub-dragon knights. These wild dwarf knights riding giant beasts can easily carve out a bloody path within the monster army with a single charge, while the monster army has no matching force to counter them, allowing them to slaughter at will, leading to a rapid reduction in the number of monster army members, hinting at a looming collapse. And the reason the wild dwarves are getting restless is roar. Grey is the strongest. Grey, standing 5 meters tall and clad in vine armor heavy armor, slammed the exhausted bone-blood elder unconscious with a wolf fang club, then eagerly prepared to finish him. Around, Nelson and another high-level bone-blood warrior who joined midway, both went pale seeing this, attacking Grey with all their might, trying to make the dragon vein giant demon give up killing the bone-blood elder, but Grey ignored their attacks, stubbornly wanting to hammer one dead first. Suddenly, an element wave rippled through the air, a black giant hand appeared before Grey, grabbed its huge body, and forcefully threw it into the monster army 100 meters away, crushing 5 or 6 monster warriors. Grey dizzily stood up from the monster warriors crushed into paste beneath it, looking dazed. What happened? Grey looked around, discovering it was over 100 meters away from the previous battlefield. Just as it prepared to charge at those dwarves again, intense element fluctuations came from another direction. Time rewinds to seconds before, the moment Grey was flung by the dark hand. Transformed into human form, hidden without movement in a corner, Lyanna the Black Dragon Maiden sensed the magic fluctuations, and instantly turned her gaze eastward, her eyes gleaming with slight excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, Lyanna reverted to her black dragon form, unleashing her long-prepared acidic dragon breath with all her might towards that area. As the intense magic fluctuations spread from the initially silent zone, the covering and concealing magic failed, revealing Slytherin and his group. Advanced Shift Force Field. The magic gemstone at the tip of Roki's magic staff shone, and having already prepared this spell, he unleashed it the moment concealment magic failed. Defense element upper tier magic 6th ring master level advanced shift force field. Chapter 69-68, Martial Monk, Mountain Faithful. The acidic dragon breath, carrying terrifying corrosive power and physical impact force, blasted a deep, pitch-black crater more than 20 meters deep into the ground. However, Roki, who was maintaining the advanced displacement force field, turned pale, having consumed more than half of his magic power, and the advanced protective force field seemed on the verge of collapse. Roki had already taken a secret medicine that could strengthen magic power, or else the result might have been different. However, Roki held off Liana's dragon breath, creating a brief opening for the others. A vast swath of dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky, with terrifying thunder brewing within. With a wave of the staff by Slytherin, this terrifying molding element thunder element spell was successfully cast. Molding element upper tier magic 6 ring/7 ring mastery level upgrade ring thunderstorm technique. Originally just a 6 ring level thunderstorm technique, Slytherin forcibly upgraded it to a 7 ring spell at the cost of consuming most of his magic power. 7 ring and 8 ring correspond to master level domains, which are the highest level magic, above which are super tier spells and forbidden curses. Liana, locked by a vast range of kilometers of thunderstorm clouds, couldn't escape or evade. With a crack, countless lightning strikes bombarded the massive body of the black dragon. Enveloped by endless thunderstorms, Liana let out a heart-rending scream, her scales bursting open, charred scent wafting out. Meanwhile, the advanced warriors around Slytherin roared, throwing axes imbued with blood chi toward the Queen of Darkness in the midst of the thunderstorm, attempting to inflict more grievous wounds. But after several minutes passed, with the thunderstorm technique about to dissipate, Liana's screams still sounded full of vitality, causing Slytherin and the others to sense something amiss. According to them, the Queen of Darkness, a recently matured black dragon, should be at biological level 15, at most 16. Even though the black dragon, as a top-level magical creature, had strong magic resistance, in the frenzied bombardment of the upgraded thunderstorm technique and a master-level combination of advanced warriors' blood chi axes, killing her was unlikely. Slytherin and the others didn't expect this tactic to kill an adult black dragon, but it was possible to severely injure her. As the upgraded thunderstorm technique dissipated, seeing her appearing battered, many scales fallen off, exposing charred flesh, yet her aura remaining fierce, and her body seemingly shrouded in a special powerful invisible force, Slytherin and the others' faces changed dramatically. How is this possible? Clan leader Luce and Roki looked at Liana in shock, their hearts filled with extreme confusion and anger. The failure of this tactic would signify the darkest hour for the Brown Forest clan. The upgraded thunderstorm technique combined with the blood chi axes was their most powerful attack, yet even their strongest attack couldn't severely injure the Queen of Darkness. Could they still withstand her with their now greatly depleted magic and blood chi? As for surrender? None of the wild dwarves present had such thoughts. If at the very beginning there was such an option, now, after having battered the Queen of Darkness into such a state, it was clearly too late to surrender. This was a cunning, evil, and extremely vengeful black dragon, not a golden dragon or a silver dragon. This is the power of spiritual energy. The Queen of Darkness has cultivated a spiritual ability profession. The well-informed Slytherin immediately recognized the special power attached to Liana's body at this moment. It was spiritual energy. Spiritual energy, or spiritual power, is generally a potent force mastered only by ascetics. Cultivating spiritual power is tough, often requiring concentrated, mindful cultivation for 10 or dozens of years, along with talent, to master a powerful spiritual force. It seemed a bit unrealistic for a lazy, indulgent evil dragon. Even if Liana had changed her vocation to mage, warrior, and cultivated it to master level, Slytherin and his group wouldn't be so shocked. "You crawlers, you've angered me!" Liana roared furiously. Initially, she was thinking of holding back a bit and not killing too many high-level wild dwarf combatants since they would all become her followers later. But now, angered and driven to fury by the severe pain throughout her body, Liana only wanted to kill all the wild dwarves present. With the power of spiritual energy, Liana's speed became ridiculously fast, almost instantly arriving in front of Slytherin and the others. Seeing the advanced displacement force field in front of her, Liana sneered, standing up, retracting her sharp dragon claws, forming a fist, and then posing in a bizarre stance resembling a martial monk's striking posture. Indeed, the profession Liana had changed to was the martial monk. And it wasn't just any ordinary martial monk profession but a special one among martial monks, the mountain faithful. Martial monk, mountain faithful, still as a mountain, move as if heaven tilts. The spiritual traits cultivated by the mountain faithful special profession were twofold, defense and power. With the defensive spiritual trait, Liana managed to sustain only moderate injuries under the dual bombardment of the thunderstorm technique and blood chi flying axes. Rolling stone strike. The mountain faithful skill focuses on massive forceful impacts. The colossal dragon fist smashed rapidly like the wind onto the advanced displacement force field, both forces offset each other momentarily, and finally, the force field shattered with a bang, failing to divert Liana's dragon fist, which contained terrifying power. At the instant the force field shattered, Roki, who had been maintaining the spell, directly spat blood and fell unconscious, a backlash from being connected to the magic when it was broken. And at the moment of the force field's collapse, while the dragon fist came crashing down again, Slytherin's prepared 5-ring spell, Earth Wall Barrier, suddenly rose from the ground. An earthen wall more than 20 meters high, 5 or 6 meters thick, and over 100 meters wide slammed down between Liana and the people. Unlike the earthen wall used in the Black Teeth tribe to defend against the Kobold Advanced Dragon Vein Mage's Dragon Breath skill, which didn't require Slytherin to use his full strength, now facing Liana, Slytherin was not holding back at all, casting with all his might. Rolling stone strike. Seeing the earthen wall rise, Liana used the martial monk skill again, her dragon fist, wrapped in spiritual energy, slammed into the wall. With one punch, it penetrated the wall, and the power of spiritual energy spread through the entire wall, which only lasted for a moment before the thick, tall wall that seemed reassuring collapsed and scattered. Amidst the rising dust, Luce, wielding a giant axe and enveloped in bone blood chi, shouted and launched an attack on Liana. Facing the attack of a master-level bone blood warrior, Liana used another skill of the martial monk profession. Mountain shattering throw. Her tightly held dragon fist loosened, and then, under the reinforcement of spiritual energy, she captured Luce with lightning-fast speed. Before Luce, held in the gigantic dragon claw, could react, he felt a huge shock force from the claw. With a bang, he turned into a bloody streak that smashed into a mountain wall 100 meters away. Under the dual effects of the spiritual energy shock and Liana's inherent great strength from the mountain shattering throw, the master-level bone blood warrior was slammed directly into the mountain wall. Looking into the deep hole where Luce crashed, the rapidly evaporating blood chi and fragments of flesh extended along the channel into the depth, surely exceeding 100 meters. Above the clouds, Dudi was utterly dumbfounded seeing the Black Dragon Maiden wreaking havoc. Initially, when he saw the Black Dragon Maiden being bombarded mercilessly by the thunderstorm technique, he was a bit terrified, worried that the Black Dragon Maiden might accidentally suffer mishap under such catastrophic power. The result? Though injured when rushing out of the thunderstorm technique, the Black Dragon Maiden's aura increased dramatically. Followed by a set of rolling stone dragon fist combos, shattering the advanced displacement force field and earth wall barrier, then a mountain shattering throw directly tossing a master-level bone blood warrior into oblivion. Should be gone, right? Looking at the deep hole in the stone wall and the extending streaks of shredded flesh and blood chi, even Udi couldn't help but shiver. At this moment, Udi felt that his muscular dragon body was somewhat superficial. He was already considering how he might change his vocation to acquire this powerful special profession from the Black Dragon Maiden. Changing vocations has never been restricted to only cultivating one. As long as there is no conflict between powers, one can cultivate as many as they like. Like magic and martial warrior is a good example of dual cultivation in the mage and warrior professions. Chapter 70-69, The Curtain Falls. Shaman, quickly use teleportation skill to escape, hurry. Some of the older wild dwarf elders reacted swiftly, eagerly turning their heads to Slytherin, urgently urging him. Run away. Slytherin felt his throat dry, his rationality told him he indeed should immediately escape. The current situation couldn't be salvaged, the wild dwarf's defeat was already a foregone conclusion. But as long as he, a master-level mage, escapes, the Brown Forest clan can become powerful again in the future years. However, emotionally, Slytherin couldn't bear to abandon these dozens of clan strong men, nor could he abandon the nearly 2,000 warriors still roaring and fighting on the battlefield. These clansmen, in Slytherin's eyes, who had already lived for over 300 years, were not just cold numbers, but close companions and juniors who had endured hardships and grown together over a long time. All right, I'll leave now, you must flee as well, try to lead the clan warriors to disperse and escape, then stay away from here. In a short moment, Slytherin regained his calmness, his expression composed, locking eyes with the Queen of Darkness, Lyanna, who had just finished casting and turned to him with a gruesome smile. The black gemstone at the top of his magic staff emitted light, and a 2-meter-high portal of white light appeared in front of Slytherin. From this perspective, the other side of the portal was still a forest. Fourth ring spell, Any Gate. The effect of this spell is that you can transport to any accurately described location. This can be a place you see, imagine, or specify by distance and direction. With this concept, cast any gate, and the other side is where you wish to go. Of course, there are restrictions. Restriction 1, it can only be on the same plane. Restriction 2, the further the distance, the more magic power consumed. Despite these two restrictions, this spell remains a good one, loved by many casters. Slytherin sat on the black fierce beast, instantly leaping into the Any Gate, but before the gate could close, a black light followed closely behind. The black light was the Queen of Darkness Lyanna, who had transformed into human form in pursuit. The high-ranking wild dwarves were stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting this outcome. However, several of the elder bone-blood elders suddenly understood the last words the shaman said to them. Their lips moved slightly, but their eyes were red. What are you all dazed for? Hurry and lead the battlefield warriors out of here. An elder bone-blood elder, nearing 400 years of age, shouted angrily at the crowd, then swiftly rushed towards the other side of the battlefield. The others also swiftly came to their senses, hurriedly following behind the elder, killing monster warriors they encountered along the way, and quickly gathered the warriors scattered on the battlefield. The efficiency of the dozen advanced warriors was astonishing. In a very short time they gathered most of the surviving clan warriors, then 1,700 wild dwarf warriors divided into 3 teams, fleeing in different directions, each team led by 4 or 5 advanced combat forces. As for the monster army on the field, the monster army, which initially exceeded 4,000, now had less than 1,000 left. Even the advanced dragon-vein big goblin chieftain from the Beast Heart tribe was dead. The only remaining monster advanced combat force was the giant demon leader, Grey. And it wasn't foolish, since these wild dwarves had no mind to surround and kill it, only intent on escaping. How could it possibly chase after them seeking its death? Though its strength was very strong, capable of fighting 3, even 4 advanced wild dwarves simultaneously, it couldn't withstand 10+ rushing at it together. Grey scanned the battlefield, looking at the scattered kobold, goblin, and giant demon corpses everywhere, then glanced at the remaining monster warriors, only 5 or 6 dozen giant demon race members surviving, remembering that before the battle there were hundreds, couldn't help but sigh. Although monsters don't have much sentimentality, seeing the corpses of fellow race members and other monster warriors, still felt somewhat bleak and melancholic. What a pity, if the master was willing to spend some dragon blood to create some dragon vein giant demons. Gray had this thought more than a few times, but it didn't dare to mention this to the master. Gray's strength and power, although not separate from its outstanding talent and effort, but without the contracted dragon vein power bestowed by the master, it could never have such strong capabilities. The middle level would likely be its lifetime limit. What are you all doing? Hurry and clean up the battlefield, first clear out the master's spoils of war. Shaking off these thoughts, Gray no longer considered them, turning to look at the monster warriors lying on the ground resting and panting, seeing the giant demon warriors tearing and chewing wild dwarf flesh due to hunger, it immediately scolded angrily. Valley, hillside, it was unknown when Udi, who had originally been observing the battle from cloud level above the battlefield, quietly landed here. His eyes carried a trace of excitement. Mother has gone to hunt down that master-level mage, now is a good opportunity. Although somewhat unscrupulous, the thought of possibly hundreds of years or even over 1,000 years of accumulation by the wild dwarves being hidden somewhere in the valley, Udi couldn't help but feel his greed arise. Of course, the Brown Forest clan clearly came prepared for this battle, so the most precious treasures were likely transferred, but even so, with such rushed timing, surely many rare items were left behind unable to be taken. As for using spatial bags? Spatial bags aren't something commonly available, typically only a few cubic meters in size. Those with hundreds of cubic meters are not something ordinary people can possess. The spatial bag contributed to Udi by Cadden was also only a few cubic meters large, but Cadden didn't acquire it with his own efforts. That spatial bag along with the Mage Job Change book and several magic books, were scavenged from the remains of a deceased human caster in a collapsed mountain cave crevice. What Cadden acquired with his own efforts was the fireball technique and group low-level frenzy technique he traded with the Higland family. Everything else was a natural gift. Yes, a goblin encountering adventure in the wild, having casting talents, embarking on the caster's path through effort and luck, spending decades becoming an intermediate mage, also considered a regional monster protagonist template. Udi moved quickly, doing these things couldn't let the Black Dragon Maiden know, otherwise would surely be severely punished. Dragons hold treasures in extremely high regard. Damn, the cave is too small, I can't get in. Very quickly, using the dragon's special sense of smell and perception, Udi found a treasure-hidden cave, but looking at this cave, only about 2 meters high in front of him, he suddenly had a headache. Magic-like skill, transformation technique needs to reach the stage of an adult dragon or have the power of an adult dragon to awaken from the bloodline. And the biological level of an adult black dragon reached level 15, Udi still needs much time to develop. There are transformation and shrinking spells among the magics that change the shape, but Udi knows none. Damn! Udi regretted somewhat, knowing today, he should have gotten a transformation skill or shrinking skill in previous transactions with humans. It doesn't need to be mastery, just beginner level is enough, this way whether for combat stealth or facing the current special situation, they would be very effective. In most situations, the mighty size of a dragon is an advantage, but in certain special situations, a small physique can also have unexpected uses. Chapter 71-70, Magic Crystal Ore. A moment later, following his sense of smell and perception, Udi found a hidden warehouse, which was locked with a huge iron lock. With one swipe, Udi knocked the door along with the lock off. What appeared before his eyes was a large pile of ores inside the warehouse. This pile is demon iron ore, and this pile is. Upon seeing the demon iron ore, Udi wasn't too surprised. After all, although demon iron is valuable, its value is quite ordinary before it is refined. A palm-sized refined piece of demon iron requires a human-sized volume of demon iron ore to refine. Weapons crafted from refined demon iron can amplify the power and conduction speed efficiency of fighting chi and blood chi, making them extremely precious for those cultivating fighting chi and blood chi. During the previous surprise attack, Udi noticed that the giant axe weapon used by the wild dwarf Rosa was crafted from a large amount of demon iron. Even though it was only of low quality, its value was still sky-high. Udi shifted his gaze from the demon iron ore to a pile of larger and smaller stones mixed with white crystals further inside. Upon feeling the dense elemental power emanating from them, his eyes lit up. Magic crystal ore. Judging from the sensed elemental concentration, they should be mid-level magic crystal ore. Inferior, lower, middle, upper, and top. Most magic gemstones, magic crystals, and magic metals are divided into these 5 levels, and the value difference between each level is a leap. Right now, Udi's spatial bag still contained about 100 lower-level magic crystals, all acquired through trading with humans and the hard-earned money from months of hunting by Shiji and the others. This pile of crystal ore should be able to yield thousands of lower-level magic crystals from the elemental concentration, and a few dozen mid-level magic crystals could probably be collected. Udi's eyes sparkled as he took out a palm-sized grey spatial bag he had stored in his reversed scale, infused magic power, and put the entire pile of mid-level crystal ore inside. The 5 cubic meters of space in the bag was immediately filled by this pile of crystal ore. As for the remaining demon iron ore, it was impossible to carry it all, not even with a few more bags of this size. A somewhat regretful Udi directly picked up some demon iron ore and stuffed it into his mouth. The crunching and crisp chewing sounds were clear and distinct. After tasting a few tons of demon iron ore, Udi finally stopped. Within his giant dragon's smell perception range, a few hundred meters away, some creatures had intruded. This scent should be that of goblins. Realizing that the monstrous army under the Black Dragon Maiden was coming to claim the spoils of victory, Udi hurried out of the warehouse, flew a distance into the back of the valley, and silently took to the skies, leaving for the Black Blood Valley. As for whether the Black Dragon Maiden could successfully kill the master-level wild dwarf caster, Udi was still confident about this. A master-level caster with nearly exhausted magic power, resorting to sacrificing his own life to distract the Black Dragon Maiden and let his tribe spread out and escape, how could he possibly survive from an adult Black Dragon with a special professional transformation? The outcome was already destined, and Udi couldn't be bothered to stay. After all, even if he stayed, he wouldn't get a single gold coin from the wealth, let alone sneak a peek at the lower-level demon iron ore and mid-level magic crystal ore, which were likely to exist. Instead, staying might attract trouble because of the mid-level magic crystal ore filling his spatial bag. Never underestimate the treasure hunting ability and instinct of a dragon for treasures. The scene shifted to another side. Following the Any Gate, Lyanna, who was pursuing the chase, looked at Slytherin on the opposite side. Still standing with an extremely calm face, Slytherin paused for a moment and then smiled. A wise choice. Dying under the claw of an adult black dragon who has trained in a special monk profession, I find this result acceptable. Slytherin's expression was complex as he looked at the humanoid form of the Queen of Darkness in front of him, with amazement and curiosity in his eyes, but there was no fear of death. But before I die, may I know what the name of the monk profession you trained in is, Your Majesty Queen of Darkness? As an old man who has lived for hundreds of years, I have seen many professions, including many monk professions, but I've never encountered one like yours. Slytherin asked curiously. Originally, he wanted to ask how a lazy and gluttonous black dragon managed to train itself with such powerful spiritual energy like an ascetic, but then he thought about it. Dragons are inherently peculiar, so one more Queen of Darkness wouldn't make much difference. Isn't that playful black dragon also an abnormal black dragon? Thought of this, Slytherin felt quite annoyed. Even though there were many dragons, Tall Plain was not small, and when dispersed, dragons became rare. But his Brown Forest clan ended up befriending 2 dragons, both abnormal dragons, which was indeed a rare stroke of luck. Abnormal dragons do not only refer to those dragons with physical alterations but include those with unusual personalities, behaviors, or exceptionally special talents, such as magic addiction dragons, greedy gluttonous dragons, righteous and kind-hearted evil dragons, and so on. On the surface, Udi could be considered the former, while Lyanna would be the latter. Mountain Faithful. Liana said indifferently, giving an answer as a token of appreciation for this little bug saving her some effort. This. Slytherin tried hard to recall the origin of this profession, attempting to gather some information from his wild dwarf tribe's heritage. Soon, his eyes widened in disbelief. Saint Petrov. Before Slytherin could finish his words, his gaze darkened. A gaping blood hole streamed with blood and brain pulp appeared on his forehead. With a wave of her hand, Liana sent Slytherin's corpse into the spatial bag. This was a master-level caster's corpse, still very valuable, especially for the necromancy school mages. However, Liana did not plan to trade with necromancy school mages, as this guy knew a great deal of information about her. She intended to use this master-level caster's body to experiment and research other functions and applications of spiritual energy. Spiritual energy is an extraordinary energy born from the combination of spiritual strength and psychic power, possessing incredible power. Such as creating fire out of thin air, generating ice, creation, life creation, flight, acceleration, moving objects, transformation, weather manipulation, and so on. Although spells can achieve these, they require specific learning for each spell, whereas spiritual energy does not. If developed well, spiritual energy could achieve virtually all spell effects. The power of the mind is grand and vast. Liana intended to try experimenting with the spiritual energy effects, pondering whether she could use her spiritual energy to nurture a new conscious entity in the body. Black Blood Valley. Udi's massive dragon body descended on the water pool clearing. Shiji, Kaden, White Crane, and Mondo had been waiting here for a long time. Udi threw the spatial bag, from which he had removed his magic imprint, at Kaden, instructing, "There's a pile of mid-level magic crystal ore in it. You should quickly collect the magic crystals from the ore. Collecting magic crystals from ore requires magic power. Physically breaking it can easily result in elemental loss from the magic crystals. This is why the magic crystal ores remain as ore, because most Brown Forest clan casters are few, and low-level casters collect very slowly, while noble middle-high level or master-level casters would not possibly serve as labor for mining, resulting in slow efficiency and retention of such crystal ore batches." Of course, this was Udi's guess, but it was a very reasonable rationale. Chapter 72-71, 3 Years of Accumulation. Master, we deployed over 1,000 warriors in that battle, and in the end, less than 300 returned. Among them, 5 intermediate warriors also perished. Shiji's expression was quite heavy. Black Blood and Green Forest, these two major monster races, clashed several times with the Brown Forest clan of the Wild Dwarves, causing extremely heavy losses. The original clan of over 4,000, now counting women and children, was barely over 1,000. However, the core combat strength of the monster clan was mostly retained. Besides Shiji and the 4 contracted followers, the monster clan still had 5 intermediate warriors, 2 big goblin warriors, 1 kobold warrior, and the Zamang and Zaku the giant demon brothers. Of course, they had just reached the threshold of the middle level, and their biological levels were basically all tier 5 initial. Udi nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. In his heart, the severe casualties did not cause much turmoil. Aside from feeling a slight regret for the 5 fallen intermediate monster warriors, the other deceased monster warriors could be replaced with a new batch in a few months, at most a year. "All right, you may leave. Continue as you did before." Udi lost interest in the discussion, signaling them to disperse and start their tasks. The 4 monsters of different races and demons respectfully escorted Udi back to the dragon nest before dispersing. The white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane spread its wings elegantly and flew to a cliff hundreds of meters high. She still had 2 children to take care of. Kaden placed the grey-spotted spatial bag into his arms and strode towards the Green Forest race's living area. He had to start mining quickly. This was an urgent task arranged by the master and had to be prioritized. Studying magic and cultivating magical power had to wait. Mondo scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit hungry, pondering whether to eat the wild goat raised in the tribe or the jungle giant rabbit today. Forget it, he hadn't eaten mountain chicken in a long time. Today, he'll eat chicken. Just as Mondo was about to move, Shiji's voice came from behind. Wait, Mondo. What is it? Mondo turned around to look down at the short Shiji. To his 5-meter height, the 2+ meter tall Shiji indeed seemed small. Shiji looked at Mondo's strong physique with a hint of envy. Unfortunately, this was a racial trait. Mondo was already 4 meters tall before receiving the power of the dragon vein from the master, which could not be desired by others. Mondo, the tribe's warriors have suffered heavy casualties, and you know the master's appetite. Shiji, you're speaking too complicatedly, Mondo's head hurts listening. Mondo interrupted, holding his head, unable to bear Shiji's ongoing complaints about the current difficulties of the tribe. Shiji snorted coldly with some dissatisfaction, secretly thinking that he was indeed just a big dummy. Compared to him, the Kobold clan had its advantages, at least in brains they were far more flexible than the giants. To put it simply, don't just eat and sleep all day. When you have spare time, find the female giants to mate and produce more giant demon offspring. Of course, if you don't reproduce, then go to the dark forest often and bring back those lost wild giants, Shiji said plainly. Mondo pondered for a few seconds, then nodded his head, mumbling, Mondo understands. Simply put, it's to increase the giant demon population. Seeing his advice being taken, Shiji slightly nodded, revealing a look of satisfaction. For the master's food and cannon fodder, the more giant demons, the better. As for eating a lot, that's no problem, these big eating giants aren't picky at all. They can eat stinky things, rotten things, leaves, dirt, even more so than goblins and kobolds. All 4 contracted followers had tasks to keep them busy, while Odi, back in the dragon nest, also had many things to handle. During this war with the Brown Forest clan, Odi witnessed many outstanding professional paths and strong individuals, realizing his current power and position. What was once a slightly overconfident mindset was now restrained. An advanced bone-blood warrior fought desperately with me, and I still had to flee, still too weak, Odi thought calmly. Although that advanced bone-blood warrior named Rosa wasn't an ordinary high-level professional, and even had powerful weapons made of demon iron. Next, I need to develop properly, grow, and stockpile power. Knowing his strength was insufficient, Odi began to plan meticulously for the upcoming period. Spells still needed learning. Though Slytherin perished at Lyanna's claw, it did not mean casters were weak. It only proved Lyanna was stronger. Both master-level professionals, Luce, the leader of the Brown Forest clan, faced the full blast Lyanna and fell with just 1 exchange. In contrast, Odi, having watched the entire battle, had every reason to believe that the master-level wild dwarf caster Slytherin still had the ability to escape until the very end. Unable to win, but able to flee. The longer a caster lives, the more mysterious their methods become, unfathomable and elusive. Odi did not believe that Slytherin, a master-level caster who lived for hundreds of years, hadn't mastered a master-level teleportation skill. The teleportation skill was just a 5th ring spell, after all. For a mastery-level teleportation skill, the casting speed would be fast. As long as Slytherin could delay for a bit, he could escape. If he had a returning to truth level teleportation skill, it would even be instantaneous. He didn't use the teleportation skill, but rather the any gate skill, simply because he made a choice between his own life and the lives of nearly 2,000 warriors of the tribe. It doesn't mean he couldn't escape. Odi's goal was to quickly master a life-saving magic, then increase his skill level to mastery, even reaching the instant cast returning to truth level. Only then could he say he was stable, encountering an unbeatable enemy. As long as the gap wasn't too vast, he would have a chance to escape with a dragon's life. And for someone like him, with the banquet talent and skill mastery panel as his 2 major cheats, as long as he could survive, the longer he lived, the stronger he would become, with absolutely no bottleneck in strength. Although giant dragons can naturally grow stronger over time while eating and drinking, the speed is too slow. Later on, it might take decades or even a century just to advance one level. That special spiritual ability profession of mother. Didi thought again about the special profession of the Black Dragon Maiden's transformation. Honestly, he was extremely envious, very envious. However, he also understood that no matter how much he begged the Black Dragon Maiden, she wouldn't give him this special profession for nothing, even if it wouldn't cost her anything. Forget it, there will be opportunities in the future. Didi suppressed his greed. In fact, Didi also understood that pursuing two professions would consume a lot of time and energy. With that time, it would be better to specialize in the mage profession, perhaps resulting in even greater strength improvement. But, Didi truly felt that he was very suited for the Black Dragon Maiden's special profession. With the ever-strengthening mighty dragon body aided by the banquet, combined with this special profession that could significantly enhance close combat abilities, it was simply a perfect combination. In the following days, Didi's life returned to the rhythm from before the war started. Every day he studied magic, and when tired, he browsed the knowledge in the dragon's legacy in his mind, learning about the customs, professions, and traits of various races, understanding various equipment, especially those targeted at giant dragons. When the banquet's cooldown ended, he would eat until the progress bar was full and then enter sleep. In these monotonous yet daily progressive days, time slowly passed by, rolling steadily forward. Thus, after 6 months, Didi's biological level broke through to level 8. In magic, the skill level of the second ring water element enhancement technique advanced a great step within the master level. Additionally, through trading with humans, he successfully learned the entrance level any gate 4th ring magic and shrinking skill 3rd ring magic. The effect of any gate doesn't need much explanation. While its escape effectiveness is not as quick and convenient as the teleportation skill, the latter is a 5th ring spell, requiring the condition of becoming a high-level mage before it can be learned, and Udi estimates it will take a long time to become a high-level mage, at least not within a few short years. Moreover, the Higland family, which trades with Udi, may not even possess the teleportation skill. The quality and scale of the team's Higland dispatches every month to the Dark Forest can vaguely reveal some of their background. The highest combat power of this family is probably only high-level professionals. The probability of having master-level professionals is nearly non-existent. When Udi becomes stronger, the effect of this family from a small human duchy on him is estimated to diminish significantly. But by then, it's time to slaughter this fat lamb as well. In the water pool dragon nest, Udi grinned fiercely. Trading with an evil dragon, while making huge profits, also means bearing certain risks, right? The 16th month of accumulation and growth, which was 1 year and 4 months later. Udi's biological level broke through from level 8 to level 9. Level 10 is the threshold to becoming high-level creatures. The development of the monster clan under his command was also very smooth. Under the transformation of dragon blood, these beloved warriors, infused with Udi's bloodline, gradually broke through to the intermediate level amid slaughter and devouring. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. In the jungle, a team of human warriors clad in full armor silently advanced, and between the 30 warriors were 2 casters riding black scale beasts. The black scale beast, a mature level 5 demon, had speed and power among the upper middle level within demons of the same level. Its magic-like skill was a bewildering black mist. Riding such demons as magic pets and mounts, it's evident that these 2 casters had extraordinary statuses. Wit, are we almost there? Among the 2 casters, a middle-aged man with grey hair, wearing a blue magic robe, asked the purple-robed caster beside him. Wit was precisely the level 6 mage who had led the team to trade materials with Shiji for many years. But 2 years ago, his mage level had broken through to level 7. Moreover, since he had always led the trading parties to the Dark Forest, his status in the family had also elevated greatly, and he had now become the third spokesperson in the Higland family. The clan leader of Higland, and also the strongest in the family, was none other than this middle-aged caster beside Wit. Roy nodded slightly, feeling quite emotional in his heart. Since Wit established a secret connection with the Queen of Darkness and began trading nearly 4 years ago, their Higland family had grown increasingly prosperous. With the influx of large amounts of resources and money, the number of strong individuals in the family had multiplied. Numerous powerful mercenaries, tired of unstable lives, had been absorbed by the Higland family, becoming family guards or warrior captains. As for himself, during the 3rd year after the trade began, he successfully broke through to level 10, a prestigious and powerful high-level mage, with the help of spirit secret medicine purchased at great expense. The entire family's influence rapidly expanded in the subsequent year because of his breakthrough. Initially, the influence of the Higland family was confined to Golden Flower City, but now it extended to the capital city of the duchy. Chapter 73-72, Qualitative Enhancement. The Dark Forest is dangerous, which is a common understanding among the adventurers of the Cass Duchy. There are giant dragons here, high-level demons, large-scale monster races, and elves who are not fond of humans. Every year, at least a few hundred adventurers die in the Dark Forest. From the border to here, we've traveled over 200 kilometers, haven't we? It must have been quite the challenge when you led the team before. The reconnaissance skill allowed Roy to notice nearly 100 presences several hundred meters ahead in the jungle. Judging by the lack of concealment, those presences likely belonged to the monster team that trades with the Higland family. Upon hearing clan leader Roy's sigh, Wit continued, if you start counting from Golden Flower City, the total distance is over 600 kilometers, and coming and going makes it over 1,000 kilometers, which indeed isn't easy. It's more than just not easy, this stretch from Golden Flower City to the border of the Cass Duchy is occasionally fraught with bandits, although they're just a bunch of unorganized mobs. Those who are more successful bandits have some insight and can see that this team is not to be messed with, but after traveling several hundred kilometers, at worst, the team ends up exhausted, and sometimes, if they're unlucky and careless, warriors could get injured, which would affect the journey. And crossing over 200 kilometers from the border of the Cass Duchy to the trading point, they would also conflict with goblins, kobolds, giant demons, jackal wolfmen, ogres, etc. However, this isn't too bad, as monsters are more sensitive to danger than those unorganized human bandits. Generally, they wouldn't encounter much danger. The greatest danger is actually the poisonous insects, snakes, and ants in the dark forest, along with the poisonous grass and vines. If bitten or scratched and poisoned accidentally, general poison can be detoxified with an antidote, but antidotes aren't omnipotent, and there are always rare toxins that can't be cured by them. In the 7 years of trading, warriors were poisoned over 350 times, and due to rare toxins, around 20 people were unfortunate enough to die. However, most of these incidents have occurred in the last 4 years, after establishing a hidden line with the monster races under the Queen of Darkness. As the trading frequency increased several times, more personnel were brought along, which naturally increased the probability of poisoning. Although only around 20 people have died from poisoning over 7 years, the warriors sent by the Higland family to participate in this trade event are either trained from a young age or have family and children in the territory. They are all loyal family warriors, and the death of each one is a significant loss. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Many people desire such an opportunity but can never encounter it, Roy said calmly. That's true, clan leader. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have broken through to level 7 so quickly, Wit replied with a smile. He is 38 years old this year, and his mage professional level has reached level 7, and there's a possibility he might advance to high-level mage in the future. While chatting and laughing, the team approached the trading point. They emerged from the dense forest. Wit, along with the 30 accompanying warriors, was accustomed to it, having been here many times, but it was Roy's first time seeing the monster races that traded with their family. Such strong presences, these monster warriors are at least level 4, and quite a few may have reached the middle level. Roy's gaze settled on the nearly 100 monster warriors standing tens of meters away. 2-meter-high goblin warriors, dogman warriors about 1.89 meters high, and giant demon warriors standing 4 or 5 meters tall. They all wore dark vine armor, and their weapons included wooden spears, iron sabers, and wolf fang clubs. Though the quality of the gear was far inferior to the low-level enchanted equipment that the warriors in their team were outfitted with, each monster exuded a fierce aura that exceeded expectations. Although Roy had gathered a lot of information from Wit's reports, he had never seen them with his own eyes, so he hadn't paid much attention before. But they were just a bunch of monster warriors. How elite and powerful could they possibly be? Even if they were under the Queen of Darkness, could they be stronger than their family warriors? In the training process of the Higland family's warriors, they undergo various tactical trainings. In actual combat, they engage in life and death battles with demons and bandits. Furthermore, the elite are equipped with a full set of low-level enchanted equipment, making them top-tier elite even among warriors of the same level in humanity. However, this was Roy's previous thinking. Now, seeing the appearance of these monster warriors with his own eyes, he realized that one shouldn't be too arrogant and overconfident. The trade proceeded smoothly. After all, both parties conducting the trade were old acquaintances. On the monster side, it was led by Shiji and Kaden, while on the human side, Wit was in charge. The profit from this demon materials trade should be able to reach twice the amount. Roy, who had taken in the entire trade, estimated in his heart. This double profit was calculated as pure profit, excluding all costs such as team expenses, material acquisition, and time consumption. However, this is just the base profit. If all these materials were made into potions and equipment and sold off over some time, the profit could multiply several times more. Chapter 74-72, A Qualitative Leap, 4K_2. But, although this trade is profitable, if we want to push the family to a further level, it's still not enough. If we could engage in mining cooperation and other partnerships. Roy thought greedily in his heart. The Demon Forest is a virgin land yet to be exploited, with many undiscovered veins of minerals. If it's just the Higland family, even if they discover precious mineral veins, it's absolutely impossible to mine and transport in such a dangerous place. But, what if we include the natives? Roy turned his gaze to Shiji and his companions, assessing their strong physiques, and immediately made a decision. This time, he came to participate in the trade process with the idea of opening new profit-making projects. Just the demon material trade no longer satisfies him as a high-level mage. Mining, slavery, robbery, which one would be less lucrative than the trade of demon materials? Transaction completed, welcome to come again next time. Oh, and remember to bring the items we requested for trade. Over there, Kaden and Wit settled the trade goods and were cheerfully engaging in the final conversation. Of course, you are the largest client of our Higland family. Whatever you need, our family will spare no effort to procure it. Wit said with a smile, preparing to conclude the transaction when suddenly his expression slightly changed, and the tone of the conversation which was about to end suddenly resumed. By the way, Priest Kaden, does the Queen of Darkness wish to earn more treasures? What do you mean? Kaden raised an eyebrow, signaling Wit to clarify. Mining, slavery, robbery. Wit lowered his voice, saying these 6 words. Upon hearing this, Kaden glanced at Wit, with a half-smile expression, about to say something when his expression slightly changed as he received a directive from his master in his mind. Naturally possible, who would refuse something that makes money? Kaden nodded. Seeing Wit's face showing joy, he suddenly turned his tone, questioning. But does your strength suffice? Well, of course, we can handle it. Wit was about to say something when behind him came the confident voice of clan leader Roy. Cadden turned his sight onto Roy walking over, instinctively sensing that this human caster was quite dangerous. "I am Roy Higland, the clan leader of Higland, currently a high-level caster." Roy briefly introduced himself while intentionally releasing the pure and powerful magic power within his body to prove his words were true. After Roy's identity was revealed, Cadden was somewhat surprised and astonished, with a hint of a peculiar expression passing deep in his eyes. What a coincidence, too coincidental. This way, the task just given by the master could be completed immediately. Then, after a round of conversation, Cadden invited Roy to meet his master, the Queen of Darkness. Roy hesitated somewhat about this. After all, this was an adult black dragon. To face and converse with an adult black dragon, far too dangerous. Cadden noticed Roy's hesitation and coldly laughed, saying, "Looks like you're not sincere at all, or do you think my master would care about a mere high-level caster?" After saying this, he prepared to lead the team to leave, and when Cadden, Shiji, and others walked several dozen meters away, about to disappear into the jungle, a voice suddenly came from behind. "Wait, I'll go." After a long internal struggle, Roy decided to take the risk after all. The Higland family can earn a lot of wealth for the Queen of Darkness, surely no evil dragon would kill such beneficial partners. Though evil dragons are wicked, untrustworthy, greedy, and cunning, they are not stupid. Without the Higland family, a black dragon rooted in the dark forest looking to find another capable, daring partner would take who knows how long. "Humph, since you're coming, then follow along. Oh, and the other warriors better not come along, if by any chance impolite upon seeing my master's majestic figure, angering my master." Cadden turned around and calmly said. However, without Cadden's reminder, Roy actually wouldn't have brought those warriors along. After all, in front of an adult black dragon, more of those elite warriors would not boost courage but might lead to other issues. "Wit, you wait here with the team for a while, I'll be right back," Roy instructed Wit. Then, Roy rode the black scale beast and followed Cadden and others, disappearing into the dense forest. Behind him, Wit's eyes showed a trace of worry, feeling the clan leader was quite adventurous this time. But just thinking if this time they could directly establish a collaboration with the Queen of Darkness, the resulting benefits, thinking of a bright future, even Wit's heart began to beat slightly faster. Deep within Black Blood Valley, along the Dragon Pool, a black-scaled muscular giant beast lay on the ground, lazily sunbathing. Such good luck! Upon hearing Cadden's reported news in his mind, the black-scaled giant beast, namely Udi, grinned. When Wit proposed additional trading projects between the two parties, he had a flash of inspiration, thinking to seize this opportunity to have Higland's true decision-maker meet him and use this chance to completely control this human family. And the result? As a result, the clan leader came directly, leaving Udi somewhat caught off guard. "Something offered on a platter, I must take or I'll have bad karma," Udi murmured, and with the humans not yet arrived, he opened a panel to glance at his own information. Udi, biological level 9, mage level 6, body length 18.24 m. Life force, 28.32. Current banquet level, 67, cooling time, 28 days. Spell-like abilities, dark magic, low-light vision, identification skill. Spell runes, 4th ring, any gate, mastery 1%, 3-ring shrinking spell, beginner 3%, 2nd ring water element enhancement technique, returning to the essence, tier 2 water healing technique, mastery 5%, 1 ring weakness technique, beginner 8%, 1 ring water blade skill, beginner 15%, 0 ring secret rune, beginner 32%. With 3 years of cultivating, Udi's strength has taken a qualitative leap. Although his biological level hasn't broken through to level 10 becoming a high-level creature yet, if he encounters that advanced bone blood warrior who once had him fleeing desperately, he has full confidence to kill the opponent. Even if that bone blood warrior uses that special secret technique to greatly enhance their strength. If they don't use that large-scale power-boosting secret technique, Udi estimates he can kill them in one face-to-face encounter. People are different, similarly, dragons are also different. A level 9 ordinary black dragon perhaps could fight on equal terms with level 10, level 11 bone blood warriors, and specific victory or defeat would depend on detailed situations. But level 9 Udi can beat a level 9 ordinary black dragon so badly it wouldn't know north from south. Even without considering mage level and spell bonus in strength, it's still so. Udi's dragon body relative to black dragons of his level is somewhat exaggerated. A normal level 9 black dragon would be about 12 meters in length. And Udi? Over 18 meters. Moreover, Udi's dragon body proportionally has a shorter neck and muscles of greater size, with his slightly over 18 meters length. Visually he wouldn't seem smaller compared to a black dragon with a 20 meters length. The banquet ability, with time passing, would further widen the size difference between Udi and ordinary giant dragons. My size there, might be useful if I bluff an enemy during crucial moments, Udi grinned and chuckled. Udi's powerful biological field sensed unfamiliar presences approaching, and in his mind, he thought to himself that the people had finally arrived. Roy, riding the black scale beast, arrived deep in the Black Blood Valley. Having passed through a small forest, he saw the black giant beast lying on the ground. Is this the Queen of Darkness? Watching the distant black dragon lazily sunbathing, Roy's mood started to tense up. However, the appearance of this black dragon, why does the style seem somewhat off? Chapter 75-73, Roy's Submission. Your Great Majesty, the Queen of Darkness, Roy Higland offers you his most sincere greetings. Oh? You think I am the Queen of Darkness? The mighty black dragon opened its menacing maw, speaking with a tone of mockery. Upon hearing this deep voice full of masculine energy, Roy's face instantly stiffened. In fact, as he approached the black dragon, he vaguely felt that the strange-looking black dragon before him was likely not the Queen of Darkness, as the name itself suggested a female black dragon. Although Roy was a mage and possessed knowledge in many areas, he was not a specialist dragonologist. He could only rely on his previous studies of some demons to make judgments, and such judgments inherently represented uncertainty and imprecision. But now there was no need for him to guess and judge, because this unknown peculiar adult black dragon spoke, confirming his suspicion. Your Majesty, the black dragon, please forgive my offense. According to rumors from the outside world, this area was occupied by a female black dragon. Now it seems this was a severe misdirection, and the true master of this place is indeed your venerable Majesty. Roy's expression became extremely serious, and he felt very angry about such slanderous rumors against the great black dragon Majesty before him. Ha 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 ha. This was Udi's crazy laughter. So amusing. Adaptability is indeed something humans excel at conveying to its essence. Standing beneath the menacing maw of the dragon, Roy seemed to be in the midst of a gale, with his robe fluttering all over. Upon feeling the long and terrifying aura of the giant beast up close, he bent his waist even lower. Just the breath alone is so powerful, simply terrifying. Truly deserving of being called an adult black dragon, Roy marveled in his heart. Actually, if Roy had used the identification skill on Udi, his expression would have certainly been interesting. This giant beast, comparable in size to an adult black dragon, was merely a level 9 creature. The identification skill is a spell-like ability awakened by black dragons during their juvenile dragon phase, although it is not unique to black dragons. Some racial bloodlines also carry this ability. The inspiration for creating a spell often comes from the innate spell-like abilities of extraordinary creatures. For example, the spell-like ability of the Windwolf corresponds to spells like the One Ring spell Windblade technique and the Third Ring spell Multiple Windblade technique. Indeed, my size is quite intimidating, Udi thought, satisfied as he glanced at Roy's increasingly hunched figure. Prejudices in one's heart are like a mountain. The more one knows, the stronger the constraints of their preconceived notions. Because Roy was aware of the size of adult black dragons, he never doubted Udi's strength at first sight, instantly assuming he was an adult black dragon, at least a level 15 top-level creature on the food chain. Of course, Udi's formidable dragon body performance was part of it. If he was merely superficially impressive, a high-level mage with powerful spiritual perception power could have sensed the truth and doubted Udi. Scale armor hardness, flesh vitality, biological magnetism, aura energy, etc., are not difficult for the strong to perceive. And although Udi's dragon body strength was quite a distance from that of an adult black dragon's, at least the gap wasn't too outrageous. To this, Roy would only think that Udi's ability to control and restrain his own aura was very strong, rather than that Udi's dragon body strength was truly at the level he displayed. The information you have is correct. This land indeed belonged to the Queen of Darkness, but... Udi's tone suddenly changed halfway through, revealing a savage gleam in his eyes. She was too weak, merely level 16, just an ordinary black dragon that had only recently come of age. I flew out from the depths of the dark forest, passed through this place, and beat her up on a whim. That young girl flew away sobbing. Roy was full of questions, his face changing multiple times as he deciphered the information contained in this sentence, and his back bent even lower. At the same time, the master-level any door magic he had been mentally holding onto was immediately cancelled. This was originally a life-saving spell he intended to use to escape immediately if things went south, but after perceiving the ice-cold warning in Udi's tone just now, he struggled for a moment and chose to abandon it. This powerful black dragon majesty must have sensed the hidden magic power quietly working in his body. Considering the disparity in power between the two, Roy chose to be sensible. Of course, Udi hadn't actually sensed the hidden magic power within Roy. He was just trying to scare the other party, and it worked if successful. If not, it didn't matter. Alright, let's talk business. Give me an overview of your mining operations, slaves, and robbery business. The black dragon, who had a look of savagery just a moment ago, suddenly spoke in a calm tone. After silently lamenting once more about the capricious nature of evil dragons, Roy quickly began to speak. This matter was one of the main goals he was risking his life to achieve this time. Besides, having reached this point, with even the escape spell cancelled and his life wholly in the claws of this black dragon majesty, Roy was no longer as tense as before. Regarding mining, slavery, and robbery businesses, let me start with mining. The dark forest is vast with dense elemental power, and there are definitely many rare veins of magic crystal, metals, gemstones, and other resources. As long as Black Dragon Majesty is willing to send out a large number of kobolds to explore, many can certainly be found. When the raw ores are mined, our Higland family can refine and process them for resale to the outside world, thus gaining enormous profits. Chapter 76-73, Roy's Submission. The final business of robbery. The Cass Duchy and the Yalbit Kingdom often have merchant caravans cross the national borders to sell various goods unique to each country. Many, in order to avoid the military, choose to travel along the road near the outskirts of the dark forest. If your majesty could dispatch elite monster warriors to launch attacks on these merchant caravans, there would certainly be great profits, and if these acquired goods are deemed unnecessary by you, our Higland family would be more than willing to assist in selling them. Udi listened intently to Roy's presentation, and couldn't help but marvel once again. Humans truly have a knack for this. Not to say Udi was never human, but his thoughts were never this complex, shrewd, or cunning. It's fair to say that Roy is gifted, a born merchant, with a heart ruthless enough. The mining veins aside, the acts of slave trading and robbing are no less sinful than the murder and plundering perpetrated by evil dragons, possibly even more so. You've convinced me, but for such a scale of business, don't you think you should pay some price and offer some stakes? Udi spoke calmly, as the massive menacing black dragon head overlooked Roy. Price? Roy's expression subtly changed, then respectfully said, certainly, to show sincerity, our Higland family is willing to yield 80% of the profits from this business. Hat. Didi snorted disdainfully, no longer concealing his thoughts. He directly said. Accept my contract, become my servant, represent me in the human realm. And as for benefits, I can promise you that your Higland family will be given dominance over the Cass Duchy. This. Roy's face showed an unpredictable mix of hesitation, temptation, and struggle, but he suddenly gritted his teeth, respectfully kneeling before Udi. Roy is willing to bow under your majesty's mighty dragon wings. Very good, your choice will make you grateful for life. Udi spoke indifferently, seemingly unconcerned with the allegiance of a high-level mage. The dragon scales shed during previous growth flew out from the gap in his reversed scale, accompanied by squeezed-out dragon blood, and under the solemn chanting of dragon language, the dragon scale contract book flew towards Roy, eventually smoothly integrating into his forehead. The power of the dragon vein began to transform Roy's body intensely. However, as a high-level mage, although his physical strength in comparison to warriors of the same level is much inferior, decades of magic power washing and strengthening had reached the threshold of a mid-level professional, so the excruciating pain from the dragon vein transformation did not cause Roy to lose his composure. He merely furrowed his brow and sweat coldly. In a mere moment, the transformation was complete. Upon feeling an additional spiritual connection in his mind, which enabled full control over Roy's life through this connection, Udi grinned. Just like that, he managed to coax a high-level mage into becoming a servant, with an entire long-established family behind him. The people, channels, resources, and information it represented behind are even more unquantifiable benefits. Even without considering the family's influence, a simple high-level mage alone was enough to make Udi genuinely excited. The strength and methods of a mage can hardly be compared to ordinary professionals. A level 10 ordinary professional warrior, with Udi's current full strength unleashed, could likely be killed in one face-to-face encounter, and escaping wouldn't be an option. But replace it with a level 10 ordinary mage, regardless of winning or losing, if they mastered a master-level teleportation magic-like skill, Udi probably couldn't keep them from escaping unless they were unprepared for magic beforehand and the distance wasn't too far, then perhaps there's a chance of a surprise attack to kill. However, those who grow into high-level mages are almost all formidable figures selected through rigorous tests, genuinely strong in both mind and power. Such rookie attributes like underestimating the enemy are not easily found in them. This is one of the two reasons why Udi chose to coax Roy rather than using violence. The other reason being, even if using violence could defeat the opponent, it would also disclose Udi's actual strength to them. A level 9 abnormal black dragon, while powerful and with extraordinary potential, trying to get a high-level mage to willingly serve is indeed much harder than making them bow to an adult black dragon. This is a very realistic matter. Potential is, after all, just potential until it's converted into real power. Sometimes not only does it fail to make people bow and serve, it instead breeds dissent. What value does an abnormal dragon, with remarkable potential but not exceptionally strong, truly have? Enslavement, research, trading. If given a thought, there would probably be many eager beings ready to move. After the initial dragon vein transformation was complete, Roy left the Black Blood Valley with a mission. Though serving under a black dragon may be constraining, the result suggests this was the best choice. Walking out of Black Blood Valley, feeling the surge of a serene power of the dragon vein within, Roy's face bore an uncontrollable expression of excitement and thrill. The reluctant look when accepting the servant contract in the valley could no longer be found. His lifespan was already nearing its end, and his potential almost exhausted. Reaching high-level mage status was achieved through outside aid, and achieving master-level mage was out of reach. Even progressing 1 or 2 steps further to levels 11 or 12 was uncertain. And now? With a strong adult black dragon as backing, that's one. The lifespan extension from the dragon vein transformation would allow Roy to live an additional 100 or 200 years, that's 2. The aptitude and potential enhancement from the dragon vein made the mage's level advancement easier, that's 3. Roy was already intentionally guiding the Black Dragon towards dependence and favor when he risked discussing business and the immense benefits involved. Only in this way could he increase his stakes, prompting an arrogant adult Black Dragon to sign a servant contract with him. In Roy's view, with the arrogance and power of an adult Black Dragon, they may not see a level 10 mage as insignificant but wouldn't place too much importance either, so even if Roy voluntarily submitted, the adult Black Dragon might not accept him under their wing. Many adult Black Dragons might prefer to kill their opponent outright, feast upon the corpse, and loot their wealth. It might be even more convenient for them. And the dragon blood, with the dragon blood given by the master, the family's overall strength will swiftly rise to a higher tier. Roy thought of the bottles of dragon blood stored in the spatial bag, feeling even more delighted. As for whether the aura and traits from dragon blood transformation would be exposed? No matter, exposure begets exposure. Because humans transformed by dragon blood have other designations among humans. Dragon blood warriors, dragon vein mages. Among humans, many families and individuals possess dragon bloodline. It's not an uncommon occurrence. Some are remnants of giant dragon bloodlines, some are bloodlines from slaying dragons, including giant dragons and sub-dragons. Thus, exposure wouldn't make anyone suspect that the Higland family had aligned with a black dragon, only envy and ponder the good fortune of the Higland family having acquired dragon blood. Black Blood Valley, Dragon Pool. Didi accepted the spatial bag containing traded goods from Cadden, infused it with magic power, glanced at the contents inside, then set it aside, and lowered his head to instruct Cadden. You're to oversee Roy's matters entirely from now on. As you command. Cadden bowed respectfully. All right, you may leave. Yes. Cadden left promptly. Didi watched Cadden depart, and the information about him flickered in Didi's view. Mage level, Tier 7 high biological level, Tier 8 high. His biological level surpasses his mage level. Didi murmured silently. This is understandable, under the feedback of the servant contract and Cadden's own progression, surpassing mage level seems quite normal. The advancement of caster level requires substantial growth in spiritual power, making it relatively slow to elevate. Chapter 77-74, A Day in the Clan and the Slumber of Growth. Didi took out the items from the spatial bag. 4 magic books made from demon beast hide corresponding to each attribute, respectively. Illusion 0 Ring Mage's Hand. Illusion 0 Ring Communication Skill. Lower Tier Magic 2nd Ring Invisibility Skill. Middle Tier Magic 3rd Ring Acceleration Skill. Among them, Mage's Hand and Communication Skill are meant to make daily life more convenient, so Didi thought about learning them. The skill level need not be high, just entry level, and it won't take much time. As for Invisibility Skill and Acceleration Skill, these two magics are for enhancing strength. The Invisibility Skill is to conceal Didi's increasingly massive dragon body, allowing him to use various tactics in battle. Although Didi learned the Shrinking Skill, using it reduces power, the smaller he shrinks, the greater the decrease, whereas Invisibility Skill does not negatively impact strength. The Acceleration Skill is the only middle-tier magic in this transaction, and its effect, as the name suggests, is to cast a spell to increase the movement speed of oneself or other beings. Didi did not choose to learn those seemingly extravagant spells. The chosen magics are either practical or can enhance his strength. The only attack magic learned so far is the One Ring Water Blade skill. The effect is just beginner level of Water Blade skill. Counting the water element True Dragon's power enhancement on water magic, it is far less destructive than even a fraction of Didi's pure dragon body's force. Even if the Water Blade skill is mastered to the highest level of returning to the essence, its power remains the same, unless a significant amount of magic power is forcibly consumed for ring upgrade. But doing so is evidently not worthwhile, as the magic power consumed for ring upgrade is sufficient to cast several times of magics corresponding to the post-upgrade ring number. If one truly wants to learn such extravagant attack magics, they must be high ring magics, otherwise, their effect on Hoodie is minimal, only able to enrich his magic library but likely to remain at the bottom without much use. However, hiring magics are very precious, strategic level items, beyond the current capability of the Higland family. And this is also why Hoodie's current transaction magic type doesn't include those flashy attack magics. Any gate, shrinking skill, water element enhancement technique, water healing technique, weakness technique, secret rune, and now acquired mage's hand, communication skill, invisibility skill, acceleration skill. Now Hoodie's magic library emphasizes practicality. Let's first get started on these 4 magics. Hoodie thought to himself. 1 day, 2 days. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month has passed. All 4 magics have been learned at entry level. Magic research time is quite tedious and lonely, and Hoodie occasionally needs to relax his mind. In the dragon nest, expanded 4 or 5 times, he stretched his enormous dragon body recklessly, scales and muscles rippling like waves. Like an arrow breaking through the water pool, tens of tons of water spray flew into the air, turning golden under sunlight, magnificent and dazzling. Invisibility skill. Hoodie silently recited a magic spell, using this newly learned magic. The once 18 meters long, wingspan over 37 meters black-scaled giant beast vanished without a trace in mid-air. The magic power consumption is acceptable. After silently sensing for a while, Hoodie was fairly satisfied. The larger the invisible volume, the more magic power is consumed. With Hoodie's current physique, the magic consumption is naturally not small, but this is only true for ordinary casters. This little magic power consumption is merely trivial. Without having to flap his wings, Hoodie flew at a moderate speed while floating in mid-air. He first arrived at the territory of the Black Blood race. In the past 3 years, Hoodie has been somewhat reclusive, counting the times he's gone out on one hand, and hasn't paid particular attention to observe developments of the subordinate monster race. Such matters don't require his concern. Shiji, Kaden are much more capable in this regard. Stone, are you home? Black Blood race. Scattered wooden houses cover an area of tens of kilometers. Between the wooden houses are well-organized gravel paths. In a remote corner of the tribe, stands a solitary 2-story wooden house. At this moment, a slim kobold youth, standing 1.6 meters tall, is shouting under the wooden house. The shout draws attention from those inside the wooden house. The window on the 2nd floor opens, and a female kobold pokes her head out. Originally preparing to scold with displeasure, she instead beams with joy upon seeing the young kobold below, her face covered with tiny black scales and folds spreading like a blooming chrysanthemum. Oh, it's Little Wolf, are you looking for Stone? He should be taking care of the livestock in the backyard now. The female kobold's attitude is quite enthusiastic. I understand, Stone's mother. The slim kobold youth, addressed as Little Wolf, nodded to Stone's mother at the 2nd floor window, then headed to the backyard of the wooden house. In addition to the large breeding farms, each household in the Black Blood race cultivates some livestock, and grows some fast-maturing fruits and vegetables. These are personal wealth, which one can decide to eat or trade with. Little Wolf walked around the wooden house, traversing several dozen meters to reach the shed in the backyard. The shed housed dozens of jungle giant rabbits. These rabbits are mere beasts, belonging to the lower mid-rank within level 0 according to biological level, though they are quite large, weighing 40 to 50 kilograms when fully grown. Chapter 78 to 74, A Day in the Clan and Growth Stage Slumber, 5.5k, _2. Little Wolf immediately saw Stone inside the shed, using his hands to sprinkle leaves and shrub branches to feed the jungle giant rabbits. The sound of the jungle giant rabbits eating was very noisy, like amplified gnawing sounds. Dozens of jungle giant rabbits eating together, that cacophonous and annoying sound made Little Wolf frown. This is also why Stone did not hear Little Wolf's shouting earlier. Little Wolf? Why are you here? Stone noticed Little Wolf approaching, and his previously bored face instantly showed a look of surprise. I plan to go hunting outside, do you want to come along? Little Wolf wasted no time and directly stated the reason for his visit. Stone's eyes widened, a bit shocked, but he was somewhat relieved recalling Little Wolf's strength. Names within the Black Blood clan for kobolds are not given casually. First, female kobolds responsible for reproduction and logistics do not have names, they're generally referred to as mother, wife, or daughter. As for male kobolds, they are named based on their demonstrated strength and talent. Reaching level 5, which is considered the threshold of intermediate professional strength for male kobolds, after independently hunting an intermediate demon, they are granted the surname Shi. Having the same surname as Chief Shiji also signifies they are an honored warrior favored by the true dragon. If a kobold reaches level 5 but has not succeeded in hunting an intermediate demon, their names are bear, wolf, tiger, lion, such as black bear, brown bear, yellow bear, earth bear, black wolf, green wolf, fierce wolf, etc. Kobold youth Little Wolf is such a genius kobold youth. He exhibited speed and agility surpassing his peers since a young age, thus being granted this name by strong warriors in the clan. And as for stone? Names like stone, weed, stick, excrement are ordinary male kobold names. Among them, the stronger ones reach level 4, while the weaker ones are immature, at level 1 or 2. Only by showing special talent or breaking through to level 5 can they be eligible for a name representing strength and honor. I have no talent, and I'm weak. Stone stammered, displaying an expression of hesitation mixed with expectation. Hesitation from fearing his own weakness might hinder his good friend, expectation from hoping his friend's invitation would be stronger, thus helping him make a firm decision. Do you want to be called Stone for your whole life? To die without leaving any trace? Little Wolf coldly stared at Stone, questioning him. All right, I'll go with you. Hearing Little Wolf's unrelenting questioning, Stone nodded without hesitation and accepted. Little Wolf nodded in satisfaction. Then the two young kobolds equipped their weapons and gear, bid farewell to their mothers, and left Black Blood Valley, heading into the dangerous dark forest. Little Wolf wore a set of light vine armor, holding a fine iron sword with 3 fine iron short spears strapped to his back. Stone's stature was sturdier, he wore a set of heavy vine armor, holding a shield in his left hand, and an iron hammer in his right. Their direction of advance was north. Udi, seeing this, no longer paid attention to these two kobold youths. Invisible, he leisurely flew toward the other side of the valley to the Green Forest clan. Green Forest clan's goblins and Black Blood clan's kobolds have a similar structure. Houses, livestock farming, clan member grading, all are present, only the details are slightly different. There are quite a lot of big goblin warriors. Udi noticed the Green Forest clan's petite giants, their height generally exceeding 3.5 meters. Big goblins are a return to the goblin bloodline ancestors, even without the power of the dragon vein. Big goblins generally exceed a height of 2.5 meters, able to tear apart ordinary tigers and leopards effortlessly. After receiving Udi's special power of the dragon vein, these big goblins, who naturally possessed the foundation and aptitude, had their strength and physical growth rapidly improve. The number of big goblin returnees is quite high, probably linked to the enhancement of the fundamental bloodline. From time to time, Udi would provide Shiji some ordinary dragon blood for free arrangement. These dragon blood created dragon descendants are naturally not one-offs, their offspring will also possess the power of the dragon vein, still being dragon descendants. It's just that some are born with a high concentration of dragon blood, comparable to their forebears, while others have a relatively low concentration, which results in differences in starting points and talent. Among the kobolds, some with high dragon blood concentration and casting talent naturally awaken to become dogman dragon vein mages. There are a few dragon vein mages in the Black Blood clan, but not even one mid-level mage, hence Udi automatically chose to overlook them. Chapter 79-74, A Day in the Clan and Growth Stage Slumber. Perhaps when Udi's biological level reaches the legendary level, even fewer dragon vein mages cultivated by the black blood race will be able to reach the advanced level. The caster's abilities surpass most other professions due to time, patience, accumulation, and, most importantly, talent. Last year Mondo seemed to have established a clan, something called Bone Break. Udi suddenly remembered an event that Shiji reported to him last year. 3 years ago, Mondo listened to everything Shiji said. Throughout these 3 years, Mondo led his subordinate giant demons to breed daily, and whenever they got tired of it, they would find and bring back the lost wild giant demons to the territory. As a result, the number of giant demons within the territory increased. Shiji and Kaden considered this and eventually prompted Mondo to establish a new clan. Named Bone Break Race. The Bone Break race now has more than 300 giant demons, with juveniles making up 7/10 of the population. The lifespan of giant demons is similar to that of ordinary humans, and their reproduction ability is also close. Naturally, young giant demons need more than a decade to become adults. Udi hovered above the Bone Break race, surveying the environment below that was even messy than a slum and the giant demons sleeping soundly everywhere, silently speechless. These giant demons empowered by the power of the dragon vein are very sturdy and tall, standing at least 4.5 meters, with most exceeding 5 meters in height. Despite being young, the small giant demons mostly range from 1.5 to 2.5 meters in height, with high dragon vein concentration showing black scales on their arms and thighs. Udi can perceive that the biological level of these small giant demons exceeds level 2 even without using the identification skill. Thriving indeed. Though all 3 clans have some flaws and shortcomings, overall, this development has been remarkably swift. In terms of life, order, wisdom, cohesion, etc., everything is much better than 3 years ago. After a casual tour, Udi returned to the rear of the valley with a fairly good mood, cancelled the invisibility technique, revealed his vast dragon body, and as he prepared to enter the dragon nest, a high-pitched, penetrating cry echoed from the sky above. Looking up, it was the mother crane flying playfully with her 2 little ones in the sky. Compared to over 3 years ago, the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane's appearance had also changed greatly, with wings spanning from 15 meters to the current 20 meters, legs adorned with fine black scales, and claws resembling strong dark metal. Coupled with its pristine white feathers, the black and white combination made it exceptionally beautiful. The 2 little cranes had changed significantly too, with their wingspan growing from just 5 or 6 meters to over 10 meters, they now held a certain dominion over the heavens as they soared across the sky. Biological level, Tier 8 high. Biological level, Tier 8 middle. The rank of the 2 little cranes manifested before Udi's eyes, and as for the mother crane, the identification skill couldn't assess beings surpassing Udi's own level. However, owing to their spiritual bond, Udi knew its level and strength without needing the skill. Biological level, 12th level early stage. This species, the white-feathered owl-tailed crane, reaches level 12 upon maturity. The mother crane is already a mature white-feathered owl-tailed crane in terms of level, but its size, due to Udi's bloodline power, is considerably larger than typical mature ones. Naturally, even at the same level, the mother crane surpasses ordinary white-feathered owl-tailed cranes in strength. The 2 little cranes playing in the sky perceived they were being watched, directing their sharp gaze downwards and spotting Udi. As they were about to dive down joyfully, Udi had already submerged into the water pool, his enormous figure quickly disappearing. Chirp chirp. The 2 little cranes voiced out crisp disappointed calls. Chirp. A displeased cry came from the mother crane behind them. Who exactly bore you children? The mother crane, feeling a bit vexed, immediately began teaching the 2 little cranes survival skills. With a flap of her wings, over 100 palm-sized wind blades, much weakened in might, formed and attacked the 2 little cranes like a machine gun. Chirp. Being hit once will incur a 10-kilometer flight while bearing a giant stone. The 2 little cranes were startled, such harsh training seemed life-threatening. Striving to survive, they exerted their utmost effort to flap their wings nimbly, dodging these speedy though not powerful wind blades. Though still immature, the agility and speed of the two little cranes already rivaled that of ordinary high-level demons, their elegant dodges resembling a graceful dance in the air. Only the two little cranes knew the sheer terror within. 100 wind blades evaded, the mother crane casually fanned her vast wings, followed by a dense swarm of miniature wind blades materializing, their count surpassing the previous one, totaling 150. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. White feathers fluttered. The two little cranes were utterly shocked. 8 days passed. Cool-down time reached, the 68th banquet commenced. For this banquet, Didi felt a strong sensation. He was about to enter a new growth phase as a giant dragon. Giant dragons undergo a long growth sleep during the juvenile dragon phase, young dragon phase, and adult dragon phase. During each phase, besides power enhancement, they also awaken some special abilities and access deeper dragon's legacy knowledge. During the juvenile dragon phase, Didi slept for 3 months, awakened magic abilities, and gained dark magic, low-light vision and identification skill, 3 very practical spell-like abilities. Sleeping too long wastes the banquet multiplier. Didi pondered. Regarding this, he already had a plan. Using spiritual connection, he informed Shiji, the mother crane, and the others not to approach the dragon nest. Didi transported a vast amount of refined iron blocks and copper blocks from the warehouse outside into the dragon nest using his spatial bag. Besides these, the dragon nest contained over 1,000 white magic crystals, spoils acquired from the Brown Forest clan war. Over the years, Didi resisted consuming them and harnessed their effect of amassing surrounding magic power. After all, except for a few dozen middle-level quality ones, the other magic crystals are subordinates quality. Consuming them would barely equal the effects of several average banquet multipliers. Didi compared and felt that keeping them for long-term benefits was more worthwhile to earn interest. If there were 10,000 magic crystals, Didi would undoubtedly choose to consume them all, as this would greatly amplify the banquet enhancement effect, significantly boosting his strength. With these preparations, I'll keep the banquet active before sleep begins. Even if the banquet cooldowns during sleep, my body will be driven by hunger to feed itself. This was Didi's plan. He warned Shiji and the others not to approach, fearing that without a word of caution, they'd come close, and Didi driven by hunger might swallow them whole. Reclining upon a pile of refined iron blocks and copper blocks, in front lay some enormous intermediate demon corpses, surrounded by the faint glow of magic crystals. Didi actively triggered the banquet. In an instant, Didi's presence changed, exuding an ominous terrifying aura. The abyssal maw opened, swallowing several tons of flesh and copper iron into his belly. After a satisfying meal, the banquet reached 100%, enhancement began. Amidst the intense growth transformation of the dragon body, at a certain moment, the dragon body overcame an invisible barrier, a power rooted in bloodline began to surge forth. With this, Didi fell into a prolonged sleep. Chapter 80-75, 4 Magic-like Skills, Crimson Milk-Toothed Giant Elephant, 4K. When Didi opened his eyes, he was slightly taken aback by his surroundings. From a god's perspective, a mighty black dragon nearly 20 meters long lay curled up in a pit 100 meters deep. On all sides, the pit and the ground where the black dragon rested were riddled with irregular, gnawed openings. As for the piles of refined iron blocks, copper blocks, magic crystals, and demon beast corpses, they were all gone without a trace. Needless to say, it's surely due to the prolonged slumber, where the initially prepared food was consumed and could no longer satisfy the ever-triggering banquet, leading to Didi being driven by an insatiable appetite to voraciously devour the soil and stones of the dragon nest once the cooling time was over, in order to continue filling the progress bar. However, Didi had anticipated this. As he came to, he looked at the current data panel. Didi, biological level 10, mage level 7, body length 19.85 m. Life Force, 35.03. Current Banquet Level, 74 layers, Cooldown Time, 30 days. Spell-like abilities, Dark Magic, Low Light Vision, Identification Skill, Fierce Momentum, Corruption Domain, Floating Skill, Cloud Mist Skill. Spell Rune, 4th Ring, Any Gate, Mastery 1%, 3-Ring Shrinking Spell, Beginner 3%, Tier 3 Acceleration Technique, Beginner 1%, 2nd Ring Water Element Enhancement Technique, Returning to the Essence, Tier 2 Water Healing Technique, Mastery 5%, 2nd Ring Invisibility Skill, Beginner 2%, 1 Ring Weakness Technique, Beginner 8%, 1 Ring Water Blade Skill, Beginner 15%, 0 Ring Secret Rune, Beginner 32%, 0 Ring Mage's Hand, Beginner 5%, Tier 0 Communication Technique, Beginner 3%. Biological level had broken through from level 9 to level 10, and the Mage tier, which was already close to breaking through, quietly advanced during slumber. His body length had grown by about 1.6 meters. But what he valued most were the 4 awakened spell-like abilities during this phase of slumber. Fierce Momentum, Corruption Domain, Floating Skill, Cloud Mist Skill. Among them, Fierce Momentum and Floating Skill were abilities Udi could actually use even before awakening. Fierce Momentum is also known as Long Way, and the manifestation of Floating Skill is the ability to support the giant dragon's heavy and massive form floating in the air without using dragon wings. However, before awakening, the use of Long Way and Floating Skill was purely instinctual and very rudimentary. With awakening, Udi has now truly mastered these 2 spell-like abilities. The mighty black dragon slowly floated out of the Nod pit, and in the blink of an eye returned to the surface of the dragon nest, breaking through the water pool and ascending into mid-air. After awakening, using Floating Skill feels more flexible and diverse, and the added speed is faster. Udi evaluated. Additionally, ordinary anti-air spells would now be ineffective against Udi. With the thought, Udi released the spell-like ability, Fierce Momentum, and a terrifying biological pressure rapidly expanded from the mighty black dragon as the focal point, quickly enveloping an area of several kilometers. The livestock in the beast pens and barns were terrified, trembling like chaff, fainting away. If not for the distance, these low-level livestock would have likely died en masse. The clansmen of the 3 monster races, upon sensing this pressure, naturally felt a sense of awe rising in their hearts and respectfully and fervently knelt towards the dragon pool direction. Having Udi's bloodline, they had a natural resilience against Long Way, so unless Udi deliberately targeted them, they would be unaffected, only feeling greater awe and admiration. In mid-air, Udi swiftly retracted the fully spread Long Way, showing a satisfied expression. The coverage area of Long Way has grown much larger, and I can fully control it. The Long Way of a young dragon is, to some extent, a strategic level ability. Many factions during large-scale wars would invite giant dragons, both 5-colored dragons and metal dragons, depending on the faction, to release Long Way over the battlefield to weaken the fighting power of enemy armies. Without a giant dragon to hold the fort, enemy forces are highly likely to face defeat. And not just for handling small fry, Long Way can also suppress the power of enemies close to or weaker than oneself. Fierce Momentum, this spell-like ability, is, to some extent, as effective as a giant dragon's dragon breath. Having understood the effects of awakened Fierce Momentum and Floating Skill, Udi turned his attention to the other 2 newly awakened spell-like abilities. Cloud Mist Skill Effect, produces a large amount of cloud mist to cover the dragon body, capable of interfering with enemy perception, including physical and spiritual perception. With a thought, a large amount of dense white fog akin to clouds suddenly billowed around Udi's dragon body, quickly enveloping an area of several miles. This area can be even larger if more magic power is willing to be expended. As a water element true dragon, moving within his own water attribute magic power created cloud mist was like a fish in water. Udi's massive dragon body flitted within without making a sound, hidden to perfection. If enemies were engulfed by the cloud mist skill, they'd basically be blind, while Udi could clearly perceive their movements. One clear, one hidden, a home ground advantage. In the cloud mist skill, any black dragon's threat capacity would receive a tremendous boost, transforming into a terrifying hunter. Chapter 81-75, 4 Magic-like Skills, Crimson Milk-Toothed Giant Elephant. As time ticked by, the side of the water pool near Udi's dragon body began to grow turbid, and the land where Udi landed gradually showed signs of corruption. This is exactly the black dragon's domain, the corruption domain. Other giant dragons, upon reaching the adolescent stage, will also successively awaken their respective domains, such as the red dragon's ashen domain and the blue dragon's thunderstorm domain. The domain can be passively activated, or actively turned on and off. When passively activated, the corruption domain will slowly corrupt soil, water sources, and other elements into foul black water, eventually forming a swamp environment. However, when the corruption domain is actively activated, it will automatically erode everything within the domain's coverage. Life forms whose strength significantly differs from that of the black dragon and enter its actively activated corruption domain will be corrupted into a puddle of black water amid whales. Swamp environment. Udi recalled the rotting swamp dragon nest where he was born, shook his head, and actively closed the corruption domain. Although the black dragon's instinct does not make Udi dislike the swamp environment, from a sensory perspective, he does not actually like that foul and filthy living environment. Living in such a place makes him feel like a beast. If conditions permitted, Udi would not even want to live in the current rudimentary water pool dragon nest, he would prefer to reside in a luxurious and grand palace. It's been a while since I've been active. Now that my power has greatly increased, it's time to shed some blood and stretch my body. Udi recalled the powerful creatures discovered over the years by his subordinate monster race in the dark forest, and a grim smile appeared on his face. Whether influenced by the banquet or simply because the dragon body is becoming stronger, making it hard to control inner desires, Udi has become very interested in violent combat. Under these circumstances, Udi has endured hiding and developing for several years without going out to battle, already making him itch with anticipation. If he doesn't let loose soon, he feels that he will not feel at ease. Once this idea arose, Udi did not hesitate at all, flapping his dragon wings, transforming into a streak of black light disappearing into the horizon. The flight direction is westward. It is also the area where Shiji and others have found the most powerful creatures. These powerful creatures are like thorns rooted deeply into the ground, forcing the personnel of the 3 great monster clans to avoid them, significantly affecting hunting efficiency and causing many monster warriors' deaths. The powerful creatures here refer to high-level creatures. Even the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane is helpless against them. Of course, it's not that these high-level creatures are all stronger than the white-feathered owl-tailed mother crane. But some high-level creatures' environments don't allow the mother crane to exert its speed and agility advantage, and some high-level creatures' spell-like abilities counter the mother crane, or they simply have superior escape abilities. When the strength gap isn't big enough to crush or counter the opponent, high-level demons and even stronger creatures have a hard time dying accidentally. In the sky, Udi flew swiftly under the invisibility technique, with a clear destination in mind. Moments later, a forest of extraordinarily massive trees met Udi's eyes. This is also the demarcation line separating the outer and inner dark forest. In the outer dark forest, trees generally only reach 10 to 20 meters high, but in the inner dark forest, the tree height begins to soar significantly. Here, the trees are generally 40 to 50 meters tall, and occasionally, 100-meter tall giant trees with canopies covering several miles can be seen, exuding a primitive and ancient vast atmosphere at a glance. Such a bountiful and primeval forest ocean also supports countless creatures to inhabit and survive here. This also leads many powerful creatures to choose to occupy an area as their territory, as there are plenty of prey here to sustain these big fellows. After flying another 10 kilometers or so, Udi's speed sharply reduced, eventually stopping over a cliff several hundred meters high. This should be the place, there aren't any cliffs so towering around this area. Udi thought silently in his heart. Suspended in the air, his sharp gaze searched the surroundings. Before long, good fortune did favor the persistent dragon, and under a giant tree 100 meters tall, less than a kilometer away, Udi found his target. This was a hairy, dark red woolly mammoth. However, compared to ordinary woolly mammoths, this fellow is somewhat oversized. Standing nearly 20 meters tall, its thick elephant trunk is also over 10 meters long, and those monstrous dark brown tusks seem poised to pierce the sky. High-level creature crimson milk-toothed giant elephant, the biological level of an adult can reach level 11. In terms of bloodline potential, it's slightly inferior to the white-feathered owl-tailed crane. The current crimson milk-toothed giant elephant, judging from its size, is already an adult. Watching this giant elephant, which was even larger than himself, Udi grinned, swooping straight down. Beneath the giant tree, the elephant was stirred by the roaring momentum from the sky, raising its massive head without spotting anything in the sky. However, with intelligence not inferior to a normal human, it certainly couldn't be so easily fooled, quickly realizing the enemy used invisibility abilities. Moo! A thunderous elephant trumpet echoed. Instantly, the thick and dark red fur of the crimson milk-toothed giant elephant stiffened, underneath the hair-burst patches of formidable muscle emerging. In just a moment, this formidable demon assumed a defensive stance. Yet, facing such defense from the crimson milk-toothed giant elephant, the swooping down Udi only became more excited. After all, didn't he choose this big guy as his hunting target hoping for just such a scene? With a boom, the invisible dragon body crashing down from the sky collided with the giant elephant. At the moment of impact, the invisibility technique was forcibly nullified, revealing a musculature-laden, robust black dragon. SSS. Udi's strong dragon claw held against the eerie tusks of the giant elephant, his dragon head slightly downturned, and those forward curving grown brown dragon horns aimed toward the elephant's large basinal eyes. The speed of the crimson milk-toothed giant elephant might not be fast among high-level demons, but its reaction capability in close quarters was not slow. Its rough dark red trunk agilely coiled around Udi's dragon horns, bursting into a terrible colossal force to barely halt Udi's onslaught. Worthy of a strength-type high-level demon, Udi said with a fierce grin as his attack was halted by the trunk, opening his ferocious dragon mouth. The acidic dragon breath, brewed long before, was spewed out with terrifying impact. The ivory grasped by Udi, and the trunk used to coil around Udi's dragon horns. Even if the crimson milk-toothed giant elephant struggled frantically, the power of Udi's dragon body was not a bit inferior to this fellow. This stalemate allowed the giant elephant to face Udi's full acidic dragon breath. Moo! The giant elephant let out a thunderous cry of agony. After receiving Udi's acidic dragon breath head-on, its steel-like dark red hair and iron skin were completely corroded and eroded, chunks of dozens to hundreds of kilograms of decayed flesh falling off its face. Feeling the intensified struggles of the giant elephant, a blue glow flashed across the surface of Udi's dragon body. Second ring returning to nature water element enhancement technique. The instantaneous water element enhancement technique, enhancing him even more, overwhelmingly surpassed the strength of the crimson milk-toothed giant elephant, toppling the screaming and struggling giant elephant heavily to the ground. The ground shook violently under the impact, forming a huge pit over 10 meters deep at the spot. Ha ha ha! Udi laughed wildly, opening his gaping dragon mouth, immediately feasting upon the injured crimson milk-toothed giant elephant on the spot. A gulp of a few tons of flesh and blood entered his belly, with the dragon's stomach, reminiscent of a furnace, frenziedly digesting the high-level demon flesh and blood. Abundant energy and magic power circulated within Udi's body, making him so comfortable that he couldn't help but let out a groan. Amidst the giant elephant's frantic struggles and cries of misery, Udi continued voraciously consuming. Until half a minute passed, with head flesh consumed and brain marrow drained dry, did the crimson milk-toothed giant elephant cease its struggles, dying completely. After eating a level 11 high-level demon alive, Didi felt much more satisfied. He was now 3/4 full, and considering this was the dangerous inner dark forest, even with greatly increased strength, Didi didn't dare to be complacent, grabbing the colossal corpse of the giant elephant with both claws. Each was cloaked with the invisibility technique as he flapped his broad dragon wings, disappearing into the horizon. Chapter 82-76, Slaves, Aegean Beastmen, 4K. The several thousand-ton heavy elephant corpse fell from mid-air, causing a tremor, and with a loud boom, the valley creatures scattered in panic, thinking it was an earth dragon turning over. Fortunately, the tremor lasted only a moment, and the valley slowly quieted down. Turns out, I've become this strong. Didi clenched his dragon claw and then released it, realizing the abnormal strength of his current physical body. After a short reflection, Didi landed on the ground. Shiji and other core followers quickly gathered upon hearing the commotion. Upon seeing the deep pit created by the elephant corpse, they were initially shocked, but soon understood the source of the noise. To easily kill such a brute force demon, indeed deserves to be called a great master, Kadin respectfully praised. What a huge prey! Mondo stood at the edge of the pit, looking at the lifeless elephant, unable to help but drool slightly upon sensing the abundant magic power in its blood and flesh. Wanting to eat it, Mondo thought he would surely become stronger if he did. But realizing it was the prey hunted by the master, Mondo wiped the saliva from his mouth and reluctantly turned his gaze away. This crimson elephant killed a dozen of our warriors, it is its honor to now fall by the master's hand. Shiji, who managed clan affairs, immediately recognized it as a massive obstacle hindering their monster race's westward expansion. Now seeing the obstacle gone, a hint of excitement showed in his expression. Now, the territory of the Crimson Elephant could be included in the clan's hunting grounds, adding a vast resource-rich area at once. After enjoying the lavish praises from his followers, Didi casually remarked, "All right, get on with what needs to be done, and if you like, feel free to take some meat from this Crimson Elephant to taste, as high-level demons are rare." These monsters worked desperately for him practically for free, so giving them a small benefit occasionally was insignificant. Although there was a contract allowing Didi to control their life and death at any time, using the contract for control was the lowest method. Sometimes instilling some motivational words, offering benefits, and painting a promising picture greatly increased the followers' positivity. Indeed, upon hearing the master's generosity, the 4 followers were quite moved. Their master not only didn't maltreat or devour them like the evil dragons in rumors, but also granted them power. Now, he was even sharing such a precious prey. How wonderful! Truly a kind master. Wait, that sounded a bit like an insult to a dragon. No evil dragon would enjoy being complimented like this, Shiji thought silently. Should describe him as a master worthy of their eternal following and dedication. Seeing Shiji and the others hesitating to step forward to cut the meat, Didi understood their concerns, snorted coldly, and strode forward, his broad dragon wings slicing like a giant metal cutting knife, severing the 2 stout legs of the Crimson Elephant. With magic power surging inside him, 2 enormous mage's hands appeared out of thin air, lifting the 2 massive legs from the pit and heavily throwing them in front of Shiji and the others. Share it equally among yourselves. You've been stuck at Tier 9 high for some time, see if eating the Crimson Elephant's flesh and blood results in a breakthrough, Didi said flatly. You here referred to Mondo and Shiji. The former reached Tier 9 high a year ago, and the latter achieved it 2 months ago. As for Mother Crane, she's been advanced from the start. As for Kadin, his main job is a mage, and he was still some distance from level 8 in that regard, while his biological level, although surpassing the mage level, was just barely at Tier 9 initial. At this pace, it would take Kadin 1 to 2 years, or possibly 3 to 4 years, to reach level 10 in biological level. A great tier breakthrough required an immense amount of accumulated experience, roughly equivalent to the sum of the first 4 small levels accumulation. That is, level 5 to level 9 required accumulation comparable to reaching from level 9 to level 10. Similarly, after a level breakthrough, strength would greatly leap, in direct proportion to the amount of accumulation. "Thank you, Master." Shiji, Kadan, and Mondo hurriedly knelt before Adi, somewhat overwhelmed by the favor. Mother Crane softly chirped, spreading her wings and lowering her head, expressing reverence and gratitude in her own way. Although she couldn't utilize the flesh and blood much, her 2 young ones would gain considerable benefit by consuming large amounts of crimson elephant flesh and blood. Especially after acquiring the Master's special dragon vein, consuming energy-rich flesh, blood, or resource minerals greatly strengthened their bodies efficiently. Over the years, Mother Crane had hunted down a high-level demon, barely reaching level 10, but that demon ended up entirely in Udi's belly. Chapter 83-76, Slaves, Aegean Beastmen. Udi was about to turn away, but suddenly Shiji's voice came from behind. He turned his head, looking at Shiji with curiosity. "What is it? Is there another powerful enemy?" The reason for his curiosity was that Udi had long said that if there were no major issues, the core followers should handle and resolve them among themselves, as Udi was too lazy to get involved in such energy-consuming matters. Now that Shiji had something to report, could it be another matter of the magnitude of the Brown Forest Wild Dwarves clan? Thinking of this, Udi's expression turned serious, beginning to pay attention. Seeing the Master's serious expression, Shiji realized the misunderstanding and quickly explained. "No, Master. Do you remember the high-level human mage follower you took in? It's about him this time." Shiji's explanation made Udi realize. Roy, his 5th contracted follower. More than half a year ago, this guy boldly shared various money-making ideas with Udi, and eventually, Udi accepted him as a dog, becoming a channel for external information and a tool for making money. This time, it's actually not a big deal. Roy brought a batch of special gifts from the human duchy a month ago, wanting to present them to his great black dragon master. But Udi was asleep at that time, so Roy naturally couldn't see him. He had no choice but to leave the special gifts behind and returned with the ore transport team to the human duchy. A batch of slaves? Some humans, some beastmen. Udi's interest was instantly piqued. Humans he was familiar with, but he hadn't seen beastmen in person yet. The memory of the dragon's legacy recorded many types of beastmen. There were green-skinned orcs resembling forest giant demons by 50%, humanoid beastmen similar to humans by 70 or 80%, evolved from various beasts, and upright beasts largely retaining beast features. In short, there are too many races in the star realm, with many duplicated names. Udi didn't ask Shiji what kind of beastmen they were. How could he spoil the surprise of this blind box opening? "Bring them all to the dragon pool, let me take a look." Udi grinned menacingly. Shiji received the order and left. The other 3 followers also knowingly retreated with the scarlet giant elephant's flesh. A little while later, as Udi grew impatient, there were signs of movement on the path leading to the small forest road in front of the dragon pool waterfall. Upon focusing his gaze, Udi was satisfied. Indeed, they're beast-eared girls. A group of slaves dressed in meticulously crafted garments made from rare demon beast hides was escorted by more than a dozen tall, burly kobold warriors. Approaching closer, these slaves, upon seeing Udi, displayed expressions of tension, fear, and weak knees, but were ultimately forced to be brought near Udi under the escort of the kobold warriors. The massive black dragon, nearly 20 meters in body length, even curled and lying down, with its head slightly raised, stood 3 or 4 meters tall. The fear of colossal creatures. "Master, all the slaves have been brought," Shiji said respectfully. "All right, you may go," Udi said casually. Shiji promptly took the hint, leading the group of kobold warriors away from there. Now, only a black dragon and a group of slaves remained in the clearing before the black dragon. The slaves were divided into 2 groups, 1 human, including 10 males and females each. Regardless of gender, both appearance and figure were of the upper middle level. The other group was the beastmen, specifically the Aegean beastmen. Aegean beastmen originally came from the Aegean continent of the prime material realm and were later sold to other material realms by slave traders. Over the long years of expansion and propagation, traces of Aegean beastmen can be found in many material realms. As for the reason for their sale? Just ask how many races can refuse slaves that are beast-eared girls? The essence of life is to pursue desires and realize them. Two foxes, and is this a wolf man? Didi observed the 3 Aegean beastmen female slaves with keen interest. Indeed, there were only 3 Aegean beastmen, and Didi found this understandable. After all, getting 3 of these hot-selling yet rare Aegean beastmen slaves was quite remarkable. Without the channels, methods, and power, it would be impossible to be involved in the sale of such rare commodities. Roy is quite considerate. Didi glanced at the 3 Aegean female beastmen. Satisfaction towards Roy, the dog, welled within his heart. One of Didi's draconic life goals was to collect mates from various races for massaging and enjoyment. However, Didi guessed that Roy's gifts meant more than just that. There was probably an intention to provide snacks and treats within them. Most evil dragons do eat people, which is no surprise. Just based on the preferences of different dragon species, there are some distinctions. For instance, green dragons love eating elf girls and dislike eating ordinary humans, considering them lowly and filthy, unworthy of digestion and absorption. Elves, however, are different. Elves are inherently magical creatures, far surpassing ordinary humans in terms of nutrition, and similarly in taste. As for black dragons, Didi recalled the dragon's legacy, finding that most black dragons were unfussy eaters, accepting humans or elves, as the acidic dragon breath pickling transformed them into delightful rotten-flavored delicacies. However, Didi had no intention of eating people. Not just humans, but even humanoid beings like goblins and giant demons left him averse. With a human soul, he was somewhat particular in this aspect. As Didi pondered, some human and beastmen slaves, overwhelmed by fear and assuming they were about to be devoured, weak-kneed, collapsed directly to the ground, some even wetting themselves. Didi wrinkled his nose, disapproving, lifting his dragon head to avoid the stench of urine. "Why so afraid? I'm a good dragon, I won't eat you," Didi said displeasedly, but given his size and appearance, it was not credible at all. "Lord Black Dragon, please don't eat me. I can clean dragon scales and cook meat and dishes." A human girl with brown hazel hair trembled as she walked out, unable to stand the oppressive feeling as if she'd be swallowed whole the next second. She spoke with fear to the black dragon before her courageously. "A talent, I like it. Bold too, quite good, I'll give you a chance." Didi grinned, and a droplet of dragon blood the size of a human thumb flew from his fingertip, instantly landing on the forehead of the slave girl before him. "Ah! Ah!" Screams of agony issued from the slave girl's mouth. As an ordinary person, she couldn't withstand the severe pain of the bodily transformation, rolling on the ground, sweating like rain, mixed with traces of blood. Seeing her in this state, Didi estimated that she would struggle to endure the dragon blood transformation, and after some thought, a stream of magic flew from his substantial dragon finger, touching the girl, assisting her in the transformation. With Didi's magical aid, the slave girl's pain lessened significantly, and the speed of the transformation quickened. After a brief time, the transformation of the dragon vein concluded. The slave girl awakened slowly, opened her eyes. She saw the other slaves looking at her with extreme envy in their eyes. What was going on? The girl propped herself up, applied some pressure, and only then discovered the change in her physical condition. Yet that wasn't the most crucial thing. She looked down, staring at the fine black scales growing on the sides of her arms. The slave girl realized something, touching her forehead and discovering some hard scales. Now she understood why the surrounding slaves envied her. Dragon legends have long circulated in many human realms, with tales not lacking of gaining dragon blood to acquire extraordinary power and become a long-lived race. Chapter 84-77, dragon-blooded maid core, turbulence on the border. She was from Anvil village, on the border of the Yalbit kingdom, and was the second daughter of the village chief of Anvil. Originally, Sophia's life was relatively happy, but with a small-scale war that erupted last month on the border between the Cass Duchy and the Yalbit kingdom, a slave capture team found an opportunity to intervene. One night, the slave capture team struck, capturing hundreds of people from Anvil village in one fell swoop, killing the resisting and the elderly. This slave capture team had already established a partnership with the Higland family, and under Roy's management, Sophia, along with several other young men and women of decent appearance from Anvil village, were gifted to their master. Moreover, there were 2 other slave capture teams with partnerships with the Higland family, and other high-quality young male and female human slaves, and the 3 Aegean female beastmen slaves were also obtained in this manner. Half a year ago, Didi agreed with Roy on the 3 major businesses of slavery, mineral veins, and robbery, and had Cadden cooperate with Roy. To ensure long-term slavery business, a transport route had to be mapped out by Roy, and then Cadden led a group of elite monster warriors to open this route in the dark forest. During this phase, dozens of monster warriors were lost, taking over a month to complete. And after opening this route, it did not mean it could be left alone. To maintain this transport route, monster warriors had to frequently patrol and remove wandering demons, and every so often when plants grew wildly, they needed to clear mountains and cut trees and grass. With this route avoiding patrol routes of the 2 countries' border armies, the Higland family, represented by Roy, secretly contacted several slave capture teams, and after multiple assessments of strength and credibility, the slave trade officially began. Afterward, each time these slave capture teams used this route, they had to pay the Higland family a large sum of money. Of course, they could also use captured slaves to pay the toll. In just a few months, the toll collected from this route exceeded a year's profits from demon materials sales. This is a truly lucrative industry. Of course, it is also genuinely dangerous because the border armies of the Cass Duchy and the Yalbit kingdom are not to be trifled with. If the slave capture teams are discovered, the most likely outcome is death. That's how it goes without smoothing things over with the army. After listening to Sophia's tragic story, Didi grinned and appointed her as the maid chief. Her duties included the daily washing and cleaning of Udi's dragon scale and roasting meat. More than 6 years have passed since Udi was reincarnated as a black dragon in this other world. Udi hadn't eaten cooked food in a long time, and now that Roy had brought a maid, Sophia, who could roast meat, Udi looked forward to it somewhat. The spices needed for roasting are also grown by the monster race, so this wasn't an issue. An hour later, with Sophia taking on the role of maid chief, slaves began preparing roasted meat for the dragon master. Under Sophia's direction, with the help of the slaves, one by one, jungle giant rabbits, wild goats, and mountain chickens raised in the beast pens of the monster tribe were made into steaming, spice-covered roasted meats. Cover all 10 wild goats with honey and then sprinkle red pepper powder on them. How can you roast meat like this? You need to turn the rack at intervals and then apply spices. Outside applied, inside not applied? How will the flavor soak in? Sophia moved through the crowd in the open space, busily correcting the slaves' actions. Some slaves came from better families, so they hadn't done this kind of work before, and they were clumsy, severely affecting the completion of the food. In these cases, although somewhat annoyed, Sophia had to teach them again personally. Didi lay on the side, squinting, understanding and learning the 3rd ring spell acceleration skill. The smoke and chatter nearby did somewhat affect the pace of study, but Didi didn't mind. Having spent years studying spells in the cold, damp water pool dragon nest, had it not been for the progress tracking panel always in view, Didi might not have had the patience for the day after day extremely tedious spell studies. He wasn't truly a magic addiction, after all. Now, studying spells in such a lively environment, though somewhat disturbing, Didi felt more at ease mentally. Don't ask him why he didn't assemble a group of pretty female kobolds, goblins, giant demons as maids. A dragon might have an eye for beauty, but finding beauty and appealing to one's taste are two different things. It's like seeing a dog. You might think it's beautiful, cute, noble, but you'd never have those strange thoughts, and certainly wouldn't consider it a communication companion. Several hours later, Sophia approached Adi, looking respectful, and said, "Master, dinner is ready." The majestic black dragon slowly opened his eyes. His vertical brown-yellow dragon eyes looked at the sweat-drenched Sophia. Behind Sophia were 3 rows of anxious, uneasy slaves, and he cast his gaze sideways. On the grass before him, a large beast hide was laid out, with a tidy array of wild goats, jungle giant rabbits, and mountain chickens roasted to golden perfection and steamy and aromatic. Adi took a deep breath of the aroma, his eyes lit up, and he opened his abyss-like giant mouth. With the skill of the mage's hand, a wild goat weighing hundreds of kilograms flew directly into his mouth, gobbled in a single gulp. The sound of crunching, with bones and flesh being chewed together, came from Adi's dragon mouth. A few chews swallowed, again the second, third. Soon, 10 wild goats, 30 jungle giant rabbits, and 30 mountain chickens, totaling over 10 tons of roasted meat, all entered Adi's dragon furnace-like stomach. "The taste is not bad, but the quantity is a bit lacking," Adi commented. "I'll make more right away," Sophia said, swallowing as she watched the meat she couldn't finish in a year disappear in just a couple of minutes, and upon hearing the master's comment, she quickly responded. Adi glanced at them. These slaves had been roasting meat for half a day without eating, exhausting themselves just to complete his task. "Forget it, that's enough for today. Next time, make sure to roast more," Adi said casually. "All right, do you need us to wash your dragon scales, master?" Sophia asked respectfully. "Eat your fill and regain your strength first." With that, Adi's dragon body hovered, dove into the water pool, and returned to the dragon nest. At night, 10 female human slaves and 3 Icon female beastmen entered the underwater dragon nest. Soaked in water, at Sophia's gesture, they took off their beast hide clothing and walked naked to Adi's strong dragon body. Each held an iron brush made of refined iron. "Start scrubbing." Within the simple dragon nest, Adi opened his dragon eyes and enjoyed as the dozen slave girls crawled over him, scrubbing his dragon scales. In such indulgent and comfortable service, Adi finally understood. No wonder so many male evil dragons love to capture female slaves back home. A few hours later, the slaves were panting, their bare bodies drenched in fragrant sweat, their stamina nearly exhausted, but they finally managed to complete the dragon scale scrubbing. Quite impressive service, yes, worthy of a 5-star rating. Adi generously praised. The slave girls were visibly surprised by the dragon master's compliment but didn't understand what 5-star rating meant. Nonetheless, although they didn't know what 5-star rating meant, they could tell it was a great and excellent meaning, and so they all breathed a sigh of relief. During the dragon scale scrubbing service, all these slave girls, except Sophia, were jittery, fearing that they might fail and be devoured by the black dragon. Even Sophia felt a bit nervous. Generous to those who provide value, Adi unleashed a thought, and 12 drops of dragon blood flew out, landing on the foreheads of these slaves. The dragon blood transformation began. To prevent these adorable girls from dying, Adi also used magic power to assist them through the dragon blood transformation process. A moment later, the transformation was complete, and one by one, dragon-blooded maids showing black dragon traits climbed up from the ground. "Thank you, Master." As soon as they awoke, the dragon-blooded maids quickly understood the changes in their bodies and, ecstatic, knelt and kowtowed to the strong black dragon before them in gratitude. Even the lowest level of dragon blood transformation was enough to significantly alter the life paths of these slaves. Extended lifespans, enhanced potential, and beauty, all these were like manna from heaven to these ordinary slaves, possessing only some physical charm. "All right, all of you, leave now," Adi said nonchalantly. Transforming these maids into dragon-blooded maids solely served to make their services more comfortable for him. Otherwise, with their weak strength, there wouldn't be any sensation. Under Sophia's guidance, a group of 13 dragon-blooded maids dressed, paid their respects, and departed the dragon nest, returning to the surface. The following days remained as uneventful as ever, except for the improved quality of Udi's personal life due to the service of the dragon-blooded maids. The formerly dull and monotonous daily routine became vibrant and enjoyable. However, this lifestyle only lasted for 3 months. 3 months later, Roy brought news from the outside world. Master, the war between the Cass Duchy and the Yalbit Kingdom has erupted. Roy stood before the strong black dragon, reporting the news he'd gathered. After half a year, Roy, previously a frail and mediocre height mage, was transformed by Udi's special dragon vein transformation into a robust man over 1.9 meters tall. His once slightly grey hair was now exceptionally black and shiny. Just judging by appearance, no one would think he was a 70 or 80-year-old old man, rather, he appeared to be a young man no older than 27 or 8. How large is the scale of the war? Initially indifferent, Udi's demeanor turned serious upon hearing the news. The geographic location of Black Blood Valley is not far from the borders of the Cass Duchy and the Yalbit Kingdom, the former being over 200 kilometers away, the latter just over 300 kilometers. In a non-extraordinary world, this distance wouldn't be near, but this is a world possessing extraordinary power. Whether it's the Cass Duchy or the more formidable Yalbit Kingdom, the minimum enlistment standard for soldiers is the strength of a level 1 professional. This minimum standard refers to the city garrison troops. The elite military soldiers' strength is much stronger. Even the physical fitness of level 2 professionals is not weaker than that of regular tigers or leopards, making marching hundreds of kilometers insignificant. However, compared to the army of professionals, Udi was more apprehensive about those true elites among humans. Master-level professionals, with their deadly threat, remain formidable against Udi's current strength. Currently, more than 30,000 troops have gathered at the two nations' border, and according to the information I received, General Malay of the Cass Duchy has already led the Purplethorn Knight Order from the capital city. Roy responded, then explained. General Malay is the second most powerful figure publicly known in the Cass Duchy. His professional path is that of a knight, boasting the glorious feat of killing a level 17 Swamp Thunder Python. The Purplethorn Knight Order, which he personally established, is said to be the strongest knight order, and each knight is an intermediate professional. Chapter 85-78, Heading North. And the level 17 Swamp Thunder Python that General Malay, mentioned by Roy, killed was obviously not an ordinary Swamp Thunder Python. Just like Mondo and a regular forest giant demon, every clan has its outstanding anomalies, its geniuses. Now, such a level of strong individuals is about to arrive at the border. Udi naturally becomes vigilant. War seeks profit. Who knows if the Cass Duchy and the Yalbit Kingdom start a fight, they might take the opportunity or even unite to deal with the Black Dragon Lord in the Dark Forest. No one knows these things. The Black Dragon Lord here refers to the Queen of Darkness Liana, not Udi. Because for the outside world, the one ruling here is the Queen of Darkness, not Udi, who has been developing quietly without showing up. Mother's strength is still very strong, and humans might not even be aware of the special spiritual ability profession she has cultivated. However, there are too many experts on the human side, and the Yalbit Kingdom does have a legendary professional. Udi calmly considers various worst-case scenarios and finally concludes. It's become too dangerous here, we must leave. However, leaving also means giving up a lot. For instance, the newly established trade routes that cost a lot, the continuously mined veins, the tribes that took years to build, the stable known hunting environment, etc. But no matter how great the cost, Udi does not want to put himself in danger. Obviously, if he just continues to develop quietly, he could easily overpower these foolish duchies and kingdoms. Why take this risk? First, halt all trade of ores, slaves, and the like. Redirect all of the Higland family's channels and focus entirely on this war. Once major news is discovered, contact me immediately through the contract. Didi stared down at Roy, his tone cold. Roy opened his mouth to say something, but upon meeting Didi's cold brown-yellow dragon eyes, he instantly calmed down. I will comply with your order. Then Roy took his leave from Black Blood Valley. Didi watched Roy's departing figure with a calm expression. He could guess Roy's thoughts. Basically, he felt his dragon master was strong enough, even capable of defeating and driving away the Queen of Darkness, qualified to get involved in such murky waters. Even if he didn't dive into these murky waters, he had the ability to protect himself and didn't need to give up the profits from trading slaves and ores. Roy was said to be a high-level mage, but he had more of a merchant's mentality, liked to gamble, to win big with small stakes. To put it nicely, he had an adventurous spirit. To put it bluntly, he was a reckless gambler. Just some trivial wealth and profit, does that qualify for me to gamble with my life? Didi snorted with some disdain. Of course, mainly his strength did not allow it. If Didi truly had the strength equivalent to his dragon body's size, then he really could wade into this mess. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Didi's dragon body, under the enhancement effect of the banquet, could no longer be matched to the typical size range of an ordinary black dragon relative to its strength. In terms of size, he is an abnormal dragon and cannot be judged by common sense. Next, Didi convened his other 4 core followers and informed them about the migration. Shiji, Yu, Mondo, and White Crane lead a portion of the elite clan warriors to the north to develop a new territory. By your command. Shiji accepted the order from the master with a serious expression, and behind him, Mondo and White Crane reacted as well. Didi then focused on Kaden, instructing, the remaining followers will stay here. We can't just abandon the territory and resources seized. Kaden, you will be responsible for all matters in Black Blood Valley. Kaden respectfully accepted the order. Staying close to the war zone is definitely dangerous, but Shiji and Mondo's potential expedition to the north, possibly where there are signs of forest elves, is not any less dangerous than holding Black Blood Valley. Forest elves, by their bloodline talent, can be compared to advanced magical creatures. However, unlike creatures like dragons that grow more powerful over time, forest elves must actively develop their bloodline to master sufficient power. Through cultivating their racially inherited exclusive professions, normally, every forest elf can step into the threshold of a high-level professional upon adulthood. The purer the bloodline, the closer it is to ancestral elves, the more outstanding the talent. Crossing into the master-level domain upon adulthood, or even directly into the legendary domain, is possible. Yet, a powerful bloodline also comes with corresponding costs. Forest elves need to reach 110 years to mature, 10 years later than dragons, and have extremely low fertility. A pair of forest elf couples may only birth 1 or 2 children their entire lives, despite great effort. Having more than 3 children is considered exceptionally prolific. Given such a long maturity time and low birth rate, if individual strength wasn't enough, forest elves might have gone extinct long ago. Then again, maybe not, because in the star realm, forest elves are a highly prized slave commodity, so even if they wished for extinction, there are forces that would prevent such a thing from happening. After the orders were given, the followers began to take action. One by one, powerful monster warriors left Black Blood Valley, advancing north under the leadership of Shiji and Mondo. The White Crane, with its flying abilities, used its speed and vision to scout danger ahead of the troops. Within Black Blood Valley, Didi returned to the Dragon Nest, continuing to study and delve into magic. The Tier 3 acceleration technique, after months of Didi's efforts in honing its proficiency, was not far from mastery level. Mastering this spell would provide Didi with a significant boost in strength. Moreover, if danger arose, the speed to escape would be faster, and with the complement of the Tier 4 mastery level spell Any Gate, it would be even more secure. When he grew tired of practicing magic proficiency, Udi would also ponder some things. This area is just too unfriendly as a territory when one's weak. Directly to the south is the Cass Duchy border, with a large army of professionals and at least several master-level professionals. To the east is the Wilderness Plains area, home to the Centaur tribe that even makes the Black Dragon Maiden cautious. A bit further southeast is the border of the Yalbit Kingdom, whose strength is far more substantial than the neighboring Cass Duchy. The vast area to the west contains more powerful demons the deeper one goes. Even just the lands marked by the monster clans under Udi's command, suspected to be high-level creature territories, number over a dozen, with 2 suspected master-level creature territories. As for the deeper areas, the monster clans lack the strength to explore them. Finally, to the north, the number of powerful demons is relatively less than to the west, but traces left by the forest elves remain from more than a decade ago. Looking around, Udi found danger in every direction. No wonder Mother is so content to be a homebody dragon. If she weren't, her dragon hide would have been skinned long ago. Udi somewhat understood why the Black Dragon Maiden didn't follow other evil dragons in carrying out acts of evil and amassing wealth, probably owing to this factor. Perhaps the unique martial monk profession also had some influence. So why did Udi choose to expand a new dragon nest territory to the north? 2 reasons. One is the gamble that the forest elves have vanished or migrated, making the north undoubtedly the best choice for development. And what if the gamble fails and the forest elves haven't migrated? This leads us to the second reason: the alignment of the forest elves is lawful good. This means that as long as Udi doesn't provoke the forest elves or commit any evil deeds, the forest elves generally won't proactively attack Udi. These 2 reasons led Udi to choose the north as the direction for expansion. Master. The voice drew Udi's attention from his thoughts, and looking down, he found that it was Tina calling him. Tina was the wolf maiden of the wolf tribe among the 3 Aegean beastmen. Master, is this strength enough? Tina extended her sharp wolf claws on her hands, rubbing against the scales on her master's abdomen. She was completely naked, with the tender body displaying both draconic and lupin features. Her legs were covered in soft black wolf fur, which extended down to her shins with shiny black hair. On the sides of her thighs was a row of small black dragon scales. Looking upward, her abdomen and the sides of her arms were also covered in small black dragon scales. Her eyes were black and white, deep and bright black, with clean white, appearing incredibly alluring and lively, topped with a pair of soft and playful black wolf ears on her head. Currently, in the dragon nest, only Tina remained as a dragon-blooded maid because having too many people would be too noisy and interfere with Udi's study and practice of magic. However, leaving none would make it too dull and quiet. So, after a rigorous selection, Udi kept the black wolf girl Tina, whose craftsmanship was best. Try 3 parts heavier, Udi patiently guided Tina. A pair of sharp wolf claws continued to scrape and rub over the edges and gaps of the scales, and Udi squinted his eyes, appearing comfortably relaxed. It was ticklish, mixed with a very faint prickle, making the dragon feel content. However, the strength was still a bit too weak. Try 3 parts heavier again. Udi directed as the girl waved her claws for massage. Unexpectedly, Tina showed a troubled expression. Master, Tina is already using her full strength. Is that so? Then let's leave it at that for now, Udi said with some regret. He cast an identification skill on Tina. Biological level, Tier 3 high. In 3 months, from Tier 0 high to Tier 3 high, her progress in strength wasn't slow. After all, it was merely the lowest level of dragon blood infection, without signing the dragon descendant contract, unable to gain feedback from Udi's growth. Still, compared to clan monster warriors similarly imbued with dragon blood to gain the power of the dragon vein, Tina and other dragon-blooded maids were fortunate. Because of her frequent contact with Udi, proximity resulted in being soaked in his aura almost every moment, which slowly transformed her. Over several months, the purity of the dragon vein within her slightly improved. It would be nice if life could go on stably like this, Didi thought calmly, drooping his dragon eyes. Chapter 86-79, Northern Domain Expansion. A fully armed squad of goblins walked cautiously among the trees, their large feet creating a rustling sound on the dry leaves. Crackle! From within the thick dead leaves, a large red-shelled centipede suddenly emerged, its 100 pairs of sharp feet moving and slicing. A goblin warrior walking on the left barely had time to make an instinctive attack move before being sliced into pieces of dead flesh by numerous sharp feet. Gather! The goblin captain promptly reacted, calling the warriors to gather around it. The red-shelled centipede coldly watched them form a defensive formation, its fearsome mouthparts slowly feeding on the blood and flesh of the deceased goblin warrior. The taste was average, but it was firm and springy. This was the red-shelled centipede's impression after sampling the flesh. With only 9 goblins left, one warrior quickly took out a bone whistle from his pocket and blew it. The sharp sound of the emergency bone whistle traveled far. All around, squads of 10 goblin warriors raised their heads upon hearing the bone whistle and quickly ran towards the source of the sound. As the red-shelled centipede lazily consumed flesh, its small eyes narrowed slightly when it heard the whistle sound. It threw down the flesh, and its fierce mouthparts let out an angry screech, as its giant centipede form turned into a red blur, attacking the goblin squad. Being prepared for the red-shelled centipede, the goblin captain was the first to launch an attack, tightly gripping a giant wolf fang club weighing several hundred kilograms and slamming it onto the centipede demon's enormous head. The hard red shell collided with the wolf fang club, producing a loud, dull sound. The shell slightly dented, leaking some red blood. The red-shelled centipede shook its somewhat dizzy head, with magic flowing within its body. Spell-like abilities activated, and its sharp, glowing red legs frantically sliced into the wolf fang club, creating dozens of huge gaps in the refined iron-made metal club in an instant. The goblin captain looked at his beloved weapon now ragged, feeling immeasurable shock and anger, gritting his teeth as he withdrew the club, his muscles bulging, and then struck violently again onto the red-shelled centipede's head. The red-shelled centipede let out a wailing sound, fell into frenzy, knocked aside the goblin captain, and dove into the goblin squad. After a bout of blood and rain, the ground was covered with piles of green flesh. Damn demon! The goblin captain, standing over 2 meters tall, saw several warriors killed at once, and instantly became furious, chasing after the red-shelled centipede with strides. After a tangle, the goblin captain, whose left arm was neatly severed, panted heavily while confronting a lightly injured red-shelled centipede. The crackling sound arose, and the red-shelled centipede prepared to launch a final attack to kill the troublesome goblin. Just then, a black flash flew from afar in the jungle, striking the centipede's body, sending its massive form rolling away. Surrounding them, robust goblin warriors armed with weapons dashed forth from the jungle, including a particularly large goblin warrior nearly 4 meters tall. He coldly extracted a second dark javelin from his back, his muscles bulging, as the refined iron javelin powered by terrifying strength hit the red-shelled centipede again with precision. The red-shelled centipede screeched and writhed, its 10-meter-long form now pinned with 2 javelins, its shell shattered, crimson blood continuously seeping, staining the dark javelins into a blood-red hue, emitting a sizzling corrosive sound. Apparently, the centipede's blood contained a terribly potent poison. Facing the threat of death, the red-shelled centipede frantically spent its immense internal magic power, turning crimson like it was glowing, darting like a phantom towards the jungle beside it, attempting to escape this place. Unexpectedly, just as the red-shelled centipede was escaping a distance, it was obstructed, its view elevated, amazed to find itself caught within a giant's hands. Desperate, it quickly swung its crimson legs to crazily slice at the giant's hands. Under the rapid slicing of its razor-sharp centipede legs, the giant's hands soon became ragged, but terrifyingly, within a breath, the ragged flesh healed by half. With a snap, the centipede's head was forcibly pulled off by the giant hand and then shoved into its mouth. After swallowing the centipede's head, the giant still felt somewhat unsatisfied and straightforwardly chewed the still instinctively writhing centipede remains like spicy sticks. Noises arose in the jungle as the pursuing goblins and big goblin warriors witnessed the scene of the red-shelled centipede's last segment being swallowed by the giant. "Greetings, Commander Mondo." The strongest of the goblins, the big goblin warrior Carl Greenforest, respectfully said to the giant. Carl, whose muscle-bulging form approached 4 meters, appeared thin and pitiable like a half-grown child in front of the terrifying giant over 6 meters tall. It's Carl, has the threat been resolved?" Mondo belched, rubbed his thick-skinned, muscular belly, feeling a spicy, warm sensation in his throat and stomach. Carl glanced at the ground where several centipede feet had fallen, remained silent for a second, and then replied. "It has already been eaten by Commander Mondo." I ate it." Mondo widened his eyes, a bit incredulous, took a second to react, then dug out a piece of red shell from between his teeth. "You mean this multi-legged dragon?" Giant centipedes are generally classified as dragon species because these giant centipede demons usually have dragon lineage within. As for the source of this bloodline, what type of dragon, there's word that it originates from otherworldly dragons. Otherworldly dragons are the type of dragon species elongated like snakes, unrelated bloodline-wise to giant dragons. Giant dragons are generally creations of the dragon god, whereas otherworldly dragons are native dragon species of the star realm material plane. In terms of power, otherworldly dragons can be both strong and weak, but even the weakest ones have a biological level of no less than level 15 upon reaching adulthood. Plenty of otherworldly dragons with strong lineage reach the legendary level upon maturity. Correct. Carl confirmed with a nod, secretly marveling at Commander Mondo's prowess. This red-shelled multi-legged dragon was at the very least level 7 to 8, even after being hit with 2 full-strength javelins, remained lively. Yet, in Commander Mondo's hands, it was as weak as a forest snake, easily slain and devoured. The forest snake is a snake species with an adult length reaching 8 to 9 meters, but it doesn't possess magic or spell-like abilities, it's just a common beast. As Monster Clan warriors initially explored this territory, they mostly encountered these forest snakes. At first, facing such large creatures made the warriors slightly tense, thinking they were intermediate demons, but upon engagement, they discovered its strength was only level 3, struggling in one-on-one fights against ordinary clan warriors. Do note, all monster warriors venturing to explore the northern region of the Dark Forest were at least level 4. Teams sent to clear demons, beasts, and other dangers were generally composed of a level 5 to 6 captain partnered with 9 level 4 warriors. Chapter 87 to 80, Experiments in Dragon Brother and Long May. Their task was to eliminate dangerous creatures in this area, specifically those level 4 and above, whether demons or beasts. Creatures below level 4 wouldn't be exterminated intentionally, as they were considered resource for wildlife propagation in the future territory. At a mountain stream, Shiji stood on the soft black soil, gazing around, quite satisfied with the surroundings. This is it then, the site for establishing the new settlement. Cut down all these trees and jungles, and start building the houses. Shiji instructed the hundreds of kobolds behind him. These kobolds were not warriors, just ordinary clansmen with generally level 1 to 2 strength. While the monster warriors shed blood to expand their territory outside, the less capable ordinary clansmen were tasked with establishing settlements and handling logistics. Although the master's lineage could continuously strengthen the body by devouring a large amount of flesh and blood, with the increasing number of clansmen, it was naturally impossible to have so much flesh and blood supply. Plus, with different talents and temperaments, some timid, some brave and fierce, the gap in class and strength would naturally widen over time. The previous experiments of having clansmen eat soil, trees and mineral metals showed good effects on the giant demons, but for goblins and kobolds, the results were considerably weaker. Shiji mused thoughtfully. Over the years of development, the populations of the 3 monster races increased, and the warriors became more robust, but the source of food was hard to expand rapidly. Additionally, feeding the increasingly large serving sizes required for the master left Shiji quite troubled. But once, when Shiji saw a forest giant demon gnawing on a tree trunk out of hunger, he suddenly had an inspiration. Thus, this experiment was born. The results were mixed. Fortunately, consuming soil, trees, and mineral metals did indeed boost the physical strength of the warriors. However, apart from the giant demons with their excellent digestive capabilities, goblins and kobolds required a very long time to digest these foods, resulting in mild discomfort or severe pain during the process. Yet, this wasn't absolute. Some goblins and kobolds with a higher concentration of dragon blood had a much stronger digestion ability than the ordinary warrior clansman. As for Shiji himself, his digestive ability didn't fall short compared to a giant demon. He himself tried eating minerals, trees, and soil for a while. The improvement brought by soil and trees was only equivalent to ordinary beast flesh and blood, while ordinary iron or copper ores offered a little bit more improvement. However, rare ores containing magic power had an effect not much worse than low-level demon flesh and blood. To sum up, regardless of the ability to digest various foods, the higher the quality of the food, the better the effect, especially those containing magic power, which had the best effect. Although the experiment results weren't ideal, it significantly saved the consumption of flesh and blood food. The hundreds of giant demons of the bone break race established by Mondo now consumed food that comprised over half of minerals. Meanwhile, Shiji also propagated the idea among the green forest race and the black blood race that eating minerals, soil, and trees appropriately was beneficial for physical strength. This belief was naturally accepted by the ignorant monster clansmen, especially when it proved indeed effective. However, it required enduring some hardship, as it's about digesting minerals, trees, and soil with a flesh and blood body. Time passed day by day. In the development of the northern domain of the dark forest, progress gradually emerged, although the process was accompanied by a large amount of monster warrior blood spilled on this land. Most of the other warriors and Shiji would not care about this. Adi cared even less. One day, two sneaky juvenile dragons appeared in Black Blood Valley. However, they were quickly discovered by the patrolling monster warriors. What do you say? In the valley, within the territory of the Black Blood race, over 100 kobolds gathered around a bonfire, staring at the two juvenile dragons tied up by thick vines beneath. What do you mean? What do I say? This is a black dragon, isn't it? Sharing the same bloodline with the master. That's true too. The two level 6 kobold captains showed contemplative expressions. If they were a wild kobold clan, capturing two juvenile dragons would surely delight them, and they'd probably feast on them the same day to obtain dragon blood. Kobolds, though naturally dragon followers and servants, have a premise: the power must far exceed that of kobolds themselves. If your strength is weak, then being eaten is all too normal. Kobolds don't pursue the giant dragon itself, they pursue dragon power, and the means of obtaining dragon power don't really matter. But this was a wild clan, as a kobold clan with a dragon master, and a clan where everyone is imbued with dragon blood. They wouldn't covet the dragon blood of juvenile dragons too much. It's best to report to the master and let the master decide, said one captain. You're right, it's better for the master to make such decisions, echoed the other captain. All right, everyone clear out, go do what you're supposed to do. With the kobold captain's shout, the curious kobolds who gathered upon hearing the news quickly dispersed. Nonetheless, whispers of discussions could still be heard. What a scrawny dragon, ugh! Not only scrawny, but ugly too, compared to the master, it's far too lacking, tisk tisk. The two juvenile dragons bound by the resilient vines were none other than Heloise and Brooke, Di's dragon brother and Long Mei. Upon hearing these kobolds' discussions, the two juvenile dragons were indignant, shouting in their hearts. Vile creatures dare to insult the great true dragons. Despicable, we must teach you a good lesson later. Bound with their dragon mouths by vines, they could only whimper these threats internally. Of course, the kobolds weren't naive, they were well aware of the power of dragon breath, even if it's just from 2 juvenile dragons. After cursing and venting their feelings in their minds, Heloise and Brooke exchanged a glance, their hearts filled with bitterness. How disgraceful, being caught by kobolds. But these kobolds under Big Brother's command seem extraordinarily strong, don't they? Heloise and Brooke, both grinding their teeth in frustration. They were not strangers to the familiar dragon vein aura coming from the kobolds. As for why they ended up here? Well, that's a long story. A month ago, their mother summoned them over, earnestly telling them that they had grown up and needed to temper themselves outside. And then, before Heloise and Brooke could recover from their bewilderment, they were unceremoniously thrown out of the dragon nest. After hiding cautiously for a month outside, Heloise and Brooke thought of seeking out their big brother, and so, they set off in his direction.